My dog just freaked out at the Target ad. Not even a little bit, 10 million. Is that your reach of the day? I agree, Izzy. I don't see it happening. It doesn't, 10. At least she has policy. Hi, Halo. Philippe is good. He's been working. Why are you even in here, dude? Is this all you have to do in the evenings? Troll someone who doesn't give a fuck about you? Thanks for the engagement. I love it. You did, Halo? Oh my god, did you take a photo? I bet you didn't because you were driving. That would have been dangerous. I'm glad you didn't. Yes, you can, 10. I mean, I could block you if I wanted. I don't really care. Ooh. Wouldn't I? Is that a dare? I mean, I don't want to get, like, baited that easily, but if you want me to, happily. There's no skin off my back, dude. Thank you, Deans. Thank you, Nan. Well, Halo, you kind of just shared it anyway, so. That's your comeback? It's always, whatever, Brenna. You'll give me 10 roses to block him. If you guys want him gone, I'll happily. I don't care. This is a democracy. Unlike what MAGA wants. I bet you do. Whenever, Brenna. Thank you, guys. Okay, I guess I have to block him. He's entertaining, but... Alright, sorry, dude. No one likes you. Bye. Okay. There you go. I can't make a habit of that. I don't want to, like, let people just gift me in order to boot someone. I'll end up with no one in here. It is pretty democratic. Everyone else wanted him gone. Everyone else was literally, like, sending me gifts just to fucking boot him. This is very democratic. If that's what the crowd wants, that's what the crowd gets, I guess. Hi, Ron. How do I gift a person who's, like, in the chat? I don't think I can do that. Sorry. I don't think you understand how democracy works. No one cares what you think. Oh, have fun with that, Izzy. Thanks for stopping by. Whenever, Brenna. Thank you, Deans, for the let 'em cook. I like that one. I feel like a let 'em cook is like an appropriate gift, like when I'm cooking, you know, cooking trolls. Feels like an appropriate thing for people to be like, yeah, let 'em cook. Oh, chat rate. Sorry. Did someone on... Oh my gosh, someone on YouTube chatted. I'm sorry. YouTube has been very difficult lately. It has not been letting me access the chat on my multi-stream thing or anything like that. It's fucking... People don't eat my dog. Here's a catalog. Eat something else. Yeah, there you go, William. Applebee. As in Applebee's? I hope Applebee's isn't serving dog. Little brother energy. Thanks for the follow, small water fishing. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, 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 yeah. Meow, 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 meow. 2 huskies. Nice. That's a solid meal for like family, extended family, and the in-laws. You know, and enough for leftovers, if you ask me. Thank you, William. Halo. I'm kidding. You don't have to do that. I know what the license is now that you've told me what the license is. You don't have to take a photo of them and dox them. Does he have viable competition? What, like electric cars that lock humans inside and barbecue them alive? Yeah, I'm sure we could figure out a way to replace that if we really wanted to. Explain my thing. So someone on YouTube is asking me to, well, demanding I explain my thing. How would you guys explain my thing? 7 goats, 5 dogs, 2 donkeys for a reason. Nice. SpaceX. SpaceX is just trying to privatize NASA, right? I'm sure we'll be fine without it. Starlink. Satellite internet. Pretty sure we'll be fine, you know. Nothing he's really introduced to the world is like not replicable. You know what I mean? Electric cars, a lot of companies are now making electric cars that absolutely compete with Tesla. Absolutely. And are way more affordable too. Not demanding, asking. Once I understand the hypocrisy of Republicans, I will be healed. Excuse me? I already understand the hypocrisy of Republicans. Why are you suggesting that I don't? What do you mean? So yeah, someone on YouTube is asking me to explain my thing, guys. TikTok, since you guys know me best. How would you explain my thing to someone on YouTube? Nice. I hope you're going to vote, William. You registered. Well, can you vote legally? You registered? I agree, non. This is why you can't privatize shit. All you need is like one fucking insane dude in charge of all the internet for a country at war. You know? It's nuts. The fact that Republicans want to privatize more. No, it's not cold up in New York City yet, Luis. In fact, I have my AC on right now, and I will be fucking real with you guys. I feel like I have been going crazy the past 3 days. And I don't know if it's because I just noticed it, but it started doing this thing where it's like every few minutes it'll get really fucking loud. And I keep trying to fix it and adjust it, and I've cleaned it and everything, and nothing is working. And that sound is driving me crazy. It's like, can you hear it? It's like in the other fucking room. I mean, it's not really a room, but thank you, Kent. William says his thing is getting a PhD for his kid at UCSD. That's really cool. That's nice, William. I do hope you're registered to vote. Yeah, it's behind the TV and it's around a corner. So it's fucking annoying. It is driving me crazy to the point where I've literally like I like have been basically breaking my fucking window. I've gotten it's gotten to the point where I'm like rage interacting. So I will go up, I will like literally jump on my AC just to fucking adjust it, and it's fucking things up worse. But I'm just it's like I can't sleep without the AC on because it's still too warm. But it's like every few minutes that thing just it sounds like a fucking garbage disposal. I can't deal with it. It's driving me nuts. I don't know what to do. Have my man fix the damn thing? It's my AC. You did, Pauls? Each room has a vent and you can switch the vent to a different wind noise? Wait, what do you mean? In my place? My place doesn't have that. In my place, I have one window unit, and it's been great for a couple of years. Yeah, my AC, it's just rattling around. You know what I mean? Something's off in it. Either like the fan blades in there are like off or whatever. Yeah, I know, JV. I know. One thing I'm gonna do is, so the way I have it set up right now is like so it's in my window, right? And it's a pretty cool window unit because instead of like being kind of sitting fully up there, it kind of has like an upside down U shape. It's kind of like an upside down horseshoe, so that it blocks less sunlight coming in. And so it's kind of just like that over the ledge. And I like set it up 2-3 years ago. And but so like there's the gap. My windows were pretty big, so I didn't have enough foam that it came with to kind of cover up the extra gap in the window. So I made a thing out of like plywood, and I polyed it up like really, really well, but it's been a few years. So now obviously that has gotten like water in, and so it's kind of fallen apart on the outside side. So I figure I'm going to replace it with like a plexiglass sort of thing, because I have some, I think it's 1/8 inch, and eighth inch plexi. So I'm going to like cut it down to size, and I'm just going to like glue a bunch of them together basically to make a solid thing. It's like 2-3 years. No, a bird did not build a nest in there. I checked it. It did not. 1/8, yeah. 1/8 inch. An 1/8 inch plexi. But it's got to be thicker. It's got to be like the size, like 3/4 inch, basically thick. So I gotta, put a couple together. Stuff like that. So that's what I gotta do. And I'm hoping that maybe that'll help kind of re-sturdy it or whatever. It's just driving me crazy. Yeah, exactly, William. It's just vibrating the window frame. And I've tried like doing an easy fix, right? I wedged in some plywood between it and like the wall. That wasn't working. So then it has like foam in there that's supposed to like dampen it a little bit, like absorb it. But for some reason that just stopped working. So I got some more kind of foam, like rubber mat stuff that I was like, this is solid but flexible. So I tried stuffing that in to see if that would kind of secure it, but also just absorb some of it, and it's not working. No, it's like yes, only no, not right when it comes on. Like literally, like off and on while it's on. I think it's like when part of it kicks on a little bit more intensely or something, probably. You know? It used to get colder by October. Like, it used to be normal to have snow in October. I mean, I should say not surprising to have snow in October, but that hasn't happened in a while, in like several years because of climate change. It tends to get colder later here now. A new run capacitor for the compressor. In other words, I need a new fucking unit. I think it's genuinely just like vibrating. You know what I mean? The capacitors are cheap. Okay. Just don't get hot. Oh, that's a good idea. I haven't tried that. Oh, thank you, William. I appreciate that. Yes, I've cleaned it. I cleaned the filters again. I mean, I'm limited in how much I can clean it, but, you know, I can clean the filters and shit. Yeah. The law is written and it happens in courts of law. Yeah, I say a lot about Trump, so I'm not sure what specifically you liked, but thank you. Matt. Am I? Did you guys see what the fucking head of the Teamsters pulled? What fucking bullshit, dude. Such bullshit. Yeah, I was just thinking that. God, I was like, yeah, you were just talking the other day how you went out and did it. Should we go take a little trip to the AC unit? It's dark over there, but whatever. Hi, Flip. The rest is flapping lips. Me talking about sorry, or just him? Yeah, I think it's just vibrating. It's just vibrating.
I think it's exceptionally disappointing that
oh look, I just did it. You hear that?
I do not support Hamas or any. You don't support
just kicked on for a couple of seconds.
You should hide your head in a bag.
See if it does it again.
Now, to be clear, this is nothing new.
This is fine, right? This is normal. Like this, yeah, this is fine, but wait till it kicks back on in the higher thing.
And because of that disgusting attack, others like the Manji's nomination is
the outside fan. There you go. But yeah, if I just like sturdy it, the outside fan.
Professional consequences for this disgusting display.
And how do I fix that? You want to come to Brooklyn, God? Take a quick flight over from Texas? It's not particularly high-powered. Do I have it in me to like crack that bitch open? Would be cheaper to buy a new one, probably. The thing is, I gotta see if they still have the same one. I mean, if I can fix it, I'd love to fix it, honestly. And you know me, I'm a fucking DIY fix it if I can, lady. Love the idea of less waste. So the problem is I don't have a water pressure hose. I don't have access to one. I live in an apartment in Brooklyn. You know, I can climb out my window onto like, there's like a little patio type thing out there, like a balcony almost. So I can access the back of it and stuff, no problem. But I don't have a hose or anything like that. See if it's blowing plenty of air out. Okay, should I do that now? I might lose you guys for a second. Let's see. Could have done it during the daytime, but nah. Yeah, William says take a hammer and then whack it on the right hand side. I already did that, William. Yeah, I already whacked it around with a fucking rubber mallet. Trust. I got very angry with it, so I'm sure I did not help it. I've sat on it a few times and like jumped on it basically just to get it yeah. So let me show you guys. It's pretty common. Okay. I mean, if I can fix it and not buy myself a whole ass other AC, that'd be great. I also don't know if they have this model anymore, and this is such a rare model because precisely because it's like an upside down U shape, you know? So it's not like standing up in the thing. I just like it a lot.
Answer all of our questions.
Okay. I got my little light. Hey Google. Hey Google, turn on the couch lights.
And now that famous design is available in hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Get the comfort and no money now touching shoes. Try biceps and
Geronimo. What do we think? Yeah, there's not a lot of air coming out of it. Some up here. Yeah, I saw through the thing today that there's water. I don't know how to get the water out of there though. Also, how do I prevent the water from getting in there? Okay. So how do I get the water out and how do I stop it from getting in there again? I live in New York City, it rains here. It's about to start raining more. I guess I can pull this off, right? Like 2, maybe 3. No, I'm not getting any unit if I can fix it. That's too tiny. My apartment looks like cordless drill, I do. I do indeed. Should I just like unscrew the back part of it or something? Yeah, that's exactly it. Anyways. Okay. I can probably turn it off. Okay. Okay. Just turned it off. Because the window's open, so.
It has become clear the Biden administration wants some kind of offer.
Oh, I don't know if my thing's charged though. Oops. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I need. Hi, Red. Careful not to let my battery run out. Look, this is where I usually sit with you guys. Yeah, we're doing HVAC stuff tonight. Come on, where's my other? No, whatever. It does go pretty high, doesn't it? Thank you. Hello. I have to paint that wall. Oops. Yep, Rex. Bye. I can just take this, right? Rizzo's good. Oh. Hi. This is actually going to be so fun, isn't it?
Hello.
Hi. Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
they used to come with drain holes on the bottom of them, but they stopped doing that because they drip. So they stopped making holes on the bottom. And now the water's supposed to splash up with the fan onto that outside coil and then evaporate away. But it's so humid most of the time that it never evaps away.
Of course. Yeah, it's been. I guess it hasn't been raining. Yeah, no, it's been raining lately. Let me see.
But the slinger on the fan should be at least slinging the water out, and it sounds like it's gotten so full that it's up into the electrical of the compressor.
Uh-oh.
The water should never get that full in there.
Well, I'm sorry.
It's a design flaw with all these modern AC units.
Got it. Okay. But if I can
Most
get...
people drill a tiny hole in the bottom of them, but if you're going to do that, be careful not to hit the coil. You got to look in there really good and find a spot where you're not going to hit one of the copper lines.
Maybe I can just like pull, I'll unscrew the bottom of it, right? And see if we can...
Yeah, you can try that. But usually the bottom is one whole pan. That way it's liquid tight and water can't get out. So.
Okay. I'm just gonna grab my If I lose you guys, it's because my phone died. I just brought my charger, but I don't know how far it'll reach.
Yeah, that's what most people do. Is just drill a hole in the bottom, very carefully.
Maybe I'll just do that instead of even taking it off.
You definitely got to be careful not to hit the coolant line, or it will be ruined. That's normally what happens to the outside fan is that water will build up too high, and that fan's supposed to sling it out, but it's made of plastic, so that little bit of extra pressure on it will cause that fan to slip on the little teeth that it's on the spline that it slips onto. Then you have to buy a new fan blade to go on it. And depending on how old the AC unit is, they could be hard to find.
Yeah, the problem...
Because, like you were saying a while ago, they change out them. They change stuff on them like every year. And then you can't find the parts of the same one, so it could be a pain.
We're just gonna use these normal bits.
I'm getting a phone call. BRB.
Yeah, right. It is maintenance, Brenna. This is going out of her fucking mind, Brenna. Literally, I've been beating the shit out of my AC unit for the last couple of days because it's been doing this thing and it's driving me nuts. And I've been sitting on it, jumping on it, just to like, because I'm so mad at it. I know that's not logical, but I hope my thing is charged enough. All right.
So you do have some drill bits,
I
and not
do.
the screwdriver
These, like,
tips.
basic ones. I was trying to see if I could find some metal, but these might work. They're old.
Perhaps that metal is pretty thin and easy to drill. The mistake people usually make is they pressing really hard on the drill trying to make a hole, and then the drill bit goes up in there too fast and punches a hole in the copper Freon line.
Great. We love that.
So be careful of that.
I will. I'll try to be careful of that. Anyways, Riz is looking at me very confused.
And I say use a cordless drill because if you use a plug in the wall drill, you could get electrocuted.
Oh, great.
You know, when the water comes out.
Oh,
But you're using a cordless drill, so it's DC, so it won't get you. Perfectly safe.
These guys on.
And hopefully the fan ain't messed up and it just needs the water let out. DC stands for direct current. Well, yeah, Rex, it is fun to fix things sometimes. Sometimes it's not.
Sorry, I just wanted to plug you guys in so I don't accidentally lose y'all. Okay. Where's my
Yeah, I can tell by the... You set it down over on that window ledge or whatever it was. Oh, where should you drill?
No, where is my drill?
You set it on the window ledge or whatever that was.
It's down there.
You can tell by the look of the bottom of that coil, it's been holding too much water for a while. That is a cool AC unit, though. I've seen those before.
Yeah, right? That's the thing. It's like, I got like one of the last ones. And
It doesn't block the window.
Yeah, exactly. Love it. So this is also, this is what I have to replace with the plexi, because obviously it's
Yeah.
it out there. For now.
Now, bear in mind that the copper refrigerant lines are going to be really close to the metal, the piece of metal you're drilling through,
Okay.
like right against it.
Really?
Yeah, they make them super compact.
Okay, so let me just try to remove this thing then. Maybe? So I wanna.
Usually in one of the corners is the best place to drill.
One in the corner. Okay.
As far over in the corners you can get.
Okay, but can I? Here, let's see. Can you tell me? So somewhere here, basically.
Oh wait, is that a rubber drain plug in that one?
Oh, is
Right
this?
there to the left of the foot? Yeah, is that a rubber drain plug?
That's a good question. Here, wait.
Some of them do have those. Most don't, but some do. That would be handy
That
and a
would
lot
be-
easier.
Make something better. What is this? Well, it feels like
It
it
should
might
be.
Yeah.
I feel like it's rubber because there should be.
Yeah.
It was good. Good job.
Yay.
I was going to say there'll be 3 large rivet bolts that hold the compressor down. I couldn't tell if that was metal or if it was a rubber plug. That's even easier. Yay.
Hey, so there's more? No, there's no more. That's it. Alright.
Now maybe that the fan won't be hitting the water. It won't slip and it'll work better and be less noisy.
It doesn't feel like that much water came out of it, though.
I guess we'll know when you turn it back on if it sounds like it's still hitting water. I don't suppose you can see down in it, huh? Like down into the top or side vent hole?
Yeah. Well, that's where I first saw it before. So I can definitely see water in there.
Maybe it let out enough.
Sorry, I'm like using this light to see myself.
Yeah, we were trying to look down in there also.
Yeah, there's water in there, but
Maybe not so much that it hits the fan anymore.
I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
The good thing is I can like see there too. Because I can see there, I can probably pick a good spot to drill if I have to, where the coil isn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hi, Philippe. Did you just come in? Shit. What is that? What the hell's going on here? Just HVAC stuff, obviously.
Yeah.
My AC.
That's normal HVAC repair.
Let me see.
Talked a lot about how we need to meet aliens, but I want to ask the majority of the Haitians in Springfield came under TPS, and they are here. My question for you is, if you become
let's
vice
see.
president under a Trump administration, what will you do about the migrants that are already there, since they did arrive legally?
Well, if Kamala Harris waves the wand illegally and says these people are now here legally, I'm still going to call them an illegal alien.
Tonight,
Shouldn't use a pressure washer on the back because it bends the fins in. If you put too much water pressure on them, then air can't flow through good. It's better to use a coil cleaner and a garden hose.
Springfield, that Trump and Vance are using, well, that works here too. As experience with demographic change. There are lots of immigrants, including Haitian immigrants, and more recently there is a large influx.
I think it might be quieter.
of Central and South America.
We'll see. Let's see if it kicks on.
The reality
Maintenance.
here is that Long Island, that's Springfield, Ohio,
It would be nice to rinse out the inside of that, you know, too. Because
Mhm.
there's a gunk in there. And I feel like that
Yeah, you can.
ends up blowing. I guess no, the intake is through here, right? Yeah. The intake.
Yeah, it intakes that. There's 2 coils. That one pulls in air there and then spits it back out into the room. The coil on the outside, that fan, that's where the heat gathers, and then that fan blows the heat out of your house. It's a pump. Still a little noisy.
Still a little. There's one other thing I have to do, which is I have to drain the thingy, the water from the inside. I did it recently, which is why I didn't do it like last night, but
Oh, it's got a condensation tank on the inside too?
yeah. This swear I like just did it. Oh, my hand's over there. Okay.
We have an interpreter. Each one will have a private interpreter. What the hell is wrong with our country? No. We're getting them out of our country. They came in illegally. They're destroying
have
our
this
country.
dead
We're getting them out.
Monstera.
They're gonna be brought back
Oh, I see how it works now.
from which they came.
There are not 32,000 illegal immigrants in Springfield, Ohio. There are about 15,000 legal patient immigrants. But when Trump lies like this, it isn't actually about
Oh,
Springfield.
the small one is here.
It is about his plans for all of America.
They're coming from the Congo. They're coming from Africa. They're coming from the Middle East. They're coming from all over
That's
the
a
world.
fair amount.
Asia. A lot of it coming from Asia. And what's happening to our country is we're just
The
destroying.
thing should have a float switch on the inside that would cut that part off when the water got too high.
To get rid of these people.
What does that mean?
Give me a shot. You will have to.
That means if there gets to be too much water on the inside tank, there should be a little float that floats up and turns the unit off.
Oh, really?
By Springfield city officials.
Should be.
They were not true. Today, 3 grocery
Oh,
stores
another phone call. BRB.
because of bomb threats. That comes on top of the literally dozens of other bomb threats the town has received in the past week.
Let me go rinse this off.
Donald Trump is still pushing this stuff. And now the American right has descended upon
I
Springfield.
mean, that's what YouTube is for already, Luis. I don't know why you need AI to fix anything. But that's what like repair manuals are for. YouTube and also now TikTok lives. See, like, well, no, but. It is, right, Ezer? No, it's not hooked up to a water line.
For having me. I have to tell you,
Was that cold pan was full of water also?
Yeah.
Express.
So that's just emptied out. I've just rinsed this thing
As you
off.
stated earlier in your segment, 3 grocery stores had to close because of bomb threats. Every day, we are waking up to not 1 bomb threat, 2, 3. The schools
And I already
threatened.
pulled this off last night and cleaned this
My
up. Vacuumed it.
grandchildren are not safe. It has been
Yeah, that all looks nice and clean.
a total nightmare here.
These are bent a
What
little
does it
bit.
mean, given the fact that it's a nightmare?
Just a few of them bent doesn't hurt anything.
Come to Springfield. What does that mean for life in
I have seen people scrub those with a brush and flatten them all out and ruin it before though.
Wouldn't be
Things worse. I am begging for the government to help us with this. He does not need it here. I mean, the simple fact that he has had the truth
Let's
said
see.
time and time again by our city manager, by our mayor. And to no avail, he and his running mates are still.
Is it running?
Yeah.
I don't know what the angle is.
If this
with
is the higher thing,
but we do not need him here right
we
now.
might have just fixed
He
it.
has put us all in danger. Trust me.
That doesn't sound as loud as it did.
Yeah.
There are reports that
Ooh, we might have fixed it. Thank you. Thank you, gosh.
No problem. But it having that water in there for a long time, I could see like on the coil on the outside, I could see the water line.
Yeah.
So that's not good. That's going to shorten its life.
Okay.
That water being built up in there caused a lot of corrosion probably. But you should be good for a while.
descend on Springfield.
I feel bad that I have been beating it up so much now. And now also I gotta like refix it because like by beating it up as much as I did, I kind of knocked everything out here. So now I've got a bunch of like leaks, air leaks, where all my
Yeah.
air is gonna be leaking out through anyway.
We cannot.
That's one of those things we do sometimes when we get upset with the stuff not doing what it's supposed to do.
Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna bring up my RoboVac that stopped working the other night and made me angry.
Uh-oh.
It's unrepairable now. I just bought it a new battery and filters. That's like $60 on parts, and it still didn't want to work. So yeah, it upset me.
Yeah. For me, it's like this. I mean, yeah, I get really ragey when like an inanimate object doesn't do it. If I'm like manipulating it and it doesn't do what I want it to.
Yeah.
I understand I understand things break down and I have no problem fixing them. But this was driving me crazy just because I think it was like specifically the noise and like how I think it was just like it was like the perfect noise, right? To overstimulate me. And it was like messing with my sleep and it was too hot and it like just wouldn't fucking it was so like I have not gotten this ragey at an inanimate object in a long time. It was like, yeah.
It happens sometimes.
It does.
Somebody was asking about my accent. That's Texas, actually. Southeast Texas. Most of the time, I handle things breaking pretty easy because it's just an opportunity to fix things. But after I've worked on something a bunch of times, I'm over it.
Yeah.
Or if I put a lot of money into it and something else just keeps breaking all the time, I'm like, yeah, that's enough of that.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Like when things break down, it's kind of, part of me is like usually excited a little bit. I mean, unless I like really need it in the moment, obviously it's frustrating. But I love a good project. I love like a puzzle that has a solution, and the solution is like, oh, it starts working again. You know what I mean? Like it's a real world puzzle, and that's always fun. However, yeah, that was like, it wasn't broken. It was like, yeah, it was good.
And the potential to cost you a lot of money. That just, it's gonna, it sounds like it's on its way out, and it's like, and you're thinking, oh, this is gonna be expensive.
Yeah.
Usually whenever things bother me is whenever there's too many things all at once.
Yes. Yeah. I think that was part of it too, right? Because it's like, I was overstimulated because it was hot as fuck, and then the noise was going, wait. Because the speed was on quiet just now, so.
Pull the shades down and cut the lights down. And then
let's wait.
See if it straightens up.
You can still hear the gunshots. So back then.
Thank you, Chelsea. That's really sweet.
Right now,
that's always a favorite, like, comparison of mine. When people say Daisy Edgar Jones, it's a favorite for me.
I can tell you the atmosphere.
I can hear it running, but it doesn't sound as loud as it did.
Yeah, but it kicks on and off the like high speed. So I'm just waiting.
January, February, March. My chief of police can tell you, I said to her, we are all.
And it could be the compressor struggling because the run capacitor is no good, or the bottom has rotted out of it from being wet for so long. They're easy to replace and pretty cheap.
We have to watch where we're going because we don't know. Is it our neighbors?
Hopefully, like, the summer's been so hot, like, it killed my mint. Mint is indestructible, and it killed my mint. So hopefully, like, it hasn't really been sitting in like, all that long. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hush, Jeezy.
You know what's interesting? A big part of the noise is this front grate, it seems.
Just rattling.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me.
You hear that?
When we come back,
Yeah.
it's not just Springfield.
I bet I could just tape that down a little.
Right now in Springfield is just a taste of what is to come if Donald Trump and
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't think it ain't as loud. It don't sound as loud as it did.
Yeah. I think we're good. I'm gonna just try to tape that. And we're just like scotch tape, so it's not. Yes. See if it stops the rattle.
Your body thanks you for that. Special day. Special for a reason.
Yeah, they have run capacitor. They have one for the fan and one for the compressor. Sometimes it's all in one unit. You know, a double capacitor. Just talking to Dave.
To generate instant and accurate answers for user approval. With Filter AI, you can complete security questionnaires up to 5 times faster, which means shorter news cycles and more time.
That's fixing it. That's helping.
That's how you automate compliance with trust.
Yeah, that's quieter. That's almost identical sound to when the run capacitor fails because the motor's having a hard time maintaining its speed.
Okay. Well, when it breaks more thoroughly, I know who to ask.
Yeah, that they'll just the compressor stop coming on altogether whenever the capacitor completely fails.
Becoming an AARP member today. Join for just $12 for the first year.
Yeah, it's really easy to do. Anybody can do it. Just unplug it. Make sure you leave it unplugged for a while so as all the electricity drains out of the capacitors, and then put your new one beside it and unplug the wire from one pole. That way you don't get confused. Unplug it from one capacitor, plug it on a new capacitor. Anybody can do it. It's easy peasy. But an AC company would charge you a couple of $100 to do it.
Yeah, like fuck that. This thing was like $400. I don't want to pay like.
Yeah.
And I've like dealt with capacitors on like small electronics, you know. So if I can deal with it, I can definitely deal with it in like a larger thing. Maybe I'm the Lulu, but
Gosh, that starts at $639. I'm actually blown away. This is way more comfortable than I thought it was going to be. The fabrics, though, are the seller. They are pet friendly and they're liquid repellent. This whole couch is washable in the
That's way better.
yeah.
For a while now. Overall, we are so pleased. I can't believe how comfortable it is for being this affordable. This is the overall solution on the budget. Points has been my best kept secret, but now I'm telling everybody. I love luxury and affordable prices. If I want to dress down but still amazing, they have it. If you need jewelry, they have it. And it's so many compliments when I'm wearing things.
Yeah, HVAC company JJJ, they charge way too much for little jobs. I don't know about New York, but out here most of the time they don't want you. If you're working for a company, they don't really want to work on window units. There's just not enough money in it for them. But since I'm kind of retired, if people call, I'll go work on it for free or whatever. For $20 or something.
The hell? I want to go to auto. Oh no. No, not okay.
Customer service help people feel like they're part of a team. My name is Timothy Chi, and I'm the CEO of Waymo. We're very proud customer to Custom Ink. We keep coming back to Custom Ink because of the quality of
Yay.
customer service and the
Yeah, we do ceiling fans too.
Philippe replaced his own ceiling fan, I think, or something.
They're pretty simple.
Oh no, he removed the blades. My ex, who used to live in this apartment before I did, he installed the whole ass ceiling fan up here, and I removed it a few months back. I got rid of it because it wasn't even like, it didn't even have any power running to it.
A lot of these things are pretty simple. It's just people don't understand them, so they're kind of afraid to try to fix things.
Oh, sorry, Philippe removed it. Philippe removed it. You're right. Sorry, Philippe.
I was thinking, from watching movies back in the old days or whatever, seeing TV shows, I didn't think y'all needed AC up there. I didn't think it ever got hot enough to need it.
I'm great, Zeus. We just fixed my AC that was like driving me fucking crazy. Thank you, God. Thank you so much, dude. Oh,
No problem. You done all the work.
Oh, no, but seriously, but thank you, because otherwise I would have been like, who fucking knew that it was as simple as just draining that water out the bath and stuff? Like,
Yeah.
honestly, I could have easily trashed the whole thing, you know?
Yeah. I do stuff like that. It's like, see, I'll be scrolling through TikTok and see somebody replacing a starter or something. They don't know what they're doing. They're like, "You don't help me?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure."
Cool.
This app is so awesome for doing that, especially if they have enough viewers to go live where you can actually see what they're doing to help.
Yeah, it is like incredible. Oh my God, it's so quiet.
So much better.
So quiet.
We got a guest request. Are you doing those tonight?
Yeah. Oh my God. Hi, JJ.
It's appalling, but it's not strong, right? It's
Wow.
tough strategy, I think, from the time.
Is it blowing cool yet?
What's that?
What's interesting is that
Is it blowing cool?
Yes, it is. So the
Nice.
problem was actually just the noise. It was like
Yeah.
something. It turns out there was a bunch of water in the back.
Yeah, so your fan was swimming.
Yeah.
Or dipping its
I was like
blade.
ready to drill a hole in it, and luckily I put the phone underneath, and God spotted immediately there was like a rubber plug.
I figured there'd be some kind of plug, yeah.
Yeah. You'd think they'd tell you that. No, you'd think that they would just leave it unplugged for you. You know what I mean?
Well, if you put the AC in an upper apartment and it could drip on somebody else's stuff or something, it could cause problems.
Well, not in New York City. ACs drip all the time in New York City. It's kind of a part of living in the city. It's like famous, you feel it all the time, and you just like, no one likes it, but it's kind of just like a part of life here.
You could make another one of those goldfish ponds.
Wait, what? What are those
You
goldfish?
could make another one of those goldfish ponds like that one.
Yeah.
Dripping from the fire hydrant.
Okay.
Yeah, just don't use the water for anything that comes out of the front part of that drain, that AC. It'll be full of bacteria. Don't let cats or dogs drink it.
Oh yeah, I won't.
I know people. I've seen people do that. Put their animal watering trough underneath the AC unit, and it can make your animal sick. Don't do that.
Awful. No, honestly, my water is probably really bad too because I have birds. I mean, I don't have birds, but I have a feeder that's like a window feeder that's like right by that thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm sure there's bird poop in there. Unfortunately.
Probably.
But yeah. Okay, let's see. Sorry, let me just try to reset this up. Sorry. The Dawn at Twitch was giving me instructions. Sorry, dude. I don't know if you're still there, but also sorry, William. I should have been clear. Sorry, William. I don't know if you're still there.
I gotta say, it's empowering being
Because
able
I'm
to fix
restreaming
things.
my phone stream. When I walk away from my computer, I don't see the chats from the multi-stream. I'm sorry, I should have told you that. So I didn't see Twitch or... Oh, you liked it? Good. You like the field trip?
It's empowering to be able to fix things, you know?
It is. I love fixing stuff. I'm also cheap, you know what I mean? Like, if I can fix it and not have to buy a whole new one. I mean, my sewing machine, which I've been using, is from the late 1960s, early 70s. I bought it for $20 at a thrift store as a prop for a film, and held on to it. And I've repaired it like 3 times. Like, just had to, replace like 3 different parts on like 3 separate occasions. But it's like, when it's running, it runs like a dream. It's like great, you know what I mean? Like, also, like,
where the hell did you find parts for it?
What's that?
Where the hell did you find parts for it?
There's like a website that has like vintage Singer parts. It's a Singer.
Oh,
so that's
okay.
a good thing, right? Although the parts, like, not Singer parts aren't like constant through all Singer machines, but there are like generations of them where some of the parts work. So, but there is like a website with like vintage Singer parts. So I've been able to like order some of the stuff through there. Luckily.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice. Also, I fixed Philippe's Xbox, which I'm very proud of. Although now it's sitting in my apartment because he bought himself a new one so we could play some video game together.
Where do you play?
We were playing Sniper Elite 5
Right.
together. I think that's what it was that got us. And then we started playing one where we're like running around in Bolivia, I think.
Okay. That might be like the Ghost Warrior one, I think.
Yeah, Ghost Recon.
Ghost Recon, yeah.
Yeah, that one. We were playing that for a little while.
I like the battle royales like PUBG. Land, loot, and survive.
Yeah, I'm not very good at the FPS ones, you know, the first player.
I'm not either. I just have fun.
Yeah.
It's a great stress reliever.
Have you played? So my favorite game that got me into gaming is Hitman. Have you played that?
Yes, I have.
Love Hitman. It's perfect. It's the perfect game. It's just like a puzzle, but like real world. Oh, it's so great.
I'm a Skyrim guy. I love Skyrim.
Nice. Ay, ay, ay. All right. So what are we doing for the rest of the live? I'm gonna try to like not stay on too late tonight, guys. By the way, Minecraft. I've never played Minecraft.
What is it? 9:30 there?
Yes, it is. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, yeah. I guess I can plug my mic in so it's a little bit. Is the movie good? What else should we fix? Yeah, that's a good question, Halo. Honestly, you know what I would love? You know what I would... Sorry. You know is, but it's going to be like a whole annoying thing. I would love to work on that plexi thing that I have to replace the thing with. I have to cut it out, but it's going to take a while to do it. So maybe not on here. How about broken hearts? Whose heart is broken?
I don't fix those.
I make them.
I do have a saw. I have a lot of saws. Although that's the thing, I have my saws are like Japanese hand saws. They're really nice. And I really don't like fucking them up on plexi because it just wears them down so easily.
How thick is that plexi?
Wait, what's that?
How thick is the plexi?
I think it's 1/8 of an inch.
You should be
It's
able
like
to
pretty
score
thick.
that with a knife and snap it.
And snap it. That's what I was thinking I would try. But I've done it before and it doesn't always like score that cleanly, but
You use a straight edge and go over the same place 5 or 6 times and then put it on the countertop.
I know, guys. I have done it before.
I had to do that during the pandemic when I worked at a medical facility to put up shields in front of all the windows.
Oh, nice.
I worked at Ace Hardware in Arizona for a couple of years, so I made doors and windows and cut glass and all kinds of stuff.
Nice.
I've done it a lot.
I mean, I can do that now if that's what you guys want to do. It would be nice to have some company while I'm doing it, but I don't want to bore you guys with my fix-it stream.
I think you should relax a little bit. You earned it, right?
I guess. That's how I relax. Fixing shit is how I relax. I need a project.
I can't be busy like that. I go to work, I'm busy, I get home, no thanks.
Yeah.
You need a project? I have 2 tractor motors that are in desperate need of rebuilding.
Really?
Yeah.
That sounds
I've got one all
fun.
torn apart, and it's cleaned up and ready to go back together.
That sounds so fun. Ugh.
It is kind of fun.
Yeah.
When the mosquitoes ain't too bad or it's not too hot out.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. But that sounds really fun. I would love to get into like classic cars or whatever. Like, because I would just love to, love that. That's
Hello
so
Kitty, I cannot fix broken hearts. It's never been my thing. Almost anything else, but not that. Jack of all trades, minus that one.
Not that trade.
Not that trade, no. Not into it.
Thermoplastics are cut with heat.
I cannot. Okay, I'm on mute for a little while because I'm gonna ride the motorbike up and open the gate for the wife.
I just heard the AC. The AC got quiet for like a moment. I think it's fine. You will mend at least one. I know it. Nice. Auto restoration is expensive. Yes.
Yeah, I just had to junk my Cadillac yesterday, and I finally found a vehicle to replace it.
Wait, why'd you have to junk it?
It was a 2001 DeVille, and that year of the Cadillac, the North Star engine had issues with their head bolts.
Oh.
It had an aluminum block, and if it got a little hot, it would yank the head bolts right out of the block.
Oh no. And that couldn't be like replaced in any way?
No, it's like I paid $700 for the car, and it would have been like $4,500 because you have to drop the entire front end out of it just to get to anything.
$700 for a car. That's really cool.
Yeah, that was pre-pandemic.
Yeah, yeah, that's
Now
right.
everybody's junk is worth $2,000. That's ridiculous.
2000 is not that bad for like a nice. I mean, I guess I don't know if 2001 is classic. Considered a classic car anyway.
So I'm picking up a 2003 Saturn Vue against my better judgment, but I need a vehicle right now.
Why against your better judgment?
Well, I kind of like to shop around a bit, but I can't afford to do that right now. So I'm taking what I can get, a beater with a heater for the winter. It's coming fast.
A beater with a heater. Nice. That's cool. I worked on a documentary years back about classic car owners in the Catskills. It was really fucking cool. It was like, yeah, I got to see, you know, some of them have like hundreds of cars, and some of them are like just like a couple of old, you know, Ford mechanics who decided to hold on to a couple of classics and really just, yeah, it's really cool. There's like a whole lot of classic car collecting up, and they have like a whole classic car culture fest or whatever. Yeah.
My half brother in Washington State used to buy up old Ford Fairlanes and Ford Falcons and restore them and resell them.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, they had a lot. I forgot what this guy, the like main guy's like Ford was. But there were a bunch of like the DP who I worked with for a few years. He had a Chevelle. And there was a bunch. They had one of them had a pink Crown Vic from like I think the 50s or something. There was only I don't know how many, like 100 of them or maybe 1,000 of them made with these like bright pink Crown Vics.
I wonder if it was like a Mary Kay version.
Yeah, something like that. It was like, it was so beautiful. Bunch of T-birds, bunch of them. I didn't realize how fucking common they are.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I think I've always said I want either a 69 or a 79 Fiat Spider in British racing green.
Okay.
Like fit me. I don't know if you know the car.
Yeah. No. It seems like a fun little car.
Yeah, I feel like it would fit me. You know, cute,
yeah,
retro.
Spider it's a drop top, right? Or is it a hard top?
No. Oh yeah, it might be actually. I don't even know. It's been years since I like even was looking at them.
I'll Google that later.
Oh, whoops, Tony. Whoops. Also, by the way, Tony, it's funny. I almost filmed a TikTok about the Milo. I'm actually writing this down because I was gonna do it anyway. I owe you an apology because I kept saying that it was just like Nesquik, because I was like, because Nesquik also had this stuff at the top, and people were like, no, what are you talking about? And I realized it's not, I wasn't remembering Nesquik. I was remembering this Spanish chocolate thing that I grew up drinking called Colacao, which also had the little crunchies on top, which in Spanish were called grumitos. Fucking love that. I loved like overloading the milk with too much Colacao so that it would be, there would be like the crunchies on the top. My favorite part. And I used to put Colacao on ice cream as well. And yeah, I realized like too late, like, oh yeah, I didn't grow up drinking Nesquik, not even a little bit. It was all Colacao. And I was like looking up, and apparently they have changed the formula in recent years or decades. I don't know how far back. So now it doesn't do the little crunchies on the top, unfortunately. So if you compare the two, they'll probably not be the same. But that's what Milo is to me. It's like old school Colacao. Yeah. I feel like it's probably the same as like the classic, the old Colacao recipe, or like close to it. And that's
What's a
quick and
good
quick.
What's a good hot drink for you in the wintertime?
For me,
Yeah.
I mean, I like chai tea, but I drink that all year round. Um, yeah, I like chai lattes and stuff. I like hot toddies. I like hot cider. I love hot chocolate.
We used to mix Tang with instant tea called Russian tea.
Really?
It's really good.
Russian tea.
It's
That
really
sounds
good.
awful. I'm not gonna lie.
It does sound awful, but it's actually not terrible.
It's kind of like making Gatorade with, or tea with Gatorade. Tang, yeah. So Tang is kind of like Kool-Aid, Tony. It's like a powder drink. It was invented originally for astronauts. That's, at least that's the story. That it was invented for astronauts to take up into space as like flavor packets. It's not quite like Kool-Aid. I feel like it's like less flavorful than Kool-Aid. At least the Tangs that like I had when I was a kid. I had it, a few times.
Yeah, it's not
Allegedly.
as good as Trader Vic's, hot
Trader
toddy
Vic.
mix.
I haven't had that.
You haven't had that? That's kind
No.
of a good. That's good with rum.
Hmm. I've had like a hot toddy at like a bar and stuff before, but not. I haven't really made it. Oh, mulled wine. That's one, right? No, that one is like fine. I like hot cider. I like hot apple cider with like apple cider with cider donuts.
Ooh,
Oh,
that sounds
so
yummy.
good. It is good. The cider donuts are basically just like cinnamon sugar donuts, I don't know why they call them cider donuts, but yeah, and you get those. You can get them. There's like little markets that post up in the city around the holidays where you can get the cider donuts and the hot cider. So good. And I'm sure it's done lots of other places too. I'm like, whatever. But hi, Benny.
We're
Me.
I
not
always like
particularly.
turmeric tea.
Wait, what's that?
I said I always like turmeric tea. Turmeric
Turmeric
tea.
tea. Ooh, I
Yes.
haven't had turmeric tea. Is it?
Yeah,
What
I
is
like
it?
it.
Is it just like
It's
turmeric and hot water, or is it like tea with turmeric?
it's basically a turmeric, a little bit of lime juice, a little bit of lemon, uh, and a couple other things, a little bit of ginger. Uh, but if you like the turmeric, if you use fresh turmeric root, it gives your teas a citrus flavor, but not actually using a lot of citrus. It's something.
Hmm.
It's something cross between an orange and like a lemon. It's like you would think it's somewhere on the scale of that kind of citrus, but it's not.
Oh, that's cool. That's interesting.
Yeah, I use that for everything.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, I have turmeric and I've used it in cooking, but you just made me realize I don't even know what turmeric tastes like on its own.
Yeah, I always use the fresh
Anymore?
grated turmeric root. You get you get
Really,
you get
Tony?
that citrus flavor from the fresh grated. You don't really get that from powder.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Apple Tree Hill. Yum. Yeah, a few years back, I did like a mini day trip with some friends to PA, to Pennsylvania, to go to a shooting range. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. And on there, we like stopped in one of these little like roadside things, like fall things, where they had like apple butter, pumpkin butter, apple picking, like pumpkin picking. There was like a maze, all that stuff. But like they had all these incredible treats inside the little shop that were, yeah, apple. It was just like fall fruit based spreads
That sounds
for the most part.
that sounds like that sounds like one of the roadside Amish stores, like in Lancaster County.
Yeah. I don't know if it was Amish, but it was that vibe. It was totally that kind of vibe. It was like a roadside, like fall treats that you could buy. But yeah, I don't remember there being any sort of like hint of Amish stuff there. Yeah. Oof. Now I want cider donuts and hot apple cider. Philippe, if you're still in here, this fall, can we drive to one of those roadside thingies? I don't know if he's still in here. He might be asleep. You guys missed out. He came on here last night for the voice. You're falling asleep? Okay, Halo. Good night. Lullaby.
I'm out of here. Have a good night. I just wanted to pop in and see what you were up to.
Well, thank you, JJJ. Thanks for hopping on.
Bye-bye.
Good night. Have a good one. Yes, Philippe is lover. He's never, I know, but the other night, I convinced him. He hopped on right as I was like hopping off the live. And I forget what he was saying, but he was like, oh, I'll just call you. And I was like, just hop on the fucking voice. Who gives a shit? So we had a conversation on here. Y'all missed it. He doesn't like to come.
We missed it.
Yeah. I think Andrew was in here right before. I don't know if he hopped off because he was like, this feels wrong. So you better hop down like right before it. But yeah, he doesn't like coming on here. He might be moving soon. He found an apartment that he likes, that he saw, but it might not be big enough for him, for all his stuff. He has a lot of stuff. Oh my god, really? Wait, are you making gnocchi from scratch? You can also hop on voice if you want, Tony. It's like the same distance, Benny. It might even be like a tiny bit closer. No, I think it's the exact same distance. It's just in a different direction. It is crazy expensive to rent here, yes. Yes. Crazy fucking expensive. I'm lucky. I'm in a, situation, a long-term situation, with this building. So they're limited on how much they can raise my rent each year-ish, sort of. So my rent is below market rate, but, yeah.
That's so lucky. Where we are, we're like an hour 15 from San Francisco, and it is so expensive considering it's so crap here. Like, I don't understand why it's so expensive. It's wild.
Yeah.
We're lucky we bought right before it went crazy, so we're in a good place. But we fancy. Yeah, no, literally we had the babies, and we were like, oh my god, like we can't even afford to rent. It's gonna be the same price if we just get a mortgage. So luckily my wife was able to pull that one off, not me.
Wow. Well, yeah, you hitched your wagon.
I mean, honestly, I'd rather. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, girls got to do what a girl's got to do. The payoff is I live in America.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. Damn, I'm fucking
good
jealous.
For you. Home ownership has become.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and Ooh.
Wait, we're hearing your music, Rex. We're hearing your music. Here, I'm gonna mute you. Sorry. Oops. Whoops. Are we like canceling each other out on
Yeah,
this?
they are, Tiger. It is.
There we go. Okay. Yeah. They are bleeding as well. Dry. I tell y'all gotta make me TikTok famous so I can one day, maybe, buy a hut in Cambodia. It's the only place I'll fucking be able to afford a place, really.
I see all these
America.
places around me that are building like tons of mini houses on their lots now, and I'm like, we live in super suburbia. There's just like the infrastructure it's not built for this many cars and people. It's pretty bad over here.
Yeah, that is tough.
Yeah. No, it's pretty crazy.
On YouTube.
And we are trying our best to make you TikTok and YouTube famous.
Yes,
Ooh,
thank
YouTube
you,
too.
God.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube.
Yeah, just in case.
I have over 500 followers on there now, or subscribers, whatever it's called.
Yes.
I had like 200 just like a month ago. It's very exciting. I know 500 is nothing, but you know, now I can technically monetize on there, but I'm not going to monetize because all my content on there is just my TikToks, so I don't think it's long enough to monetize. But now I got to start putting out long form content. We got to think of something long form I can put out on YouTube like once a month.
You do the lives on YouTube as well?
I am.
A guy
So
that
I'm
I
live there now.
Oh, cool. There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. But is that monetized or no? The live,
No.
like if you do a live over there?
I don't think so.
Oh.
Dan, you're on YouTube right now. Is it monetized? Are the lives monetized on there? I don't think so. 500 a room in Germany? 500 is not bad. It's not bad, dude.
500. It's 500 a room. Yeah, that's pretty good. Here, I saw somebody on Nextdoor or one of those apps. It was like 1,000 or 1,200 for like a room with like no private bathroom or anything. And I was like, oh, see, that just.
Yeah. Okay, Dan. Dan says he doesn't know much about YouTube. He's learning himself. Okay.
Yeah, it seems hard.
Right. I don't know. I know people play ads on Twitch. That's not. I'm also on Twitch, by the way. I have like no followers on there. I have like 30
I don't even know what
followers,
that is. I've never even looked. I thought you just played video games on Twitch. Is that?
No, it's just a live streaming platform. I guess.
I only started getting TikTok like a few months ago, so I'm like really behind on the times.
Yeah. No, I got my TikTok. I started doing TikTok like a year and a half ago. Last March, basically.
Yes. Okay.
Sorry, I keep looking over my AC.
Bugging me. Like, let's.
Sorry, we just fixed. You missed out, Tony. We just fixed my AC on the live. We think, but I'm hearing it.
Is it making noise again?
It is, but it's very quick. It's like when it kicks in, it's making that noise, but it seems like it's settling into like a quieter thing.
Oh, yeah, maybe it'll get quieter as it dries out.
That's a good point.
A little more.
Okay. I hope so. Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm just like listening.
Oh no, my kid's bugging me constantly. 7-year-old, like, go on and do your recipes on TikTok. Let's make a cooking TikTok together.
You
I'm
should.
like, oh, you could cook, buddy. People would like you to watch you cook, not me.
You should. You should. I was bugging my friend. My friend is a chef, like a private chef. And I was telling her, like, you gotta, she, like, made a TikTok, but she, like, wasn't really posting. And I was like, just start posting. Just do it. Just start. So she's posted a couple of videos that I've seen, but not, like, there's, like, private chefs on here that,
Oh, I bet. Yeah, absolutely. I know. Have they made any decisions over the banning of TikTok and things? Like, has that gone
It's in court this week. It's in court this week. I
Oh
was gonna
gosh.
like,
Okay.
I keep checking. I'll post an update when it hits, you know,
Mm.
and probably go live once it hits, because I went live, you know, when they were voting on it in Congress and stuff. But
Mhm.
the court case, you can't like live stream that because it's not, you can't really like actually get into the live, you know.
Yeah. No. Mm-mm.
Private chef content. Yeah, that's right.
Mm.
I'm gonna mute this so that I can hear yeah, the AC is making. Oh, thanks for Dan, thank you for following me on Twitch. You found me everywhere. Huh, Dan? You found me on all platforms. I love that. It is still a little loud. Let's go check on it. Go check on it. As loud as it was originally. It's the fucking grate again.
So it's just the plastic screen is rattling.
I don't know if it's just the plastic screen, but that's definitely like part of what's rattling all up in there. Yeah.
And it's not as quiet as it used to be.
I don't think so. Yeah, no, like before, like today when we were checking it. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna maybe put it. It's quieter than it was, but not as quiet as it was. Like.
Oh, something inside it's like rattling.
Don't tell me. I just used the last bit of my double-sided tape. That seems to help part of it. Damn, I thought I had more double-sided tape. Damn. Oh, sup, Pixel. We were all fun before. We're fixing HVAC. We need car talk for AC units. I feel like that should be. Car talk was so good. God, you could absolutely be car talk for AC units. Did you ever listen to Car Talk, God?
No, I don't think so.
Ooh. Who remembers Car Talk?
No, I'm new here.
Duct tape. Supposed to use.
My wife said you're supposed to use duct tape.
I know, she's got this tiny little
put duct tape on everything.
I'm using this because it's clear. Because I'm sorry, this is my home. I want it to look pretty, you know? I mean, I know it'll be pretty, but I want it to be an eyesore.
Yeah, but duct tape shows your ingenuity.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. We use green painter's tape that's left over, like exclusively for everything now. Hanging kids art, blue painter's tape, everything.
I was considering at first when I was like first grabbing the tape, I almost grabbed the blue painter's tape, and I was like, no, I am better than this. Okay. I might have fixed it.
So hi, Mrs. God.
No, here you go. She can hear you now. You can say
Hi.
Hi. Oh my God, I feel like I'm meeting a celebrity.
Yep, you're a celebrity.
Oh,
You had that viral video and all.
oh, me? No, I'm saying I feel like Mrs. God is a celebrity, and I'm meeting a celebrity. So great to meet you, Mrs. God. So I love calling her that. I hope that's okay.
That's what her TikTok is Mrs. God.
Is it really?
Yeah.
She's never on there.
She's never on it. She doesn't use it.
That's so cool. That's great. Oh, so Car Talk. God, you might like Car Talk. I bet you could find some old episodes of it. Someone said, yeah, NPR. You remember it. So Car Talk was this old like NPR radio show, like old, like when I was a kid. These two Boston dudes, I think they were, I don't know if they were brothers or like friends. And they just like, they had like a really good attitude. People just called in with issues with their cars, like just described the issue of their car, like maybe it was like making a funny noise or whatever. And they would like diagnose the car over the phone on the radio and just be like, okay, so this is probably what it is. And this is what you're going to need to do. And like, you know, tell the guy that, you know, whatever. Basically what you just did for the AC unit, but for cars. But like their personalities were just like really great. You know what I mean? It was like a really nice show to listen to, even if you didn't care about. I loved listening to it, even though I was a kid with like no interest in cars. You know, they were just cool.
I do. People call me all the time with car troubles and AC troubles and refrigerator troubles and water pump troubles and everything.
Hey, you could be like this generation's Car Talk. Car Talk. You know, we're on TikTok. You could be Car Talk. You know what I mean? TO.
Yeah.
But also like, yeah, you'd be like an HVAC talk. I don't know, everything talk. But you should.
That's kind of what I do in real life.
Yeah, exactly. That could fully be a thing you did on here.
I kind of do as I'm scrolling along, and sometimes people will message me and they're like, "Hey, I can turn my camera on. Can you help me fix this thing?"
That's what I'm saying. You gotta like. That's what your account should be. You should just be like helping people fix things.
That's kind of what I do, more or less.
You gotta be like posting it on your account, or do you? Post
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
I was gonna buy one of them. What do you have? The GoPros.
Yeah.
For better videos and like do some mechanicals, fix some things and then put videos of that. But
yeah,
it's hard to set up a camera and then also do things.
I agree. Yes, it is hard to do that.
So those people that do that are extra good because you have to think about your camera angle and the lighting, and you have to work on stuff without getting in the camera's way.
Yeah,
it could be a lot of trouble.
It can be, yeah.
But I have helped people learn how to weld and various different other things on here.
Really? Dude,
I tried to teach myself how to weld the other day. It did not work out well.
Oh, really?
It's not that hard. You can do it.
I tried with like this weird, janky little tiny wood burning thing, so I don't think it was strong enough. And I was trying to weld my son's wheelchair. I needed a little bit joined, and he's just like, "I don't know if this is a good idea." And I'm like, "No, we're good. We got this." And my wife's like, "No, this is not the correct tool. This is not what you shouldn't be doing any of this." So I taped it with blue painter's tape instead, and we're good to go.
Blue painter's tape.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we should. Oh my God! I mean, it'd be great. I know, God, you're all about debates and stuff. But like, maybe once after the election is over, we could do like some lives where it's just like fix it live. You know what I mean? I don't know how we would organize that, but where people just come on and they're like, "Hey, I have this thing that's malfunctioning," and like we have a bunch of other people hanging out who are like random experts at stuff, including you. You're a random expert.
That would be so fun.
Wouldn't that be fun?
I was doing that some until I lost my first account because I had enough followers to go live.
Oh no! Wait, why did you lose your first account?
Religious people reported my videos.
Oh.
They didn't like that.
Yeah.
So it was happening a lot. So that just one day I tried to log in and it was gone.
Ugh, that sucks. I'm sorry.
So it was start over. So I don't post such controversial videos anymore. I'm trying to keep this account.
On YouTube. All right, we got someone else trying to come in. Another guest, Dylan. Hi, Philippe. Thank you for that.
What's up?
What's up, Dylan?
How old are you?
I'm 15.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't have you up here. Sorry, dude. We should.
Yeah, they know that's against the rules.
Yeah, I don't know why. Here, wait. Yes. I wish I could see. There's like a way now of adding labels. If anyone can see Dylan in the like list of people in here or something, mods, there's a way of adding labels now to the thing. I don't know. But I can't, but like, yeah, if he hasn't like commented, I can't like select his thing.
No, it appears he's completely gone. He didn't make any comments or nothing.
Yeah, I just wanted to label it just in case, you know. We should start doing that. I haven't figured out how to do it, but TikTok said like now you can add labels that are not visible to anyone but you and mods. So we should do that for people that say accidentally revealed their age, you know, so that next time around they're not like, if we forget who they are,
yeah,
they're not like, oh, I'm 18 and they're not ready and stuff with it.
Normally, if you're not too busy and there's a guest request, I click on it, click on a profile, go see what kind of videos, and then guesstimate from there. Is it a bunch of cartoons?
His face looked young. That's why I asked, because yeah, he just had a big face.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, thank you, God. I can't click out fully. I can only like see their like profile like summary. You know what I mean? Twinkies on YouTube says, I feel like I might be slightly younger than you guys, but I'm 21. Yeah, you are slightly younger. Well, the only reason we're talking about the age thing is because, so these guests are on TikTok. I'm restreaming to YouTube, which is how you're seeing us right now. But TikTok has like age limits on, like I'm pretty sure you have to be above 18 to go live. And we just had someone hop on who was 15. I don't know how I guess they just put like a fake date of birth to TikTok stuff.
I didn't know you had to be 18 to have a TikTok account. That makes sense. So.
No, you have to be, I think, 13 to make an account. I think it's 13 to make an account, but you have to be 18 to go live.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yep, and that varies by country too.
Or does it really?
Because people from the UK are, I think it's 16 for UK citizens to go live.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they already graduated high school and everything.
Yeah, it's different there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I wonder why. Like, why? Because the whole idea is like not like exploit minors and stuff.
But different countries have different age limits. I think they graduate at like 16.
They don't. No, they don't actually graduate at like 16. Sometimes
over in like
17-ish, but
17. Okay.
But they, for the most part, they do graduate around the same age as Americans.
All right.
The legal drinking age is younger though, like in UK 18. And I think UK, but definitely Australia it's 18.
Yeah, and Spain too. Yeah, it's 18.
Okay. It blows my mind. So he's seen these, yeah, he's like tiny babies driving, and I'm like, oh my god, there's children driving cars, and 16 here. It's wild to me.
It is, yeah.
So
it's very crazy. Totally crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Is it, so it used to be 19 in Canada. Is that still a thing? Does anyone know? The age of drinking age or whatever.
I don't know. A lot of this stuff has changed since we were young, or since I was young for sure.
Yeah, it's 19 in Canada.
Mm.
Oh, well, actually, in every province and territory except Quebec, Manitoba, and Alberta, where it is 18 years and older. Cool.
Okay. Yeah, I don't feel like legal age made any difference for me when I was young. Like, we were in nightclubs at 15. It was wild back then, back in the good old days.
Well, I think that's part of what makes a difference, right? Because, you know, growing up in a country where the legal drinking age was 18, it was like, it was easier to get into, you know, things like that when starting younger.
Oh yeah.
There was also like
Absolutely.
much less of like a binge drinking kind of culture. Like here, I feel like American kids don't, because when they get their hands on something, it's like so rare and so weird, they go wild. And like, not to say
Yeah,
that,
yeah, I can see that.
yeah, like not to say that there's not.
I mean, we would sneak to a park and like drink. Well, I didn't.
Yeah.
Some people did sneak to parks and drink and stuff when they were young. And
Yeah.
I mean, it got messy, but like, yeah, I mean, it was such a regular, normal kind of weird occurrence. So,
exactly. Yeah.
but no, the bouncers never even checked our IDs. They just let us in. But I mean, that's its own set of problems. It's so predatory with the, you know, older guys, and you've got a bunch of 13, 15, 16-year-old girls dancing around, trashed. It was, yeah.
Yeah, I will say though, I got freaked out. I mean, oh no, it's loud again. Just for like a second and a half when it starts.
I can't hear it.
Yeah, no, sorry. It just like it's like loud for a second or two, and then it chills out. I gotta figure out what it is. So yeah, similar in Spain. I mean, like, you know, I was clubbing. I mean, we did show our IDs, but it was really easy to get a fake one in Spain, at least when I was younger. So, yeah, but when I came to New York City, and I had friends who like got like an IDs here, and I got my hands on like an ID, which is like a cousin of my roommate who looked a lot like me. We went to a club, a New York City club, like across the street. Went to God, it's like so well known, whatever. And it was like everyone there was so old. All the dudes were really creepy there. Like in Spain, all the dudes in the club, like most of them were teenagers too. You know what I mean? Or like they were around our age. Yeah, there were some older ones for sure, but it didn't feel nearly as creepy. Here, it was like as soon as we went in, like 18 or whatever, all the dudes were super, like a lot older and creepy. And I did not like it here. So I did not go clubbing in New York City really often because it was never fun.
I'm the same here. Like we go to this, it's called the Lavender District. It's like all the queer bars. And we go to, there's a couple of bars, and every time we go, I'm like just sitting having a beer with my wife, and we get hit on by so many, like almost elderly, straight or even gay, I don't know, like any men constantly. I'm like, we're in a gay bar, leave me alone. It's just the demographic is so much older around here for those bars. So I'm like, I got to find out where my people are. Well, not that I can ever go clubbing. I mean, I've got my baby kids here, so.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't know. Clubbing is like
once in a while on a, you know.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. All right, I gotta go serve these kids dinner. Speaking of which, it's getting late, but I'm gonna go. But have a good night. I might jump on later if I go out and do some work in the garage.
All right, sounds good. Feel free to come on anytime.
Have a good night, everybody. Bye.
Good night.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I didn't drink in the clubs. Well, I drank, but it was coffee.
You drank
I'd go in for the pool tournament. Yeah, I'd go in for the pool tournaments and then just drink coffee. Yeah.
Pool tournaments. Oh my. Were you good at them? Or at it? At pool?
Yeah, that's my favorite game, I think, probably.
Really? I think I've played pool like once. Obviously, yeah, he's not good at it. Very impressive.
It's so much fun.
I don't know how it is a chill stream. Oh, it's not too disappointing. This is more what we used to do. We used to just hang out a bit more. So it's really wild.
Oh, geez, thanks, Non. But to be fair, I was riding a motorcycle for transportation when I was a kid, so I didn't want to drink and ride that.
Oh, that's fair. Internet connection is terrible tonight. Mine is. Is it bad for
Rex's was when Rex was up, had the little bar symbols on his
That's true.
picture, and it was red.
Yeah.
Did you watch the TikTok or read about the TikTok hearing thing?
Yeah. I've been checking. I mean, they didn't say anything. They didn't rule or anything that I saw.
Yeah, but it's not really looking good either.
Yeah.
I thought that was going to go way better than that.
Yeah. I don't know what the fuck is like. I don't know. Unfortunately, it's like 3 judges, and 2 of them are Republican appointed, and they've been trying to ban it from the fucking beginning because, you know, as it turns out, they don't actually like free speech all that much.
No, they don't like it at all.
Yeah.
Do you have some of that, like Velcro that you stick to places?
I do.
You could take a piece of that and put it on the inside as a little shim to hold it out. You know, not the hook part, but the velvety part.
That's smart. Okay. I'll try
And
that.
that could keep it from rattling.
Yeah. I'll try that. I was thinking this might be like, I just add some thickness, like enough thickness to it that it'll like just not be as loose, but your idea might be better.
Yeah.
You know.
And if you use the Velcro thing, then it won't. You won't have to worry about retaping or something whenever you need to clean the filter.
Yeah, that's true. Wedge it.
If it's on, I can't hear it at all.
Really? Well, this also does some noise canceling. I mean, it's better now. It's definitely like when it kicks up, you know, to the louder thing.
Yeah, it was super loud whenever you first walked over to it earlier. I could hear it then.
Right now it's on its quiet mode, but we'll see. Let's see if it kicks back on. Yeah, it's a lot quieter now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I know, Rex. So when are we as a community getting together? Well, for an all expenses paid retreat? Well, who's paying for all the expenses? I know, Rex. I saw that whole thing as well. But they just don't like it. Like, this is honestly the one, I feel like this app is the one holdout for, like, not completely overrun by MAGA. You know, like, I get so much MAGA shit on YouTube and IG and stuff. This is the only app where my stuff finds its audience.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing they don't like about it is you can get on here and actually talk about things.
Yeah.
And it's not overrun with those people.
Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. What is this? It's feeling good. Hi. Hi, Feezy. Feezy? And hello, Twinkies. Alright. Oh my goodness.
Oh, and I've been meaning to ask you, where did you get your cool microphone? And is that one of the kinds that you can plug into the phone?
It is, yeah. It's Fifine, Fifine. Fifine?
Yeah.
This one's the AM8. AM8. There's another one that's like, I think the A8 or something. That's like I ended up going with the AM8. I forget why. Just get for like podcast stuff. But it's not that bad. I think it's like $50 or so.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
The ones I was looking at cost more than that.
Yeah. There's a lot of fancy mics out there that cost a lot. It's not like the greatest mic in the world, but it's great for this, you know? It's perfect for this. I will say though, like when you do plug it into the phone, because you can't charge the phone and live like takes so much, you need one of these guys to like charge the phone while this is.
Oh, my phone won't work with one of those.
Oh really? It doesn't have MagSafe?
Yeah.
Yeah. What
Samsung Galaxy 14 or something. Oop. It's a couple years old.
Yeah, because you might be able to, because I guess no, and do any Androids charge wirelessly?
I don't know.
I don't even know, yeah.
Probably not. That's probably an exclusive, what is it, iPhone thing, probably?
I agree, cheesy. Yeah. But
I think most people go out and get a new phone every year, but we keep ours until they no longer work.
That's what I like usually do, unless I break it or something. But the biggest, meanest, most horrific. It just got loud again, and then it just got quiet again.
It could be a capacitor going out.
It just goes on for a couple of seconds when it like first turns on, or when it first gets.
When the compressor first kicks on.
I guess.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It's probably the capacitor is going bad. It's gotten weak. Damn. They're real easy. You can watch a YouTube, I'm absolutely certain, and do it. It's right in the front too. You don't have to be outside.
That's nice.
The way yours is set up, I think they're actually in their own little separate panel on the side.
Okay. Capacitor.
Be kind of a tight spot, but not too bad.
Yeah. You have hobo spiders there? Oh. Ooh. I don't, yeah, I mean, growing up, there was like no like dangerous or poisonous or venomous, I guess, spiders that I had to be aware of growing up. Hi, Victrola. Oh, in particular, Samsung has had it for generations. Okay, so yeah, do you know what Samsung phone you have? Sorry, did you say what model it is?
Galaxy 14S, I think. G. Galaxy 14G.
So
I know it won't work in my son's car. The Prius has the wireless charging thing. It doesn't work for this phone. It doesn't acknowledge that I've set it on the holder thing.
I'm just saying Samsung Galaxy A14. Is it the same? A14 5G?
Yeah, yep, that's the one.
So it doesn't have any wireless charging capabilities.
That figures. We did buy the cheapest, I think. Almost the cheapest they had. Probably got to spend a little more money to get, the
Yeah.
better grade stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, it has a generous battery. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
its
guess I
battery
don't
holds
know.
it good.
Yeah.
Really good.
Do you have?
And
I mean,
it's,
do you have like a headphone jack in there, or?
yeah, that's what I'm using now. It's like one of them gamer headsets. It's got the microphone that swings down in
Yeah.
front of your face.
Nice. Yeah, I have one of those.
K-12.
Yeah. Just a cheap thing.
I mean, it sounds great.
I think it's better than just using the phone microphone, which everybody sounds muffled on there, and since my voice is kind of low anyway,
It's low.
and I talk quiet,
Booming.
so everybody always says, "Huh? What'd you say? I couldn't hear you."
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I guess maybe it's just because it's my life, but I feel like I can hear you better here than I could hear you on the other live. What was it, last night?
Oh, Goofed Up Creators Live.
Yeah, I think so. The religion one, right?
Yeah, I was using the Bluetooth headphones then.
Okay. Maybe that was it. I can hear God, yes, and I talk to God all the time. Are we ditching Apple? Most def now. I've been off the news. No, I'm not ditching Apple, personally. Stay away from spider talk, North Sea talk. Wait, what's North Sea talk?
I don't know what it is.
Sometimes some people seem like they need a wireless charger for their spirit.
Yeah.
Dude's voice is coming through. Yeah, so your voice is coming through very clear on YouTube.
Good, because I worry about that sometimes. Because a lot on these lives, whenever I go in, sometimes everybody's all like, "I can't hear you." It might just be a TikTok thing.
Yeah, it might be. It sounds great on my end.
Good.
Oil rigs in the North Sea. What's
Oh,
going
yeah.
on with the oil rigs in the North Sea? Do you see there's one that's on fire in Texas right now?
Oh, it's out now. That was a pipeline somebody run over.
Or a pipeline, not a rig.
Yeah, it was a pipeline. Somebody run over it with a car and busted it open.
That's how fucking fragile that thing is? Jesus.
Yeah, it's right by the highway.
Jesus. That's so stupid. See, this is why people...
There's only a flimsy little fence around it.
And they're surprised when people are protesting more of them.
Yeah. I don't think I sent you that other thing about the abandoned wells, or the orphan wells as they call them in Texas, that's made the news recently.
No.
Because they're abandoned, the company's gone out of business, so they're just sitting there rusting away till all the gas and stuff starts just leaking out.
Great.
There are thousands, and I forget how many thousands there are.
Yeah, someone was in here
close
a
to
while.
10,000.
Yeah, back talking about the uncapped wells or whatever, I guess.
Well, they're capped, but then it just rusts away because nobody never tends to it. Or them. Nobody owns them anymore.
That's such fucking bullshit. That's such garbage.
And they're everywhere.
Good God.
That's why
how
when I
big
seen
are
that
they?
news article, they're pretty big. That's why when I seen that news article earlier, it was, I think, Fox 13 or something. I was surprised news people were talking about it. I'm like, yeah, that's been going on for my whole life. Y'all just now getting around to talking about it on the news? Like, really?
Just finding out about this right now? Yeah.
Yeah, whenever I've called people and complained. The news article does mention that it's the Texas Railroad Commission that is in charge of those, and they're very short-staffed because they don't care.
It's crazy. And they insist on just like finding more places and drilling in more new places. It's like, just fucking use the uncapped ones.
They could, but they don't produce enough, or the quality's not good enough. to suit
Yeah,
them or whatever.
but I feel like, tough shit, tough titties.
And a lot of them are wells that they pulled all the oil out of, but they're still full of natural gas.
Oh,
They don't want it.
well, sounds like a them problem.
Well,
I
yeah,
mean, it's an all of us problem,
but the thing is, all they have to do is stop paying the lease or whatever, and it's not their problem anymore. Then it's the Texas Railroad Commission's problem.
charge them. Why are we letting people get away with this shit? This is so fucking frustrating. Like you and
It
me,
doesn't
like
make sense to me that the Texas Railroad Commission is in charge of them, and they're part of that. They're policing themselves.
it's wild. It's wild. Ay, ay, ay. I can't believe it.
I found them all over the place in the woods, just abandoned, left.
Here I am,
Leaking
like,
oil into the creeks and things.
yeah, here I am, like, washing out my plastic containers, like, literally washing my trash just so I can fucking recycle it. And it's like, what the fuck is the point? What the fuck is the point? When you have all these, like, uncapped fucking... What is the point?
Do y'all have plastic recycling there?
We do, but it might be fake,
Arizona does.
Yeah, some parts of Arizona does. A lot of it is fake, though. They just pretend they are. They're not really doing it. I'll tell you, the only plastic that can be recycled is the one with the number 3 in the triangle. None of the rest of it can actually be recycled.
That's why for the longest time I was trying to reuse plastic here until Hannah gave me so much shit and she was like, I'm going to send you Tupperware. Glass Tupperware.
No.
You get rid of all that plastic. But, yeah. I feel so bad. I try to avoid plastic as much as possible, but it's like crazy. Yeah, like you hear about these people just like abandoning, just like taking as much oil as they want, and they're like, oh, more natural gas is leaking out. A bunch of people are fucking over communities just to access, but it's not what we want, so like, nah. Just let it.
Nah, yeah.
Just let it keep fucking. And then also giving humans shit for like eating cows because cows fart methane. It's like, whoa.
It's actually the cow's breath.
Is it really?
Yeah, it doesn't come out. Some comes out the back end. Most of that's coming out the front end. Because of the way their stomachs work.
Oh, that makes sense.
So yeah, that is a problem also. But everybody always says the cow farts, but that's not how that works. And if you've ever been around cows, you know that they just constantly belch all day. And if you hold a lighter up there, it'll catch on fire.
Great.
The breath?
Whenever they burp, yeah.
Now I want to see a video of that.
There is a video somewhere on YouTube where they put a window in a cow.
A window?
And then they've got it's a window in its side.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
And then they put a vent in that eventually, and then they can light that up. But that window is into its first stomach, which is where the methane is made. Yeah, it's an actual window that they can open up and.
This sounds like torture.
Kinda, yeah, but it's for science.
That's awful. They installed a fucking window into a cow? Oh.
Yeah, that was, I think, back in the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s. It was a long time ago.
Good God.
Yeah, but there's a little bit more to it than just like the cow belches and stuff. It's the huge factory farms. I don't know if you've ever driven by one of those, where they raise all the cows at.
Yeah.
And then they have all the cow poop.
Yeah, it smells awful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, they are definitely a problem, and they don't have to be raised that way. Even if we want to eat them, they could just spread that out a little more, and it wouldn't be as bad.
Damn.
There are definitely other ways to do that. Yep, that's what I thought was poor cow when I saw it. I think they actually had to. There was a reason why they done it. The cow had there's a, I forget what to call it now, a bloating issue, where part of their stomach's not working right because they've eaten too much metal. They call it hardware sickness. But whenever they're grazing grass, the old wire and stuff kind of rots and nails and from building and stuff, and then they accidentally eat that stuff, and then it gathers up in their stomach, and then they have to sometimes lower a magnet down into the stomach to pull all that stuff back out the throat, and sometimes they cut a hole in and reach in and get it. Because if you got your cow pasture, you know, and then there's wire fences and old cars and houses where houses used to be, they're not looking at what they're eating. They eat anything.
And cows
So if
can't.
they get
they die.
yeah, they can't digest that up or nothing else. So it just sets in there and eventually it'll kill them. So you got to take it out.
I feel like I've heard that they can't burp either. So is that not true?
They do. That's not true. They belch all day. As they're laying about chewing their cud, where they kind of pull their grass up from their first stomach and re-chew it. That's when they're doing all the belching. It's really stinky.
Delicious. Love it. Wait, do you guys have any animals, God?
Some cows and dogs and chickens.
Yeah. Cool. Are they dairy cows?
Nope, they're meat cows.
Oh, cool.
Butcher cows.
So are you gonna
They're not.
eating them, or
Huh?
are you gonna end up eating them?
They're not. We do get some of the meat. They're not our cows. The guy that owns this land, he lets us we got a little building and house here. We live here, and I take care of the cows and keep up the fence and stuff.
Oh, cool. Nice.
So we kind of can do whatever we want with this 17 plus acres, as long as I keep up the fence and tend to the cows.
Cool.
So that's our rent.
Yeah, that's our rent.
That's your rent, really?
Yeah.
That's awesome. What the fuck?
Well, you
What?
think it is until you do it. Tending fence around 17 acres of wooded land.
Okay, fine.
Fence fixing is a constant thing.
Well, that's it. Okay, fine.
And it's yeah, they'll run away when a tree's always on the fence, or the creek comes up and pushes the fence down, and it's always something. And the fence has to be fixed, rain, sleet, or snow, or mosquitoes, or whatever.
Do you have cameras up, like monitoring the fence, or do you like check it every day or something?
I check it every day.
Really? Wow.
Yep.
Damn.
It's usually, most of the time it's pretty good, but sometimes we get a thunderstorm like the hurricane blew down a whole bunch of trees, and that was days and days worth of cutting trees and fence fixing. So a lot of times when I'm on live or hanging out with people on live, I've got the earbuds in and I'm fixing fence at the same time. Oh, that looks good. That way I have somebody to keep me company while I'm working.
Yeah. That sounds like a nice life, though, to be honest.
I enjoy it.
Yeah.
We got no close neighbors.
I'm like, my neighbors and I are living on top of each other, like literally. I can hear everything that's going on in their lives. Like, I know when my neighbor has a new boyfriend, for example. Like, it's awful. But
we know our neighbors, but we don't hear anything they do. Ever.
What's that like?
It's nice. I like it. We like it.
Yeah. Oh, wait, shit. Wait, we can't hear you.
We just can't hear their dogs bark if the wind is blowing towards us.
Wait, sorry, what was that thing about the wind?
We can hear their dogs barking and people's dogs barking if the wind is blowing the right way.
Mm. I can also hear all my neighbors' dogs.
You probably hear my dog breathing too big.
He did not like that. He's like, hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Rizzo's very lethargic today. I think it's because she's off her pain meds officially from the surgery.
Hopefully she's healing up nicely.
Yeah, she has been. But I think, yeah, like, basically, today's the second day with no meds. And basically, yesterday and today, she's been just, like, hiding out in her crate. Just, like, asleep most of the day. I think she's, like, a little uncomfortable / coming off the pain med thing.
Yeah, probably.
Hey, Matt.
Hey, Mad Chad. What's up?
What the fuck happened with your guy, dude? Head of the Teamsters Union today? What the fuck, huh?
Uh-oh, I didn't see it. What did Mad Chad do now?
Not Mad Chad. Head of the Teamsters Union is refusing to endorse anyone.
What's up? Well, I'm going to put the blame on him, though.
No, it's not. I'm not. I'm just teasing Mad Chad, but...
Yeah, it's a shit show. So, they did an internal polling, and sadly, there are too many Trump-supporting union members in the Teamsters that they felt that it wasn't fair to endorse either candidate.
That's fucked up.
Also, he met with both Trump and Harris multiple times. He said that he couldn't get any guarantees from either campaign about, protecting unions and stuff like that. I find that hard to believe that the Harris-Walz campaign didn't offer union protection, considering, hey,
I mean, they
Teamsters
did, I feel like.
Guess who bailed out the Teamsters pension a few years ago? The Democrats. Every single Republican voted against it.
Damn.
And if anyone's interested in, I'm a big Reddit guy. I like Reddit's like my favorite social media as opposed to all the other things. The union page on there is having a pretty good discussion about it. And here's the thing: I do work with. I'm here in Pittsburgh, which is we're a blue city. We're a blue city in a blue state, and there are still a lot of Trump supporting union members that I work with. It's not majority, but there's more than there should be.
Oh yeah, no, my mom works for the city in Pittsburgh. She's surrounded by Trumpers.
And I mean, I hate to paint everyone with a brush, but it's a lot of it is just these people just don't like immigrants and minorities. And it is what it is.
Hold on. I'm gonna join this on my alt account.
Okay, so because here's the thing, in other union news today, and you can look this up, one of the federal judges that Trump appointed, he's a judge in Texas, just ruled that the National Labor Board is unconstitutional, and what they're trying to do by doing this, so there's rungs of the courts, and they're just trying to push this up eventually to get it in front of the Supreme Court, so that eventually they can so that the Supreme Court can say that the National Labor Board is unconstitutional. And I'm like,
what the fuck?
You guys understand, like, you can sit there and wave your Trump flag all day. If they do away with shit like the National Labor Board, that is going to destroy every right that workers have, every protection that workers have in this country. I was just in a live earlier with someone where there was a conservative in there, and I asked him, I said, what do you think the number one form of theft is in America? And he was like, I don't know, probably like robberies. And I said, no, it's wage theft. It's the number one form of theft in the country. And guess who fights against that stuff? The National Labor Board. They do things like, if you're, for anyone that doesn't know out there, your company cannot stop you from discussing things like your wages or your salary with your coworkers at work. Like that's illegal for them to do that. Who enforces stuff like that? The National Labor Board. That's who you would call and report that stuff to. If they're not there, there will be no federal protection for workers.
Oh my fucking God. Well, obviously that's what Republicans want. How the fuck can any of you guys, and I'm saying you guys loosely because there's only 17 people in here. Anyone?
Hello.
Oh yeah, here, gentlemen. Do you fucking hear this, dude? Do you fucking hear this, gentlemen? Like, this is the kind of person you want to win. This is the party you're fucking supporting. The ones who want to strip away your, like, all of your fucking rights. All
Hold
of
on
them.
1 second.
As a
Mad
worker.
Chad, you were the one speaking on the law, correct?
Hey, how old
On
are
the
you?
National Labor Board, correct? Yeah.
How old are you, Chris?
Oh, I'm 20. So I'm 20, March of 2004. Do you support recording laws, like policies against libraries and stuff, like you can't record in this place? Like, what do you think of that?
Do I support like not being able to record in
privacy
in a library?
Yeah, no, like just in general, like at privacy, like you
Well,
have to
in
have
public,
permission.
in public, you don't have expectation of privacy.
You can record.
Yeah, I was gonna say in public you have no expectation of privacy. Okay.
But yeah, no. If the library tells you not to record in there, that's their discretion.
Yeah, but you can't do that because library policy doesn't override U.S. Constitution, and if it's public property, you can. First Amendment right.
Right, but not all libraries are public property.
Well, yeah, but you have to. Well, obviously, they are. Because
not all
because
libraries.
it's a town library.
I'm
Not
confused
all-
what this
okay.
has to do with national labor with labor
Yeah.
law though. I was discussing labor law.
Also, there
I know,
are
I
a
just
lot,
had a question for you.
there are a lot of libraries that are privately owned. So.
Yeah.
Here's
I
the thing,
understand
though.
that.
They don't have to kick you out for not being able to for not recording. They could just say that you're being you're disturbing everybody, and that would be the reason that you have to leave.
Yeah.
And if you're coming up to me, filming me in a library while I'm sitting there doing research, then I
Also-
would consider that to be disturbing me.
Also, I just want to say there are different, like filming. Just because you can record in public doesn't mean that you can
can't harass
automatically
people.
film. Well, it doesn't. It also doesn't mean that you can film in all government-owned buildings.
Yes, you
there's-
can.
No, you can't. Not.
This
Not
person
in-
watches
No,
a lot of
Chris,
these audit
Chris,
videos on YouTube.
No,
I
Chris,
can already tell.
sorry, Chris. There are literal laws that like you can't film inside a courtroom in New York City.
Well, inside
and
of a
stuff.
courtroom, but you can film in the hallways.
Which is
Obviously, you can't film in government property.
Which is a fucking okay. So you just proved my
Publicly
fucking
owned
point.
government property, you can.
A courtroom is publicly owned government property, dude.
No, but you can't film.
Yeah.
No. You don't
Yeah,
understand.
dude.
You
That's
can't
exactly.
film in a
Thank you for
government-
proving my fucking point. My point is that not
Yeah.
all you can't just film in all government buildings just because they're technically like owned
No, you
by
can't
the public.
film in like the offices or the rooms like that. Yeah, I understand that, but you can film like
Okay,
general
so
areas.
yeah, so there's
public accessible
so
areas.
the law.
So you could probably film in the hallway of the library, but like I know we have a really nice library in my city. If you go in there and like you're like walking around filming people reading and being on the computer and shit, yeah, they're probably gonna
it's
tell you to
kinda fucking
leave.
weird.
Yeah. So I don't. Trust me. I used to watch. You're talking to a guy that used to be red pilled. I used to watch those auditor videos all the
Oh
time.
yeah. It's, yeah.
Yeah, I can already tell.
Oh,
but
are
no,
you
yeah,
a Republican or Democrat?
I'm Democrat.
You're a Democrat, so you support Kamala?
I support Kamala. You're talking. So you're pretty young here, my guy. So I'm a shop steward for the Teamsters. I work for UPS. What do you do for a living?
I'm a firefighter.
You're a volunteer firefighter.
No, I'm a firefighter.
You're a firefighter for what city?
Yeah, but I'm an engineer. Yep.
You're an engineer and a firefighter at 20 years old.
No, an engineer is a firefighter.
No, yeah,
so-
no, I know.
No,
but
like
just
I'm a
saying.
driver. I drive the ladder truck. So an engineer is
For what in what state?
New Hampshire.
Are you guys union? Are you guys union?
Yeah, we're union.
Okay, so you're a union, but you're a conservative.
What do you mean by that?
You're in a union, but your ideology is conservative. You're a Republican.
Yeah, I'm a Republican.
Okay.
I support
So
Trump.
you're in a union, so you want to
but
vote
you're in a
against
union.
everything that the union does for you.
I mean, I just think that I would vote Democrat if person we're going up against is better. Like, I mean, Harris is a complete train wreck. So,
You don't think Trump's a complete train wreck?
I mean, no. I
Have you
mean,
seen
Kamala.
any-
He's a 78-year-old man that was saying that people were eating people's dogs. Yesterday, by the way, he talked about he meant to say something about Afghanistan, and he started talking about Alaska.
Okay, you see Biden. He's talking about
Joe Biden's
So
not running for president. Joe
Biden
Biden's
isn't running for president.
Well, still, he's running
No,
our country.
Biden isn't running for
I
president.
feel like I'm talking
You
to a
s-
kid right now. It's just crazy.
I know. I don't believe.
Pretty
you're
sure
fucking
you
Well,
are.
I don't have to give you. I'm not gonna. I am 20, so if you don't believe me, that's your.
I don't. It doesn't sound like
think
you
you
feel
are.
it.
I
Yeah,
don't
my
have to give you. Yeah. ... That sounds like you're a fucking kid, dude. And actually, you do. Yeah.
Most fire departments, and I've worked for a couple of different ones. You got to be 25 to sit behind the wheel.
Yeah.
insurance requirements.
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know. Yeah. Thanks for fucking faking
Talk
it.
about unions. Victoria wants us to talk about unions. What about them? The fact that I have to work with guys that, and that's what I'm saying. Like Pennsylvania, if I lived in Ohio, I would expect it, right?
I know,
I would
right,
expect
TC?
it, but not in Pittsburgh. There's way too many Trump supporters in Pittsburgh. It's crazy.
Yeah, how many? So someone on YouTube is asking. I mean, how many presidents have stood with workers at the picket line?
Not many.
Exactly one.
Yeah.
Exactly one. Biden.
And by the way, Walz as the vice president, and you guys can go to the little website that you can look up like voting records for people in Congress. He is.
Hold on.
He got a 100%.
Sorry, I'm gonna let you finish, Nick. No one's getting attacked for disagreeing. This is a fucking debate and discussion live. The only reason he got dropped is because he's a child, and that could get us all in trouble.
Yeah, no,
So-
that was a kid.
That was a fucking child, which is not allowed up here. And he
he's
could
sitting
get
there-
all of
he's at
us
home
fucking
watching
banned.
YouTube audit videos.
Yeah, right. Jesus.
Do you guys think you should be able to audit the police at any time? Sure, go ahead, do it for us, guy. That's your job now.
Yeah, Bernie too. Yeah.
Bernie, yeah, Bernie's been all about unions. No, they weren't going to let him be president. That was too
TZ
good.
says, have fun walking up to the CIA or NSA HQ. Get out your camera and film there.
I mean, I like the First Amendment too, but like those audit videos, I mean, they're just
Nick,
being a
hop
dick
up.
just to be a dick.
Hop up, Nick. All we do is talk to people with different opinions up here. But we can't have children up here. That's the fucking rule. So unless you're a
Victoria-
child, you're welcome to come up.
Victoria says you have the right to organize and disband your union. Yeah, and until the Republicans and Supreme Court say you can't.
Put up or
It's
shut up,
coming.
Nick. Come on. Come up.
And
Come up here.
I've been in some wild lives lately where like conservatives are just like, yeah, businesses should be able to do whatever they want to their workers. Like they're like, unions have gone too far. And I'm like, only 10% of our workforce is unionized. Like, what are you
Gone
guys
too far.
talking about?
In what sense? Gone too far on what? Unions here are weaker than they are in most of the rest of the world.
Thank you, Ronald Reagan.
Our labor laws here are shittier than most of the rest of the fucking developed world. The
Yes.
irony.
And the irony in that is those countries actually have like actual like free market capitalism, but then they have like a social safety net underneath of it. Like it's a mixed economy, which is what we're technically supposed to have, but we just have corporations just railing us up the ass. I'm sorry if I can't say that, but that's probably what they're doing. But yeah. Look, I would look that up. Anyone that's listening, Texas, you could probably just Google like Texas judge or Trump judge National Labor Board. It should be the top story. It's on the Hill and stuff like that. He says the National Labor Board is unconstitutional. And if they get that stuff in front of like the Supreme Court, like with Alita and Clarence Thomas, you know damn well Clarence Thomas is going to say it's unconstitutional. That man is bought and paid for by every corporation.
Yeah, so someone on the Reddit discussion about the Teamsters thing said this was a pretty good point. If the Teamsters are anything like IATSE, that's our film, that's the film collection of unions and guilds. The members who go to meetings and vote are usually older and semi-retired and conservative because the younger, queer, more progressive folk are at work during the fucking meetings.
Mine's the
That's a good
opposite.
point.
Mine's the opposite of that. Mine is a lot of the younger. We're like, I mean, I'm not old. I'm in my young 30s. I'm 33, so I wouldn't consider myself old, but I would say that surprisingly, a lot of the younger men that I work with are red pilled pretty hard. They watch Andrew Tate videos and Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh videos, and
What's wrong with men, dude?
meanwhile, like Matt Walsh is also like, hey, he put out a video the other day. I know it's like rage bait, but I fall for it sometimes. And he's like, if you're a man and you take a sick day, you're not a man anymore. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
What? What?
And then Ben Shapiro put out a whopper where he's like, the age of retirement in America is too low. And I'm like, dude, these people are straight up trolling at this point.
I'll be real with you. I feel like our population is aging, is living longer and longer and longer, and they're not paying enough into Social Security to live off of the shitty fucking wages and what younger generations are able to pay into Social Security. Like, we're part of a generation that is not. Social Security is going to be gone by the time we need it. I'm cool with I'm just saying I'm cool with raising the age of retirement just because they're living longer and they're whatever. That whole fucking generation screwed all of us over. So like, I don't give a fuck at this point.
I would agree with you if pensions were still a thing for the majority of working class.
Yes,
but like my grandfather's generation, like they had a pension to look forward to. I'm lucky. I have a pension, but I'm one of the few. I guarantee you, I would say 80% of the workers nowadays don't have a pension to look forward to. So unless you've been a good little citizen and haven't been touching your 401k, which in this economy, I would imagine a lot of people have been going in there. I know my sister went in there, and I yelled at her. But she had to do it. She went in there and took like $10,000 out of her 401k. I was like, well, just FYI. But yeah, bring pensions. If we would bring pensions back and make pensions mandatory, then I would say, sure, let's raise the age of retirement.
Right.
But my biggest fear is that we're gonna have a bunch of people get to that age and they're not going to be able to live, and we're just going to have a bunch of like homeless old people around America. Like, how is that going to help anybody?
Yeah, that's where we're headed. Yes.
Yeah, we're just going to work until we die, which is just like, that's why I like the French, because they were like, hey, we're going to raise the retirement age by 1 year, and they were like, well, no, we're going to go fight the police now.
They fucking rioted. I mean, personally, yeah, again, it's like I do feel like you can the age of retirement probably should be raised, but like, yeah, I get it when people are mad about that, but
I actually think it should be lower.
I agree.
Have you worked with some of those 60-year-old men? They can't do anymore. They just can't.
Sure. Well, sure, but also like those 60-year-old men, as soon as they retire, they're going to be living off of the rest of us.
That's fine.
They don't,
it's fine, but it's fine if the model is self-sustaining. But right now, the model is not self-sustaining because we have let it dry.
Right.
So the model needs to be fixed, because currently we are in for basically right now, millennials and younger generations are paying into a system that they will never reap any benefits from.
No, I'm a millennial.
Like, not
I hear you.
a single one. Yeah, so it's like, and I support it, by the way. I am all for Social Security. I'm all fucking for paying into benefits like this and strengthening them. But where we're at right now, boomers, who, by the way, have stolen fucking everything from us, are now bleeding us dry on one more thing. They're bleeding us dry on the one fucking social safety net we're gonna actually have access to. They got every fucking thing else. And I think they can fucking work their asses off a little bit longer to pay into it, frankly.
The way that I explain it is Gen X and boomers, what they did was they climbed up the ladder and then they pushed pulled the ladder up.
Yeah, push the ladder.
Yeah, push the ladder down. Like,
push the ladder down. Yep, nobody else.
Yeah.
I'm Gen X, so.
My grandfather, and I hate being like, but my grandfather had no college education and went down he got back from the army, went down the street here in Pittsburgh, got a job at a warehouse or something, and raised 3 kids and had a pension on that job. And it's like, they saw people doing that, and Ronald Reagan and Nixon were like, listen, that shit ain't going on anymore. You guys are working until your both parents are working, and you're going to work till you die. And I don't know. It's just like, we're America. We're supposed to be the best. That's what they tell us, right? We're the best.
We fucking suck, dude. Yeah.
Every other country is like, yeah, we have like 12 weeks guaranteed vacation every year. And we retire at the age of 65 and go live on a beach, basically.
Yeah. No tax on overtime. All that's going to do is make companies do like Walmart, no more overtime.
Buddy, that has the chances of passing this. That probably has less of a chance of passing than the student loan forgiveness.
Yeah, it ain't going to. But even if it did, that the companies would be all like, just no more overtime.
I don't think Trump supporters understand that it's not just Trump.
No, companies don't care, because if they're not paying taxes, they don't care.
You're putting in Republicans. So Trump can sit there and say that he wants to do all this shit all he wants. That doesn't mean the rest of the Republicans want to do any of it.
Yeah,
and that's what they don't understand.
No taxes on overtime is dumb as fuck. Spader.
My God. Like, can you imagine, like, Senator Cotton or, like, that jackass Kennedy down in Louisiana voting for, like, no... The hell, they're never going to vote on no overtime on...
For example, like, NYPD and MTA and stuff make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year on overtime. That's how they're fucking rich, dude. They make so much fucking money here in New York City, and it's almost all on overtime.
Yeah.
And those fucks don't deserve to be fucking taxed on that shit. Are you fucking kidding me?
I know what I wanted to tell you. JD Vance said the dumbest thing I've ever heard, which I have to, because there's a bunch of dumb things he says, but it's movie related. So he was talking about immigration and how it like leads to crime, which is not true. It's been debunked like a bunch of times. But he referenced his evidence for this was a movie, Gangs in New York. I'm not kidding. You can go look it up. Type in J.D. Vance, Gangs in New York. And he said, yeah, I watched this movie, Gangs in New York. And it right there, it shows that immigrants cause violence. And I'm like, what the fuck are you
fucking kidding me?
Oh, my guy. And I'm like, by the way, for those that have media literacy, that movie is pro-immigration. I'm just letting you know.
Jesus
I seen the
Christ.
Trump thing about the big water valve, and I immediately thought Rango, the cartoon movie. He watched Rango, and that's where he came up with that.
But Brendan, have you seen Gangs in New York?
Sorry, Izzle.
No, I've seen pieces of it, but I've never watched it.
With Leonardo DiCaprio and Daniel Day-Lewis? Okay.
Yeah, no, I've seen it.
Yeah, it's like the Daniel Day-Lewis's character, Bill the Butcher, is quote-unquote, he calls himself a native, by the way, which is very offensive. He's not a native, he's a Yankee. But he's like the most overt racist, violent person ever. And he's like, we're just going to kill all the Irish immigrants. And J.D. Vance somehow watched that movie and we're like, yeah, the Irish immigrants were the bad guys.
Jesus, yeah. I mean, that's the fucking irony. That's all he should have taken it one step further and been like, because a lot of the fucking racists that are supporting Trump are,
Well, for his
Irish
next
Americans.
assignment, he's going to watch Goodfellas and use that as evidence that Italians are mobsters and criminals.
Yeah. Someone was in here the other day basically saying that unions have, I swear to God, I shit you not, a guy was in here saying unions are corrupt because have you heard of Jimmy Hoffa?
I love that.
Yeah, I was like,
yep, that's what he said.
That's
I was like,
literally what he
okay,
said.
then corporations are really corrupt because have you met any CEO ever?
That's what I said. Yeah.
My God, we had to create the EPA because corporations were just dumping chemicals into our. I live in Pittsburgh. That's one of our rivers. Or we were, I don't know if you know, we're the three rivers. One of our rivers caught on fucking fire, and a Republican of all people had to be like, "Hey, we should probably do something about this."
Yeah.
We probably shouldn't just let corporations dump chemicals in our river. That's probably not a good idea.
I mean, we know for a fact it's not a good idea. That it has never gone well for us when they do that.
Right.
So the other stupid thing I thought you were going to say that he said today, he was talking about people coming in from Haisha.
Aisha. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good one.
For those not in the know. And it's okay not to know this, but not if you're fucking running for VP. Haisha is not a place. Haitian immigrants come from Haiti.
Right. He also said that he doesn't care because there was a really good question by a female reporter, and she asked him about. She was like, "So what about these migrants that are here legally?" Like, and he said, "Well, we're going to change that."
Yeah, I just saw the thing. He didn't. I mean, that's a more cohesive answer than what he gave. He was like, well, if, Kamala wants to just push a button and make all the illegal migrants legal, I'm still going to deport them. And she's like, but they're here like legally. And he's like, I'm still gonna deport. It's like,
That's one of those things where it's gonna be one of my other favorite Reddit pages is called "Leopards Ate My Face," and it's always about like how conservatives end up getting hurt by the policies they support, and that's gonna be one of them. If they get in office and they start trying to deport all these people, it's gonna be like, my grandmother came through on a visa and they deported her. It's like, nah, bud, they're coming after immigrants. They you got played, my guy. They're anybody that's an immigrant, they're gonna come after.
Oh yeah. William says, I saw the Ohio Erie Canal get cleaner and saw the fish come back.
Yeah.
Is that since immigration? Also, by the way, one thing we keep forgetting to note: Springfield, Ohio, Republican fucking city in a Republican state.
Ohio's Republican. They control the whole damn state.
Well, yeah. Republican mayor, Republican governor, Republican senator, J.D. Vance.
Yeah, and the legislate's all Republican, and most of the mayors in those towns outside of like Columbus are Republican. So, meanwhile, the irony is, I'm sitting over next door in a blue city, in a blue county, in a blue state, and we don't have any of these like crazy stories going on. So it's kind of I find that very ironic.
Wait, can I ask Matt Chat? You don't have to share. What area of Pittsburgh are you in?
Near, I'm not going to say near Monroeville. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah. My mom lives in Beachview.
Okay. Oh yeah. That's not too far from me. I'm within 20 miles of the city, probably less than that, but
nice.
Yep. I love it. I love Pittsburgh. It's my home. Yeah, I moved away twice, and I ran back both times because I was like, no, that's my home. I moved to Indiana, the state of Indiana, which, by the way, that was ass. Now, I do not recommend that to anybody. 0 out of 10, Indiana, by the way. That was pretty bad. And I lived in Ohio for a while, which also, I'll say this: Ohio is better than Indiana. That was pretty bad. And I lived in Ohio for a while, which also, Ohio's better than. Yeah, I would rather live in Pennsylvania. You guys have cheaper gas. I go to the pump and fill it no matter what that number says. What am I going to do? Not get gas?
You got me.
But yeah, the union stuff, like the Teamsters, it's disappointing. I know that here in Pittsburgh, our local 250 is gonna endorse Harrison Wallace, and I know that the California chapter of Teamsters. Oh, she paused it. Okay. Also, came out today and endorsed, and that's like 300,000 Teamsters. It's like California, Hawaii, which for anyone who doesn't know, Hawaii is a huge union. Like almost like 1/3 of Hawaiians are unionized workers, and Nevada and Guam make up that California Teamsters. So,
Guam vote?
Yeah, Guam's
it's a territory, but it's not part of America.
They are considered territory. Guam
is not a state. It's not part of America.
I didn't think they could vote.
They can, I don't think.
Sorry, my
that's interesting.
My phone was plugged in. It was not.
Because they can join the military. Because I'm pretty sure I read that somewhere that they can join the military and stuff, but they can't vote.
Who is this?
Guam.
Guam. I could be wrong.
It's not America. I don't think they can vote.
Well, the reason I said that
it is America, but
Guam is a territory, but they're not
of America. Yeah, of America. Yeah.
The territory is not America.
Either way, apparently there's Teamsters there. They have a chapter of Teamsters in Guam, by the way. So I didn't know that.
I just came up here to apologize to the host.
They can't vote in Guam, but it is part of America. What's up, Billy?
I just came here to apologize. I was very rude to you yesterday, and I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. I don't remember what you.
I'm sure you
said.
don't.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry, I don't remember whatever rude thing you said or did to me. Sorry, there's so many of you guys who are rude to me. Wait, what did you do?
It was about Springfield, Ohio. I'm sure you wouldn't remember.
That doesn't narrow it down. We've talked to so many about that.
I wish it narrowed it down.
You weren't like trying to say that you had proof that they're eating dogs there, did you?
No, I didn't say I had proof.
Okay.
But you said it was true, right?
Yeah, it's probably true.
Why is it probably
it's
true?
It's not true, dude.
Well, I don't want to end up saying anything I'm going to regret and have to join and apologize for tomorrow, but it is probably true.
It's not true, dude. Every piece of proof has been debunked and disproven. It like started with neo-Nazis. It's a neo-Nazi fucking lie that they were spreading.
Yahtzees.
Sorry. Sorry. Yahtzee.
Brenna, look up a story today where one of the police reports, a woman reported her dog lost, and she called. No, this one was a. Oh yeah, it might have been a cat. Okay, maybe it was a cat.
Yeah, she blamed her Haitian neighbors.
And she found it in the basement.
Yep.
Her cat. Yeah. No, you guys got litter boxed again. This is what happened. You guys, and I do mean you guys fell for another hoax. It was the litter boxes in schools where there was a litter box in a school, but it was there because in case of like a natural disaster or something like that happened.
Nobody puts a litter box in their school in case of a natural disaster.
No, because of school pew-pewing.
School pew-pews, yeah. And someone took a picture of it and we're like, they're furries in there. And then the principal had to come out and be like, yeah, no, that's not happening. And even Joe Rogan had to be like, oh yeah, I made it up. I'm sorry.
So you dispute that they're eating the ducks in the park?
Yeah, bud.
Yeah, you started off. See what you've done here? You've done just like what they wanted you to do. You switch from cats and dogs to ducks and geese.
If they're eating ducks, I don't give a shit, bud. I don't give a shit if they're eating ducks or geese. You take it up with the game warden, my guy. That's like a low-level
misdemeanor. Ducks and geese are hunted by American citizens all the time.
I dare a conservative to start to care about ducks or
Chad,
geese.
I just want to hear what he has to say.
Sure, sorry.
What's up? What are you saying, Billy?
You can get in big trouble for hunting animals out of season. Where I live.
So that's your issue now, that you believe that immigrants are hunting animals out of season. That's a very different issue than immigrants eating people's pets, right, Billy? Also, I mean, you still got to put up or shut up, right? Like, do you have proof of them actually hunting out of season?
Yeah. There's 911 calls.
Which 911 call? What's the 911 call? Someone was saying someone's hunting out of season. Let me look that up. I'm gonna Google that.
I've seen that one. That's the one about the ducks.
Poor Haitians.
But I'll say this: if those people
migratory birds, and that's a big deal, bro.
No, it's birds, though. They're not cats and dogs.
Are you up here to troll?
No, I'm being honest.
You think that four possible Haitians that possibly killed wild geese is a big enough issue for the president to bring up during a presidential debate?
You asked for proof that they were eating dogs and geese.
No, he said dogs and cats.
For dogs and cats.
Trump said dogs and cats, so Trump's a liar, right?
No, I would not agree with that. I do believe they are eating cats and dogs.
No, then you're an
idiot. They're not. Billy.
Where's your evidence of it?
You're just an idiot and a racist. So
I'm a racist?
Yes.
Yeah. How so?
If you're willing to believe that just migrants are eating cats and dogs because that idea, like,
he wants to believe it. He wants to believe it.
You clearly do, Billy. No, you do want to believe it so that you can be angry at them.
Billy,
the fact that you love your dog is exactly why you want to believe it, because you want to hate them.
You know who's more likely to hurt your dog? You know who's the most likely person to hurt your dog, according to all data? The police. The police are most likely to kill your dog.
I can agree with that.
Okay.
Second most likely, probably Haitians.
No,
Billy. No, dude. You're just lying and you're making up bullshit. Yeah,
no,
you are.
Part of their culture.
You're lying. No, Billy, you are lying.
Billy,
yeah, RFK would be more likely to eat a dog.
It's simple. You are lying, Billy. You have
I'm
no
not lying.
fucking proof. You are, because every single claim about Haitians eating dogs and cats has been disproven. It has been disproven. So you are lying. You are refusing to accept the truth. Like, here, I know for a fucking fact you are racist and that you are choosing to believe it. You are choosing.
Why would I be racist?
There's
Because you
citizens
are
in these
choosing to
areas in their
believe it.
township meetings. How is he lying?
We mean the 2 citizens that have come out recently and said that they had no firsthand knowledge.
There's videos on TikTok of the citizens in their township meetings.
Right.
How is that proof of anything? Biden, you know what I can say?
They live there.
Here, guess what? There's footage of me now saying Biden boy ate my dog.
Yep.
I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
Have you ever been to a town hall meeting?
It's totally different. What the fuck are you talking about? They're in a township meeting for that township.
It's not.
You're just saying shit online.
Yeah, people can say whatever the fuck they want at a township meeting.
You think someone's gonna fucking spend the time out of their day to a fucking township meeting?
Yes,
For no reason at all?
racist people. Yeah, have you seen some of these people?
No, the same shit happened in 1943 before World War II, guys.
Yeah, you're a racist. Go fuck yourself.
Who's a racist? Who, me?
Maybe stop with the racist shit, dude.
Boy, you are a racist. Yes.
How am I racist?
Dude,
You're
if
a
you
racist.
are going
Actually,
to
you're a
insist,
racist
because
fuck.
if you're gonna
You're
insist,
a fucking pussy, Mad Chad.
Yeah, come say it
You
to my
get no
face, my guy.
pussy too, don't you?
Buddy,
Oh,
I have a whole
triggered little boy. Triggered little boy.
No, you're triggered, you ugly bitch. You're like a 3 out of
Oh,
5.
you wish you could fuck me.
Oh, there we go.
You wish.
Bring it out, my guy. Let it out.
Come on.
You're triggered. You guys called me racist. I never said anything racist at all. Let it out.
Okay, I'm explaining to you how it's racist, dude.
No,
I'm explaining to you how it's
You know
racist.
what's
I
hilarious?
don't have to
You know what's
listen.
hilarious? You guys
I don't
want your
have to-
fucking free.
I don't have to listen to you. So the reason it's racist is because you're insisting
you
on
do.
believing a lie. Oh, keep saying
No,
it.
you
But
want
keep
your
trying
freedom of speech taken, right? Nigger, 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 nigger,
There you go. That's Trump supporter 101 right there, baby.
Can I explain my side?
No, you're a fucking racist too. Go fuck yourself.
Chad, nobody cares. My name's Mad
Let you in
Chad.
or you'll leave? Is that a fucking threat?
Well, he did prove your point, though.
You did prove my point. You're fucking racist. Good job for proving it. You
We
see,
knew it
you're
was coming.
racist, which means
That's
that
who they
nothing
are.
you say fucking has any value. Yeah, you're fucking racist. Thank you for proving the point. You can fucking leave now.
Me? I didn't do anything.
I'm
No,
talking
not
to
you,
Biden boy,
boy.
dude. The guy who dropped the N-word repeatedly. You're gonna
The
tell
guy
me
that
that's
shares the
not he's
same
not a
views
fucking
as you.
racist? You're gonna tell me he's not a fucking racist? I wish I could fucking report him while he was up here. Like the thing, all I can report
I
is
can
an
report him.
actual comment. You can
Like, I
report
just
him.
don't even
I have
understand.
a boyfriend, Biden. Biden, you little Biden bitch.
What was that?
He's a little Biden boy. He's a little Biden bitch.
Imagine making that your whole personality. By the way.
He'll leave me, Jesus. You think that's gonna upset me? God,
That's how you know these people
I
got
fucking
nothing going on,
deign
dude.
to be with him.
No, being a Zionist.
No, she's not, Junior. Stop lying.
Can I voice my opinion?
You're
on
normal, not weird. I mean, your boy just came up here and dropped the N-word repeatedly. That's the team you're on. So,
Yep.
all right, Billy. So
Yes.
here's what's racist about it, and I'm gonna like talk to you like you're actually engaging in good faith, even though I do doubt you are.
I started with an apology.
Okay, that's fine, but that doesn't mean that, and that doesn't make everything that you said after that any less harmful. And also, what is it? Your apology doesn't mean anything if you're just like gonna double down and repeat the same stuff.
It's like when you say all due respect, with all due respect, before you say something.
No, that's not what an apology is. Those are two different things, my dude.
No, I know, but
So you're admitting that your apology was bullshit and you were just saying it to be polite?
no, 100% not. I
So it
honestly
means
didn't
something
intend it.
entirely different than starting a sentence with all due respect.
I joined your live earlier to apologize. You guys were talking about cars. I had to go do something, so I saw you were back on. I want to jump on and apologize for being rude to you because
And I accepted your apology, but since you have said harmful things since then, so I'm addressing those. The fact that you apologized and then said more harmful shit doesn't somehow like undo all you keep spreading this like racist Haitian bullshit, Billy.
It's not racist, though.
It is racist. So Billy, I'm going to explain to you why it's racist, okay? This is what I was starting to say before you interrupted me just to say that you had apologized. You did, and I accepted your apology, but now, I mean, I guess I don't accept it because it doesn't seem like you actually meant it. You were just trying to be polite. But like, so what's racist about it is that we have told you, and we can show it to you, right? Every bit of evidence for that statement has been disproven. So there's absolutely no proof of the idea that like Haitians are eating dogs and cats. There's absolutely no fucking proof of it. So your insistence on believing it just shows that you don't care about knowing the truth, or you don't care about engaging with facts. What you care about is having a reason to treat these Haitians, who by the way are legal migrants. They are legal immigrants. No, Billy, they are. They're legal immigrants. They migrated. You know that this country allows a lot of legal immigration, right?
They're asylum seekers.
No, they're not. No, Billy. They're actually not. They're actually not, Billy. No, they're not. They're fucking not. That's the fucking funny thing. Billy, they're not. You can look this up, dude. They came here under a specific program. You don't care. Yeah, so you're just proving my point. You don't actually care to engage with the facts. You don't care that your information is like incorrect. You just want to hate these people so much. You will insist on the lies. Dude, if you cared about the facts, you would engage with me in good faith. But you don't care about the facts. I'm happy to provide. I mean, I've provided you with the facts, and I'm happy to provide you with all of the proof you need, Billy. But you are refusing. You're refusing to accept the facts just because you want to hate them so much, Billy. No. It's not about agreeing. There are facts. There are facts here, and it doesn't matter what you fucking want to believe. The facts are the facts, and you are spreading misinformation just so that you can hate these people. That's it. And so that's what makes it racist. And so like, if you don't want to be racist, I would just recommend that you hear what I'm telling you and consider like not insisting on holding on to your belief as much, and work on accepting new information when it reaches you, even if it challenges your beliefs. Even if you're like Billy, what would make you, let's like speak hypothetically, okay?
Okay.
If in fact the whole Haitian thing was a lie, right? And if in fact there were no illegal Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs, would you want to know that?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I can fucking prove that to you. I mean, I can disprove all the supposed proof. And that is in fact the truth, right? There were no illegal Haitian migrants like running around eating cats and dogs and pets. And so I'm just saying, and you don't have to like, I'm going to let you, I know you're defensive right now, so I don't expect you to be like, okay, you're right, and I take it back and I was wrong. No, you are defensive, Billy. You've been defensive since you got up here. This is you being defensive right now. You're being defensive about me calling you defensive. Matt, I'm gonna mute you. Sorry.
I'm just trying to get a word in.
This is you being defensive.
It's really not. You keep telling me that it's wrong, and that's the proof. You haven't offered any proof otherwise.
I mean, we've told you already what has been disproven, but like, if you have any more proof, I will happily like fact check it and tell you what the truth is.
I mean, there's plenty of videos of people at the town hall meeting talking about what's going
Billy,
on.
no, Billy. People talking about rumors isn't evidence of anything, okay?
People that live there is not evidence.
Billy,
just you saying that it's not happening is more evidence.
Right now, the two key speakers. I have that town hall meeting posted on my page because I actually like showing from both sides.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, the two key speakers of that town hall meeting, the one was a black gentleman that was actually running for mayor at one point, I believe. Mm-hmm. He's the one that a lot of people, he went viral. He recently came out on YouTube and said he never, ever, ever talked about cats or dogs. He has no idea where Donald Trump get that. He mentioned ducks and geese like you did, but also said that has been overblown by right-wing media. And also the other key speaker there, who was a woman who I'm just going to go ahead and be judgmental and say she doesn't look like the most healthy person in the world, right? I saw her on YouTube, the viral YouTube video by the right-wing creator that went by.
Either. I hate to break it to you.
Yeah, okay, buddy. I didn't mean it like that.
Billy, chill.
Yeah, go ahead, Billy. Continue to personally attack me. That's fine. It just proves who you are. But anyway,
you're personally attacking her.
Yeah,
Billy,
because she lied.
chill.
Because she lied. She went on national TV
You
and lied
say she
about
lied,
immigrants,
'cause it
my
doesn't
guy.
align
Yeah,
with your
because she
political
admitted that
views.
she lied.
She admitted she lied, Billy.
She admitted that she had no.
All these
firsthand
videos
knowledge.
of everybody recanting, I have not seen. Which
Well,
is
then you
weird.
should need to go do some fucking
So maybe,
research, my guy.
Billy, this is like why we're telling you your information is wrong, but you don't want to have the correct information. What you want is to hold on to that belief. So I'm just saying, if you genuinely want to have the correct information and then make up your opinion afterwards and not hold on to an opinion that is based on not the truth, then please, by all means, actually go check this out. And don't just go to your neo-Nazi and right-wing fucking buddies and YouTube and stuff, because they're the ones.
That's not.
Okay, so
That's
all right,
not what I
I'm
mean.
just saying, Billy, this whole thing, it has been discovered that this was being pushed by neo-schmatzy groups. They were the ones pushing this narrative. So if you're still seeing people pushing this, those are neo-schmatzy groups, okay?
The whole
It has
town
been
recently
disproven.
went to a Haitian restaurant to show solidarity, by the way. I guess you didn't see that either, right?
Did they serve cat?
Yeah, no, there you go. This guy's fucking useless.
And just because people say stuff, there are a lot of people that live right around here where I'm at that say they see Bigfoot every year. So what?
So Billy, yeah, if you actually want to engage with the truth, please go do so.
He doesn't. Yeah.
I understand, Matt Chat, but this is what we do here. I talk to these people.
Take
So-
a break. Jimmy. Go
but
have a
like,
coffee.
but yeah, if you're gonna insist on holding on to this belief when all the information shows that everything you're basing it on has been disproven, then that is a racist act in and of itself. And if you don't want to be racist, I totally appreciate that. And I'm just saying, listen to us, dude. I'm not saying this to be like judgmental and shitty towards you, even though I am a judgmental and shitty bitch. I am. That is just who I am, because it's fucking fun. I'm saying, if you don't want to be racist, the solution to that isn't yelling and telling people, I'm not racist, I'm not racist, I'm not racist. The solution to that is listening to what it is they're pointing out and saying, hey, my dude, this thing that you're doing here is racist because of da-da-da-da. And go sit with that for a while and maybe examine if that may be true. You just saying that you're not racist doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean?
Can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
If the Haitians were in fact eating the cats, would it be racist to say so?
No,
Oh, I agree.
but they're not. So.
You know they practice voodoo.
Oh, Billy,
God.
Jesus.
Even the
Okay, Billy.
Catholics.
Yeah, so this is some racist shit. They're not eating the cats, so you can fucking step down now.
Not racist.
I've just, it
The
is.
majority of
Billy,
Haitians are
Billy,
Christian.
Billy,
You would know that if you did any
saying
research.
Billy, saying that when they are not doing so is racist. And I've explained it to you. I'm done with you. I'm fucking, oh God, you're garbage, dude. You're garbage.
He done the same thing that the news people don't do on those Fox
We
News
proved you
people that
wrong,
they
dude,
start
and your
off with-
insistence on holding on to it makes you a fucking racist.
They say cats and dogs, and whenever you say where, and then they immediately switch to geese and ducks.
Yeah.
It's right wingers
and hunting out of season.
Yeah, all of a sudden
Come on
the
to-
issue
come-
is just hunting out of
Yeah,
season.
come on to my part of the world where people are poor, and they do that.
Billy, you're the one who's making a claim that has been disproven. You offered up proof and we told you how that proof was disproven. That is our proof. You're the one who made a claim because you're parroting Donnie Boy. You made a claim and we asked you for the proof and you said, oh, it's these people at this town hall thing. Mad Chad explained to you the two people have both come out and basically recanted their statements and why. And you're refusing to accept it. That's not my fucking problem. That's just you clearly just being shitty, dude.
The irony of hating on these people is that if you watch that YouTube video,
Ricky,
I'll try
the
to.
border is more closed now than it was under Donald Trump, so you can. It's so obvious how uneducated some of you guys are. Sorry, Mad Chad.
No, you're
What were you
fine. But
saying?
Springfield, Ohio, was doing really bad, and a lot of the business owners there actually credit the Haitian community for revitalizing their economy because there's this one business owner there who has like a factory or a plant or something like that, and he was like, he was like, dude, the Haitians are like my best workers. He was like, the best part about them is they never fail drug tests, because if you knew anything about the Haitian community, they do not do they are very, very anti-drug. Like they do not mess with any kind of drugs whatsoever.
Billy, there are not 20,000 unemployed Haitians in their city. Billy, this is
dude.
Stop. You're literally saying very clearly and easy to disprove fucking bullshit. You're so clearly like you just go Google what you're claiming. Stop just believing everything that your fucking YouTube dudes and Trump say to you. Like,
The irony is,
JD Vance came out. Sorry, Matt, but JD Vance came out like 2 days ago saying that he's happy to make up stories if it gets media attention. He said that. That's like literally. Well, he said create stories. He said he's fine with he's like happy to and willing to create stories if it gets media attention. He openly said he's willing to fucking lie to you just if it like gets you up into a fucking tizzy. That's how easy you are to manipulate. That's how fucking dumb he thinks you are. Like that's how he's treating you. You know what I mean? That's not my fucking fault that you're proving him right. It's just a little pathetic.
Yeah.
That is exactly what he said, Billy. Just the fact that you fucking la 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 doesn't mean it's not true. All right, let's move on.
Oh, these people are it's just crazy.
Would also like to
I
say
disproved
that
everything you said, Billy.
I have two dogs.
Just
Okay,
because you're
I just want to put
incapable
this
of
out there.
understanding it.
I have two dogs and also two children. And if I couldn't find no other food, the dogs would be on the menu. No doubt.
I love the conservatives. They're so they want to protect the wildlife big time now. That's the first time because I used to be a conservative, and I can tell you they never gave a damn about wildlife before. So that's only when immigrants do it though. JD Van
this whole 2A protected thing and like saying that well you deserve to hunt and da 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 da, but as soon all of a sudden when you want to find an excuse to hate Haitians, all of a sudden you have an issue with people hunting duck and geese.
Yeah. By the way, in Pittsburgh, the geese suck here. They are very hostile and they actually attack other birds. They're very bad for that. So if anyone wants to come and fight geese with me in Pittsburgh, bring it on because they suck. They're basically like snakes with like wings. Basically, they hiss at you. Yeah, they're horrible. I do like ducks though, so don't hurt ducks.
Lolly. So we got another person trying to come up.
Hey.
What's up, Lolly?
Nothing. What's up with you guys? You know, I thought we were like all pro environment. Don't do this, don't do that. Now we're going to kill all the birds.
No, I was kind of being facetious.
Oh, Mad Chad live content is flagged for harassment and bullying.
no.
Repeated violations could result in them being removed from this live. I'm just gonna say.
Yay.
Yeah, you gotta be
No,
careful.
Billy reported me.
Apparently.
I love how I get some guy comes up here and says the N-word, and I'm the one that gets
Was it you, Chad?
violated.
Just drop down, wait a few minutes, and then we'll bring you back up. It'll be fine.
that's
It'll go away.
I'll listen for a little bit.
Yeah, here, let me discount it. Yeah. All right.
TikTok doesn't really seem fair with that kind of stuff.
Well, if people get mad enough and they report something enough times, sometimes it'll flag it and stuff. Sorry, so you were talking about the environment?
Yeah, I thought we were here to save the world and shit, global warming, and now we're going to kill all the geese. Shouldn't you guys be on the sides of saving these geese as well?
Lots of people eat them every year. It's perfectly legal.
It depends. Also, I mean, I'm not a vegetarian, neither is God. Also, sometimes hunting is part of like culling, you know, animal populations, which is actually good for the environment. So,
yeah. What are we talking about today? This is debate, right?
Sort of. It's kind of like free form. I let people come up if there's not already a topic on the board, you know, or on board, on deck. People are welcome to come up and say what they want to talk about. If you have something specifically you want to talk about. Mad Chat, I'm going to
man.
give it a few minutes and then you'll hop back up.
I can definitely, I mean, entertain. What were you guys talking tonight? What were you guys talking about?
I think it's
tonight
like 5
already?
minutes
5 minutes? Okay.
for it to
Give
go
it,
away.
yeah, give it 5 minutes. Just now we were talking with someone who is insisting that Haitians are eating dogs and cats.
Yeah, I mean that's interesting, but so that is another one of those sort of like distraction tactics, you know. They get all of the US is talking about that right now, aren't they? Which means that's the least common denominator, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we shouldn't be
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about, whether we
Yeah.
agree or disagree on stuff.
No,
we
I
shouldn't
mean,
be
well,
sitting
firstly, just to be clear, it's not about agreeing or disagreeing. There are facts in the case, and the fact is that there are not a bunch of, undocumented Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio, eating pets. That is not at all happening. It's not about opinion. That is fact. That at least it is fact that no one has proved that yet. There is no evidence of that. So
Wait, time out. Wasn't there that video of that lady eating a pet?
no, so there's one police body cam video of a woman who was born and raised in the United States of America. She's an American citizen. She's not Haitian, who was having a mental health crisis. And the police were like, basically, as they were kind of coming onto the scene, one of the officers said, and it can be heard on the body cam footage, what is she doing? Is she eating the cat? Basically, he like said that, like, oh my God, is she eating the cat or something like that? That's the extent of it. That's the extent of the evidence. She was never charged with anything like animal cruelty. She was never charged with anything that would indicate that she had, in fact, eaten a cat or attacked a cat or whatever. There's no evidence that the cat was anyone's pet except maybe her own. There's no, like, and she was charged for that incident, but for like disturbing the peace or something like that. I forget what the exact charge was. But there's absolutely, so outside of this one officer on his body cam footage saying, is she eating a cat? There's absolutely, and by the way, she is, like I said, an American citizen, born and raised in Dayton, Ohio, I believe it was. Not Haitian, not in Springfield, not anything like that. And there's no other evidence that she even was like eating a cat. Yeah.
There's always an explanation for everything. Is there videos of in someone's backyard them grilling dogs and cats? Did you guys see that one?
That was a lamb. I seen that video. That's clearly a lamb.
Okay, so
I've seen people
lamb.
roast them like that. Yeah, I've seen it before firsthand.
And then did we have? This is not intriguing to me, but since we're doing all this, was there that of like the mayor at like some town hall council meeting saying, "Look, yeah, we got the reports," and then he's like talking about it. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
Apparently he came out and he said like, no, it's being taken out of context and used by right wingers. So there was one lady who reported that firstly, there was a woman on Facebook who made a post.
I found it.
And okay.
Do you want me to post it in chat?
You can try. I know sometimes links don't go through, but you can try.
Is there? Okay, I'm gonna try.
Yeah, but so basically, there was one woman who claimed that that's what happened to a woman on Facebook, and I don't believe she's the same woman who called 911 about it. But most of the like hullabaloo about it can actually be traced to neo-schmazis, like a neo-schmazi group trying to push this kind of propaganda. There's one 911 call of a woman calling in saying that her Haitian neighbor, who, again, not an undocumented migrant, this is a legal immigrant of Haitian origin, calling 911 and saying that they had eaten her cat, and then she found her cat in her basement.
Yeah.
So very much not eaten, and definitely not eaten by her Haitian neighbors. That was like, she just heard rumors or saw like a Facebook post and believed it. And as soon as she couldn't find her fucking cat, that's what she assumed was happening. Then there was another woman in the town hall who, I don't know, was she the same woman who called 911? I don't fucking know. But she basically not mentally well, and she has since recanted her fucking claims. Basically, there was a whole bunch of rumors and then a whole bunch of fucking not very smart people. Not a whole bunch, a couple of not very smart people who, when they couldn't find Fluffy, said, that's it, that's confirmation. My Haitian neighbor ate my kitty, ate Fluffy.
Yeah.
And it's all, so far there is actually no fucking evidence of any of this. Like none of it has held up. If you look at any of the evidence beyond like the surface, there's like it's just like it all falls apart. It's all disproven. So
Yeah.
if there is evidence, like I will change my tune, but currently there is absolutely none. So like let's not,
Well,
spread this fucking bullshit.
Yeah, do we have? Yeah, I don't find it particularly compelling, right? It's a weird topic of conversation, like you said. Apparently, there's not even any proof, right?
Correct.
Yeah, it's almost like the presidential candidate shouldn't say that on the national stage. Then
The reason we're talking about it is because people believe it. He said it on stage,
the
and people are
presidential
believing it.
nominee believes it,
Yeah.
which is alarming.
Yeah.
Or whether he believes it or not, he's willing to say it, which is
Right.
like, I think it's totally valid to discuss why the fuck a presidential candidate is going up on on stage and making claims like that with his full fucking chest.
If my
Like,
78-year-old grandpa was like, "They're eating dogs in Ohio," I'd be like, "Yeah, Grandpa, I think it's time for a nap."
Yeah.
Yeah.
But is there an immigration problem in Springfield, Ohio? So, like, did they bring in 20,000 Haitians, and is
Not
it a strain on
20,000.
local? Yeah.
Not 20,000.
No. So
Yeah.
there was a program. Let me look up the actual program. There are not 20,000 Haitians. There was a program because Springfield basically needed more laborers. It was kind of dying and dwindling. Like people were kind of leaving Springfield. It did not have enough people. So it kind of set up this incentive and this program to kind of court immigrants, legal immigrants, to come in and kind of help revitalize the city.
Which they did.
So there are a bunch of legal Haitian immigrants who have since settled in Springfield thanks to the program that they set up and the incentives that they set up, because they needed their population to grow a little bit more, and they needed
workers.
They needed workers, they needed immigrants and stuff. So there is it's not a huge Haitian population, but there is like a small Haitian population that settled there because of this like immigration incentive. Totally legally though. So like again, not a problem.
Yeah, can I? This is just like a total side note. Do you guys eat, breathe, and live this kind of stuff? How do you come so prepared to this? Like, week in and week out.
We do. We talk about this like night after night, and a lot of my TikToks I'm reporting on the news. Yeah, I mean,
okay.
And we fact check, by the way. Like I have my laptop here, and we fact check. And when we don't know something, we like look it up and we double check that we're good. And like once we know something, if we're talking about it for a couple nights in a row, it's like easy to remember all of this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Also, I don't like talking about things that I'm not well informed on as well, Wally. So.
Well, yeah, but it seems like it take a lot of time to become so informed on all this stuff. Like I didn't know all that stuff about the videos. I had seen all the videos, but I don't have any background. I had to go and look that up, which I'd have to take notes, and then I got to go find it. And then I have to look up the background, the providence of the video. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's a lot of work.
I mean, that's what I do. That's what we all do.
Okay.
I mean, because I will say my day, I'm a freelance filmmaker, and the film industry right now is famously kaput. So this is kind of my like backup job, I guess. I do this, I make money just posting on TikTok through the creator fund. So.
Okay, I was curious. I don't want to derail the conversation. Can we just, so we have the fake, so they're not eating cats and dogs, and then there isn't any legal immigration problem. There's Haitians that are helping the community. Okay.
There might be a problem with like a logistic issue where the town doesn't have enough resources to handle an influx in population, but that's a logistics issue that can be easily handled with more funding and more government employees to handle that kind of logistics problem. It's certainly a far cry from saying that an entire group of people are eating people's pets.
Yeah. So is there a sorry, I heard all that. Yeah. So there's an issue with. I see where you're going with that, but I was kind of interested in the illegal immigrant. Is there an issue with illegal immigration in the U.S.? Is 2 million people a year 2 million too many?
It's not 2 million people a year. The average amount of immigrants coming in, I believe, illegal immigrant. Let me pull up the numbers. On average, yearly it goes from 700,000 to 1 million, and it's been that way for years. It was the same under Trump and whatnot. The only significant dip up until like 3 months ago was during COVID, when basically all borders were closed, as I'm sure you know. Recently, the dip has been because there was a bipartisan border bill in Congress, which was introduced by
Langford
Republican.
Langford from
Well, a couple of
Oklahoma.
Republican. No, from Ohio.
Ohio, yeah.
Ironically, yeah. So basically, a couple of Republicans, including Langford from Ohio, introduced this border bill that would basically not like shut down the border entirely, in that it doesn't let anyone through. But when they talk about shutting down the border, what they mean is like limiting the amount of asylum seekers that are like accepted a day or whatever, and like setting these quotas. So among other things, basically, that was like a big part of this bipartisan border bill. Other things were like funding the immigration system, because if you can process asylum seekers more quickly, you can both deport them more quickly and accept like the legitimate asylum claims more quickly, which allows them to work, which means that they're just like contributing to the economy. They're not, just people who cannot get a job, cannot get a home, cannot get anything. It was like an expansive fucking border bill. It was going to pass. It was going to be like the most groundbreaking, like huge changes to immigration for the first time in years in this country. And Trump got scared. He didn't want to give Biden the win. And this, by the way, this is coming from Republicans. They are the ones who have said this publicly. So he started calling around to Republicans in Congress and being like, hey, you can't vote yes on this border bill. Like, you can't give Biden the win. So basically, Trump tanked the bipartisan border bill because he didn't give a fuck about fixing shit. And Republicans went along with it, even though it was their bill to begin with, and basically tanked their own bill just so that they could blame Biden for the border crisis, which they themselves are now like propelling. So Biden then, in response, he used his executive orders to pass as much of the bill as he could. Because, in this country, legislation is written by the legislative branch, that's Congress. The executive branch does not write legislation, but Trump Trump basically started using executive orders in a completely unprecedented way. He kind of like abused them. Most of them were challenged in court, and most of them were found he could not, in fact, legislate from the executive branch. So in the interim, in response to the bipartisan border bill getting tanked by Trump, Biden used an executive order or a few executive orders to pass as much of the border bill he could for now. And now his administration is being sued for all the executive orders he did, in which he basically closed down the border. He set those limits to asylum entries,
which
asylum
was
seekers.
found to be illegal by the Supreme Court. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, it's currently being challenged in the courts. It's currently making its way through the courts.
Yeah, that was.
So the thing for the Supreme Court was Title 42. Is that what you're talking about?
Yep. I think that is what I'm talking about.
So Title 42 was the COVID immigration policy. That was, in state, it was like an emergency, basically clamp down on immigration. Many countries had something similar. It was like easy to implement at the time, especially because, people kind of stopped moving for
Wait, so was
the most part.
that was done by Trump. It was done during COVID, and it did essentially stop immigration. Is that right?
During COVID, yes, and then it
slowed it down a lot.
It slowed it down, yeah, a lot.
So
but also, a big reason it worked is because immigration was also stopped and travel was stopped elsewhere in the world. So much of the world came to a standstill. It was very difficult to migrate at the time, especially illegally. But so Title 42 was in place, and then Biden, it was still in place at the beginning of Biden's term, and he tried to extend it, but the Supreme Court ruled that he wasn't allowed to. So he was overruled by the conservative Supreme Court on that immigration thing. So since then, that's when the bipartisan bill was being worked on. They were headed towards passing it this year. That got tanked by Trump. So Biden used his executive orders to basically shut down the border as much as it can be shut down legally, even though technically now he's being sued for passing it in a way that he shouldn't have, using executive orders rather than letting the legislative branch legislate it. That is currently making its way through the courts. But right now, we have seen the sharpest decrease in immigration in years, well before Trump, by the way. He has hit rates much lower than Trump, you know, outside of COVID, which wasn't even Trump doing that, mind you. Like, he has now, if you like the border to be closed, Biden and Democrats right now are your guys. And I'm not someone who like loves being super conservative on the border. I'm saying this as someone who like thinks that it's like a little bit too much, and really what you got to do is fund the immigration system and the asylum processing just to speed it the fuck up. That's my belief. But if you are conservative, or if you think that we should just be like stopping people at the border and like setting these maximums for asylum seekers and then you should be happy with Biden and with Democrats right now.
Yeah, I think we should try to be like Poland, but that's beside the point. I think that a lot of people perceive everything going downhill, crime going up everywhere.
Going down. No, crime's actually going down.
Definitely going down.
I know you guys are saying that. I think there's an issue with like people believing what you're saying.
No, Lolly.
There
Well, you
is,
can look
there
at
is a slight uptick, but it's after COVID and the lockdowns.
Like, I don't think people trust
We had a
the
huge dip
institutions
during
at all
COVID,
anymore.
and then it went up after the fact, back up to normal
Like
levels.
they think like there was a report that the FBI was lying.
Trump said it, so that therefore it must be true. No, violent crime is falling nationwide. Here's how we know. There's data. I can tell you the actual data. So it's not
He's saying that they don't believe the data.
Yeah, that's what I'm. So I'm
Why
trying
don't
to
you
say
believe the
people
data?
don't believe it
Because they don't want to believe the data. It's the same reason they believe that people are eating dogs.
Exactly. So it's that point. But then also they just came out with the jobs report, and there's a lot of like sounding with good intentions and meaningful like statements like, oh, we believe and we're doing our best, but they just lied about the jobs report by like 1 million people, which is not a small amount, right?
Wait, sorry. What was that last thing? I was reading
the job. So they lied about it. Just seems like everybody's lying to us, and every 2 months they come out and say, "Oh, sorry, we lied. Like, my bad. We lied. We lied. It's like,
well,
every
who's
couple
everybody? Because I just want to say, Billy J. FBI data came out saying it confirms a sharp downward trend in crime. So the FBI did not say that crime is going up. I don't know where you're getting that, Billy.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying
robberies
people
and
do not
thefts
believe
are
the FBI.
stuff like robberies and thefts are up. Like car thefts are up nationwide, which a part of that is just because some of the way that these cars are designed, they're so easy for these people to steal. But violent crime is 100% down nationwide. Absolutely.
So here's the succinct, like, what it is. It's the FBI crime report being inaccurate, and that's they do not include major cities. They're saying they're intentionally leaving out major cities' crime statistics and purposely leave them out, so the crime report does not look the same, and they'll include it whenever they want.
Who said that? Where can I find that?
I know. Let me find it.
The ironic thing is, if you look at the violent crime between Obama's last 4 years and Trump's first 4 years, violent crime went up by like 2.7% nationwide.
Oh, yeah.
But they also believe that Obama or that Trump didn't inherit a stable economy either. So
I didn't read this. I'm posting off the first thing that I find. I'm gonna read it.
Can you tell us the source?
I'm gonna post it. Yeah, NPR.
Okay.
But I don't know what it says.
That's from 2022.
I know.
So I'm looking at reports from.
And also 2022 was kind of off of, like, that's a year and a half. Like, a lot of the stuff's going to be up from COVID. You know what I'm saying?
No, but stuff isn't. No. But Matt, you're like, in 2022, the FBI's new. So we're looking at, if you can tell me where the 2024 report is missing data, then we can talk about that. But the 2024 report has recently come out. Actually, I think it's quarterly, and it has shown that it is decreasing. Violent crime is decreasing. Right. So if there was partial data in 2022, like, coming out of COVID, I mean, still kind of in COVID, then that's possible. But that doesn't really say anything about our current.
Right.
Yeah, that's the last I seen was coming out of COVID.
Yeah,
I hadn't looked at it since.
But yeah, like I said, I live in a blue city in a blue state. I know here in Pennsylvania, I think homicides are down. Car thefts are up. But I think car thefts are up nationwide.
Oh, so what it is was, so basically, I'm just reading it now. So basically in 2021, well, in 2015, 2016, the FBI started switching over to a new system for crime reportings for basically local, like cities and stuff, to report their crime data. And the plan was to finish the switch over by 2021. But in 2022, with this, when this report came out, 40% of the agencies didn't make the switch yet. Like they hadn't completed it, by the deadline. So that crime report was incomplete. However, it's, unless you can find me evidence that they never ever made the switch and the current crime reports are also incomplete, it seems like it was just like literally just an administrative
thing. The current, given that state and local law enforcement agencies have months to report their data and correct any errors, I think if I dived into this more than this, like what's off the top of my head and what I'm reading right now, I think we'll find more. But it basically says they rely on people to report it, and there's data missing. Other crime analysts also cast doubt on the FBI data.
Where are you talking? Like, what are you reading off right now?
No, I posted it in chat, and I can also post the paragraph. It only covers 77% of the U.S. population and should be considered preliminary, given the state and local law enforcement agencies have months to report their data and correct any errors. So I think we've seen a lot of errors. So like with the Hunter Biden laptop, they came out and said it was Russian disinformation.
Oh my God! Another thing to take into consideration before you move on from the crime rate.
Well, no, it's all under the same point.
No, this is not. I'm not saying the same. No,
my God.
Guys, chill.
Lack of trust.
So Lolly, the link that you sent in chat, I'm looking. I just searched 77 because that's a number you said, and it's not popping up on this page that you sent me, which I opened up. So.
I'm looking at it.
What are you reading off of?
It's the Newsweek.
The Newsweek. I have the NPR one.
I can repost it. Okay.
Yeah, can you try
the
resending
NPR
it?
one was trash. Yeah, I got that. Yeah. It's down at the bottom. And so the worry is that.
All right. Can you give me the title of the Newsweek thing and the date?
I can. So it's June 11th, 2024, and it's FB here. I'm gonna post it, but I know you can probably.
It's not
type
sending. Yeah. Also, Newsweek is.
Okay. There's that FBI stats show plunge in violent crime, but there's a catch.
Okay. I will point out that someone in the chat is laughing at Newsweek for good reason.
We're not using Newsweek.
Newsweek is not the best source.
I was the first one.
But yeah.
So it sounds like the reporting is not being done, but from what we've already learned, it doesn't sound like it's being done nefariously, right? It doesn't sound like it's being done nefarious, like in a insidious way where they're like, yeah, we're not gonna report these crimes. It sounds like there's a lag, so by the end of the year, it sounds like the data will be caught up.
I understand that, but I'm not sure that's really too convincing.
Okay. I mean,
no. Here's it. Hold on. So, what they're saying is when they say, what they're saying is not that fewer people reported this year. It's just that the reporting is always incomplete, Lolly. So like if we can extrapolate, like if small precincts are not reporting because they're in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere and, don't know how to work a computer, for the 2 robberies a year they have down Main Street, that's their issue. But like we're talking year over year, the stats and the rates can be, compared, and they are compared. So like, you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but then when a jobs report comes out and it's 1 million people off, people are wondering.
Well, so, Lolly, I mean, let's go point by point. I don't know what a jobs report has to do with
that's something
FBI.
That changes really fast too, and it's a whole lot more closely tracked.
I'm sure there's like lots of excuses for why they're lying to us.
It's not
they're not actually lying, right?
It's legitimate reasons.
Okay, so
I get it.
Lolly, no one lied about the. I mean, the crime
no
stats
one
are
lied.
accurate.
Right.
But the crime stats are accurate because it says it's like they've tracked 77% because only 77% of the country reports each year and stuff for the FBI. But you would still be able to that would, unless you're suggesting that in that percentage that has never reported any of its crime ever to the FBI, they're somehow having an increase that somehow makes up for 77% of the country's trends going down in violent crime. Which you can't claim that because you don't have you definitely don't have the data because the FBI doesn't have the data.
But what I'm suggesting is after the election, they're going to come out and be like, oh man, we were off by 1 million murders. My bad. That's what I'm suggesting.
But they've never done that.
But at the beginning of this conversation, you mistook a video on the internet of a lamb being cooked for a dog. So, it is what it is, my guy.
Yeah, and nobody trusts you.
But also,
my guy.
but Lolly. Yeah. Okay, but Lolly,
you realize
you
lambs
can
have their eyeballs on the side of their head and dogs are forward-facing eyes.
Yeah, no, he doesn't.
You can go watch the video. Also, the crime rate you can follow that by watching the inflation rate also.
I live in New York, Michael, and crime in New York, violent crime, especially in New York, is down.
Inflation and crime rate, you can take those two charts and they match so perfectly. One lags right behind the other so nicely.
But okay, so Lolly, your accusation, I just want to address the point that Lolly's trying to make. You're saying that you don't believe it, you don't trust it, and that you think that after the election, someone's going to come out and be like, psych, we lied to you about the data. Well,
I'm not sure.
What evidence do you have of that? Okay, they won't say they won't say psych. They'll just say, oh, sorry, we were mistaken, and actually we were off by 1 million. What is your proof of that?
The jobs report, then? You want to know about the jobs report?
No, I want to know why you're claiming that the numbers will be changed after the election when that's never happened
That's just what happens all the time with everything.
It's not actually what happened. No. Prove once that it was happened.
Well, I just did it with the jobs report, right? They came out and they said I didn't. So you want to talk about the jobs report?
No, I'm asking you to prove when numbers are fudged, and then after an election they say, actually here are the real numbers.
Here, I can give you the title if you want.
Let's hear it.
Here is the Control V. Well, it's not pasting. Control copy. Control V. So here's when they, set every. Am I not allowed to paste?
Oh, did I unblock you, Chico?
Okay,
No,
I gotta give you the
TikTok doesn't
title
like
or
you
something. It's not
pasting.
letting. Yeah, it's not letting me paste. I don't know why. It's the jobs data could be off by 1 million when Labor Department revises figures, right?
So you're pivoting from the crime to the jobs because you lost on the crime thing?
Don't say pivoting. All that I'm saying is that they said one thing, then later they were like, oh,
These
my
two
bad.
things aren't tied together.
We messed that up. Well, I see them as tied together. You can say they're not. I see them as tied
They're
together.
not.
And then you want to talk about something
You
when
can
they
just be
came out.
wrong.
Yeah, right, Andrew?
Well, then we can agree to disagree.
So can you tell me the title of the Newsweek thing you're looking at? Because the link isn't sending either.
Yeah, so it's been Gaza.com. It's job data could be off by 1 million when labor. Jobs data could be off by 1 million.
No, what.com? What did you say?
It's Ben Zinga. I can look up a different one.
Oh, Ben Zinga. You said Ben Gaza before.
Yeah, hold on. I can
what
find.
What website is Ben Gaza?
Here,
Jobs
Washington Times.
report.
Washington Times is fine, right?
Washington Times.
Biden second quarter job numbers off by 1 million. Philadelphia Federal Reserve Bank says.
Bank says. Here, wait.
Yeah.
Philadelphia Federal Reserve Bank. Okay.
So this is another example of them saying one thing and then they come out later and they're like,
dude, help me pull it up first, and then we can actually have a conversation.
Yeah.
Off by, what's the date that is listed?
This one's 2022. Hold on.
2020. So again, 2022. Yes, there was a lot of fucking issues with reporting and stuff because of COVID. Because people were still in governments and stuff.
NPR. I have NPR. It's 818,000. Okay. U.S. added fewer jobs in past year than initially reported.
U.S. added. From what date?
2024. August 21st, 2024.
In past year than initially reported. August.
So you,
Okay. I will say, by the way, Lolly, just to point also, the way jobs reports are reported or job numbers are reported and crime stats is different, right? So with jobs, you understand, jobs are always reported as an estimate, like for each month or quarter. And then, yes, after like a couple of quarters or after the year, you actually compare to your estimate, and then you actually figure out how off you were. Like that's how that works. It's an estimate because
I'm
also
not
like
sure I
jobs added is
but
like
you said that we extrapolate the data for the FBI too. You said that there's a lot
no,
of words that sound
Lolly.
nice. That doesn't mean I trust you.
No. Okay, well, you don't trust the data. You're trying to like not trust the data. It's different types of data. It is reported like completely differently, the crime stats and job reports. Job reports are reported as an estimate each quarter or month, but I'm pretty sure it's
quarterly.
Crime stats are actual crimes that are like reported and collated and tracked. You understand that, right? It's like a totally different fucking system.
Is that there's like a history and a pattern. So this matters when you come out
But
with
it's not
headlines.
there's no pattern.
When you come out with headlines and you say something is something, people believe it and they run with it. They don't really believe.
Okay, but if you don't understand how jobs reports work, that's your problem. You understand that, right?
The point is that they lied about it, and then
they didn't lie about no, Lolly. They didn't lie about it.
Under the rug, they come and fix it a month later. I'm sure they would have been.
Buddy, plastering it on NPR is not putting it under the rug. Do you know how many people fucking read NPR? Like that's national media.
Yeah, and also 0. The margin, the difference was 0.5% fewer jobs.
Oh my God!
And
it's
so
the
again,
Illuminati at work.
That's 0.5%. That is well within a margin of error, dude.
That's the Illuminati right there. They did it.
I don't think it's acceptable. What's the 0.5?
Okay, but Lolly, you don't even understand how jobs reporting. It's in the article you told me to go to for NPR.
You were believing cat videos on the internet.
No, you're saying that. I brought the video up and she explained it to me.
Yeah, but
you're actually
you still
putting words in my mouth. Mad
it's
Chad.
chill. It's chill.
I wouldn't do that, dude.
Okay, Lolly, you're the one who doesn't understand how jobs are reported.
Yeah, okay.
So when you say that 0.5% difference in the initial estimates reported and then the like resulting numbers, total numbers, like you saying that that's too much for you, like I just find it ironic because you're saying that like as though you have clear-cut standards for the variation and you have a cut. I mean, what is your cutoff? 0.25%?
No, I'm just saying don't report these big gains and
Lolly,
then correct them later.
But Lolly, that's how fucking jobs shit works. They like are estimate because you understand that it's reported by like companies, right? Companies report how many jobs they estimate they're adding. Companies, corporations. So the government has to basically rely on that until the actual like year is over or the quarter is over, and they can be like, okay, now tell us exactly how many jobs you actually added. That's how that works. So there's always like some variation, but it's different, and that's very different from like crime stats.
Yeah, this is so you're saying it's 0.5% fewer jobs. It suggested employers added 2.1 million jobs, not 2.9 is originally counted. I mean, that's a huge difference, and that's not 0.5. That's more like 1/3.
Okay, so you're gonna just ignore what I explained to you about how this works, dude?
My point is that they keep consistently come out with things that sound really, really good, and then they're wrong.
So you're right that corporations consistently, and not just lately, consistently, corporations specifically, corporations will give estimates. By the way, this is like, I mean, I don't know how the fuck, do you work in corporate America at all? Do you deal with stocks at all by any chance?
This doesn't pertain to the conversation. Just
no, it does. Well, it does because
no, it doesn't.
Just make your point. Yeah, well, because
and if I did, what would that,
okay,
what then?
Okay, because I don't. Well, I'm asking if you understand, or if I'm gonna have to explain to you, but you understand
No, you're
companies.
not. You're trying to attack me based on what I do.
You're getting
like an
defensive.
ad hominem.
No, I'm not.
just
Dude,
stick to
I
the point.
fucking
Stick to the
trade.
point. Don't
I
talk about
fucking
my
trade,
job.
you fucking weirdo. I fucking day trade.
So
So
then
shut the
talk
fuck
about
up.
it.
Stop being
So talk
weird and
about it.
act
Don't
like
try
it's
and
like I'm
attack
trying to
my
insult
job.
you. I'm not trying to attack your job, dude. I'm trying to explain something to you, and I'm asking you how much your fucking understanding is, like, at its base. How much base understanding you have of how, like, corporations are traded on the stock market. But I'll dumb it down for you. That's all I'm fucking asking. I'm not attacking
I'm not
your
impressed.
fucking job.
I'm not impressed. You guys
you're getting
lie,
defensive.
and then you continue to lie. That's my point.
Okay, now you're getting fucking
They're eating
angry.
the dogs. They're eating the pets.
Okay.
Uh-huh,
So
guys.
here's the fucking thing. A corporation will give estimates of like how well it believes it will do each quarter. It gives those estimates, okay? And the market is aware of those estimates. It's fucking shareholders are aware of those estimates, and like those are called like earnings reports, right? Like estimated quarterly earnings.
Man.
And then at the end of this is why I fucking asked you if you knew this or if I would have to explain it to you.
My point's still the same. They were
Okay,
wrong.
you understand? Why do you get so defensive when I ask you a fucking question, Lolly? Jesus, why are you so insecure? I asked you. No, Lolly,
over and over again.
Lolly, you don't understand how this works. It's not my fucking fault you don't understand this.
They did it with the Hunter Biden laptop.
Lolly, the way corporations
of misinformation.
No, Lolly, you're the king of not fucking understanding basic concepts, dude. Like
This doesn't have to do with
you're
my
making
point.
yourself.
You're
Yeah, it
sitting
does,
there and
Lolly.
explaining something. That's
I am
like
explaining to you because you don't
very
understand
in
it.
detail and
Lolly,
stuff.
you
No,
don't understand
you guys
it.
were wrong.
You don't
You guys were
understand it.
wrong.
No, Lolly, we're fucking right, and you just proved how fucking right we are. You just
This
proved
is-
how little you understand about basic fucking concepts. Okay, so like, it's not my fucking fault you don't understand
Right,
it,
you're
but it's
so
very
smart.
clear
Right.
the way jobs. Well, yeah, clearly more so than you. If you
Clearly
can't, if
you
you don't
are,
want to
yeah.
listen to this, if you don't want to fucking learn, if you're not interested in having your information corrected, I'm trying to explain it to you like politely, and you're getting defensive because you hate that I know more than you about this.
Wait. Let's just
That's why
prove my
you're getting
point,
fucking
though.
defensive.
I'm right. They were wrong. They reported it initially. They were
No,
wrong.
Lolly,
and then they
Lolly,
came
I
back
just
and
explained.
corrected
Oh,
it, right?
Jesus, Lolly, no.
Am I right about that? Did that
no,
not happen?
No,
Hold on.
I'm
Mine's
explaining.
simple.
No,
I don't
no,
need
no,
you to
no,
explain
Lolly.
some 30-minute
I do. Well,
diatribe.
clearly, I have to explain it to you because you don't understand what you're talking about. Jobs reports are reported as estimates by corporations. They say, I estimate that we're going to add like 1,000 jobs this fucking quarter. They fucking report an estimate. And then at the end of the fucking quarter, they report exactly how many jobs they actually added. It's kind of like earnings reports. It is how this whole thing fucking works. It doesn't mean, and like, by the way, there is variation and they get their estimates incorrect all the fucking time. Like every fucking quarter, every fucking year. So like to act as though that somehow has an effect on crime reports, it doesn't, because crime stats don't work the same fucking way. Crime stats are not reported as an estimate. Crime stats are actually just reported as they fucking happen. When a crime is committed, it goes into the fucking system, and then that little report and the numbers of the crimes and what was solved and what wasn't gets uploaded to the like master database. That's how that works. That is very fucking different than jobs estimates and then end of quarter results. And if you don't fucking understand that.
All right, can I talk now?
Actually, can I add something real quick?
No, she just made her point. My turn. All right, so here's my point. Let me finish this, okay? They reported the estimates, whatever. They were wrong. They came out and said it later. It was way worse than they said, and it matters. Next. They did this with the
way
Hunter
worse.
Biden
So
laptop.
0.5%.
Russian. They came
Ain't
out.
nobody
and
give a crap about no Hunter Biden
You're not letting me finish.
laptop.
Just let me
Nobody
finish.
cares.
I'm not gonna let you.
Completely different
Yeah,
thing.
bro wasn't even
Let
listening.
me finish. You got to
She
sit
just
there and
explained
I don't
it
have
to
to let
you
you do
in
anything.
crayon.
I just
good. Then I'm done. Don't let me talk.
Great.
This isn't a
Goodbye.
debate.
Yeah,
I
Lolly,
got
if
your
you're not
point.
willing to
Bye, Felix.
listen, if you're not willing to listen to someone who knows it so much fucking more than you do,
the
like
only thing I'm not doing
is listening.
is getting a chance to
Is
talk. I
listening.
sat there
No,
and ran your mouth
Lolly, I'm not
for
gonna
5
let you
minutes about
talk.
how smart
Lolly,
you are.
I'm not gonna let you
You're so
talk if you're
smart.
if you're clearly
can't
just
even let me
ignoring
talk.
everything I said.
The point is that you guys are lying. The point is that you guys are lying over and over and over again. And you come out and correct it a couple months later. Okay,
Dude,
can I finish
Jesus.
making my point? Can I finish making my point?
Not
You
if
can
it's
go
about
on your
Hunter Biden's
diatribe
laptop,
about
bro.
how
We don't wanna
smart
hear
you
that
are
I mean,
about
I don't know
how
why I
everything
should,
works.
Lolly. Why should I let you use my platform to spread misinformation?
What you should do is you shouldn't, and you should kick
I shouldn't
me, and
let
then everybody
you lie.
can see how much of a charlatan you are.
Lolly, I just explained something to you so fucking Lolly. The fact that you don't understand basic fucking concepts
and
is
everybody can
not
see
my
if you make
fucking
sense
fault,
or not.
dude. Oh
Hey,
god.
Brenna.
Can I finish making my points?
Brenna, can I add something real quick?
Go for it,
I
Matt.
You don't have any points, Lolly. Hush.
Yeah,
when you
Lolly.
were explaining,
I never got to finish my points.
I'm letting Matt
You never said anything. You just
Lolly,
babbled for a minute.
listen.
So
Matt,
you know,
go for
you know, I work for UPS.
Tribe, you did.
Good. You know,
Lolly, this is my life. I'll boot you if I have to. If you're not gonna like shush and
But
listen.
I was gonna say if you could explain to him in simpler terms as
Boot yourself.
but never mind.
You guys always get mad when you're fucking proven so fucking wrong.
I was gonna say another word, a dumbed down version of what you said, what you put very well was it's a forecast, right? It's a weather forecast, right? It's not gonna rain the next 5 days. We had rain Thursday. They lied to me. I can't believe the corrupt weather people lied because a rain cloud came through. It's the same thing. Like at UPS, we have forecasts for the month about like how much product we are going to deliver. That number does change from time to time. Like these people are insane.
There's quarterly projections and then quarterly results. That is how corporate America works, and the jobs reports work that way. But crime is an entirely different set of fucking statistics and reporting. And to act like you got lied to just because you don't understand a basic concept like fucking forecasts, projections, and then reports is not my fucking problem, dude.
The holiday season's coming up, so you're going to see companies say, we expect to add X amount of jobs for seasonal help.
Yeah.
And that might not come to fruition depending on how the demand goes. You know, if you're a retail store, you might plan on hiring 50 workers, and then the traffic in the store is not that high. And then you go, okay, we don't need 50 workers anymore. It's not lying. You people are, and I don't mean you, I mean them, they're insane. They don't even know how.
I would like to say that I did not know it was possible for somebody to explain something in crayon as good as Brenna just did.
Thank you.
I didn't know that was possible.
She explained it great, and it was a great.
That was the.
I did want to throw that weather analogy in there, although I still don't think he understands that either, and he probably does believe that the weather is also.
I mean, I love that. So Andrew said he's a YouTuber and he was just probably fishing for content. I would love to see. If he posted this.
If that's the highlight
I would love
of your
to
content,
see it. That's fucking funny.
Yeah, watch me get owned on fucking.
Well, that's why he wanted to get his misinformation out, because he wanted to splice together a thing that it makes it look like he got something right, and he wants to cut out all the actual facts. But like, as much as we let him spew misinformation on the first time round, and we fact check it, I'm not gonna let someone re-spew that misinformation unchecked. Like, just to be clear. Because
I am mad that we didn't get to discuss labor law and union with him, though, because I can't believe. I wonder what the hell he would have said about that shit.
Yeah.
Hunter Biden. Why would anyone bring up Hunter Biden's laptop at this point?
I know.
What the hell does that have to do with anything?
Oh God.
Hello. Host, thank you for bringing me up.
Hi, Carrie.
So I just you may grab my attention with the immigration conversation, and I'm really glad that you addressed it the way you may address it, because I think that people like Lolly don't understand that when you make outlandish remarks to the exaggerated point, you affect the communities that you are making the exaggerations of. And when it comes to immigration, the whole Haitian eating dogs deeply did impact the Haitian community. As a Caribbean immigrant myself, I can tell you that I felt the vibrations to that comment all the way here in Texas. All the way here in Texas, it was felt. And even if you're not Haitian, even if it just pertained to a specific Caribbean community, that statement did impact us as well. So it just, people like Lolly just need to be, I mean, if it could be disproved, please go with the facts and just not go with just to see it because you want to see it, because it's so right, you know? That was insanity, you know? So thank you for seeing that. You know?
I appreciate you hopping up and talking about the specific like impact too, because like, I mean, we can, I don't know, you just came up, I guess, when Lolly was here, but before him, we had someone here who we like broke down how all of the so-called proof can actually be disproven, and we disproved it, and he kept insisting on it. And we were talking about how that just shows that like they're not willing to engage with the truth. They don't care about the proof. They just want to have an excuse to hate and to be angry, and they will like cling to lies even when it is proven to them in front of their eyes that they are lies. And that is what is problematic. But like, thank you, because we can only talk from like a, you know, sort of like 8,000 miles above kind of view of like the impacts to a community, right? We can hear the stories, we can see the data. So I do appreciate you, you know, sharing someone who actually feels. And by the way, I'm also an immigrant, and like obviously I'm not nearly half as affected by this kind of racist bullshit, but like, yeah, it's fucking hurtful, but it's also just damaging. It's very actively damaging. So sorry. Thank you, Carrie. I appreciate using this.
Oh, thank you.
And I believe you said you were in Texas, and I would like to personally apologize for the entire state of Texas.
Oh, you know, it's really, I don't
Me
blame
too.
everybody. No. I truly don't blame everybody. I do understand that it stems from ignorance and lack of knowledge of two cultures. I just want to preface, as a person from a Caribbean nation, I hail from Belize. We do not eat our pets. My grandfather was a Haitian. We do not eat pets. That is not something that happens. As a matter of fact, the Caribbean communities are mostly pescatarian and vegetarian by stemming because they come from islands. So it was so outlandish. It's outlandish, and I'm now getting comments of people the minute they speak to us like, "Oh my God, I have to hide my pets." Like,
that was their goal, Carrie. That was their goal, was to push, racist rhetoric towards you. And I'm, we are ashamed of Donald Trump. Trust us.
I don't want to, because I don't want to give them the excuse of like, it's not just ignorance, right? Because we had people up here where we told them like that the evidence they had was incorrect, and we explained it to them. But they refuse to accept that. So at that point, it's not ignorance, it's just hate. It is just hate, because they no longer can claim ignorance or not having all the facts or the knowledge or anything like that. No, they were spoon-fed the knowledge, and they still insisted on spewing the hate and the bullshit. And at that point, it's, no fucking sympathy. No excuses, no sympathy.
Yeah. Thank you. And again, it's also, they're trying to do something that's why I liked how you navigated the conversation with Lally, because he brought up crime statistics. What Lally wanted to do, and I know you picked up on it, is that he wanted to correlate immigrants to crime statistics. Mm-hmm. He wanted to prove a point that immigrants are causing the crime. The influx of criminals are causing the crime. And I noticed that the comment section went right to the same direction that he was trying to take the conversation, by saying that crime stats that are committed by immigrants and undocumented people are not reported. I would like to tell you, immigrants live in constant fear. We don't even want to be stopped at a traffic checking or here, because anything could lead to us being in a detention center. And when you are not the right color in a certain state, it's not just xenophobia anymore. It goes to the extremes of prejudice and flat out racism. So it's not just xenophobic anymore. It's just we have to deal with other things. It's very rare to see the immigrant community perpetrate crimes in that sense, because we know that the way we are punished doesn't follow the guidelines as someone who is a citizen is punished. It's far more brutal for us. But I'm gonna see what Lali tries to do with that.
So yeah, you're right. And I also want to say, just to back this up with data, immigrants cause crime at lower rates than American citizens. That is a fact. You can look it up. The statistics show it. Immigrants commit less crime than American citizens, but also crime that is not reported with regards to undocumented immigrants is just crime that they are victims of. They are like victims of crime are more likely to report crime unless they are heavily incentivized not to, right? So like women, it can be very difficult for them to report SA, right? Because we all know like the issues with policing and the whole system regarding that, right? For undocumented immigrants, if they commit a crime against an American citizen, that American citizen is likely to report that crime just as much, if not more so, than if the perpetrator of that crime was like an American, citizen, walking around with a pure Texan, America accent, whatever. They're just as likely to report that crime no matter who committed it. The people who are not likely to report crimes are undocumented immigrants who are victims of crime, whether they are victimized by American citizens or other immigrants. So regardless, no matter how you fucking slice it, it is not immigrants that are causing the crime in this country. They're not pushing the like crime stats. They are not, you know, and to say that, oh, it's unreported crime. It's like, no, just when they're victims of it, not when other people are, you know, whatever.
Big Chief in the comments is saying because there's more Americans. She's talking about
that's not.
She's using per capita, my guy, because that's what you would use to measure that.
If you didn't pass basic fucking middle school math and learn what percentages are and how they work, like it's not worth having a conversation with you, my dude. You might want to zip it.
It seems so from the comments, because he also says immigrants are not good for communities. And again, I think immigrants build communities in a sense that we bring culture. We bring culture to you. Also, most of the folks miss that.
It's not. Well, it's not an opinion thing. Actually, immigration, like this country's economy relies on immigrants, including undocumented immigrants. It like absolutely relies on it. Just because if you say it's not good for communities, what you mean is that you're racist and you don't like that other people exist around you with different backgrounds, different cultures, different skin colors. Just because you don't fucking like it doesn't mean that it is objectively bad for a community, because in fact it is shown that it actually benefits the fucking country.
By the way, Big Chief, I'm assuming that you're a white guy, so are you German? Are you Irish? Are you Italian? Because best believe, like I pointed out earlier, you probably weren't here. They've also said that about us when people like my great grandfather came here, Irish people. They said the same things about Irish people, and they said the same thing about Italian people, and they said the same thing about Asian people. And these racists will always do this, no matter what the ethnic group or the immigrant group is that they're focusing on at the time.
You're first generation American, so your parents were immigrants. Way to fucking prove the point.
Okay, bud.
The hypocrisy. It's the hypocrisy. But here's the thing, too. These are the same people.
Or do you not know what those words mean?
They are the same that say we don't pay taxes, though. These are the same people saying that. I mean, we get tax tins. Even undocumented people pay taxes. We get issued tax tins. I don't know. Wow, Chief, you really did show that you're racist there. Wow.
He doesn't even know the right version of your. Don't worry. Don't let him get you started. He's just a troll. Don't let him get you started up. Hey, Bunny, can I ask you a question?
Oh, go ahead.
Can you clarify for the 40 or so people that are in here about how they're also attacking the Haitian community in Springfield for the religion? Am I wrong in saying that the major religion of people from Haiti is Catholic? Is that not wrong? Is that not right?
Oh, you're absolutely right. Most Caribbean nations, predominantly the religion that governs most Caribbean nations, due to it, you have to understand, Caribbean nations first started out as colonies for the Queen, right? So we are mostly Roman Catholic. That is where Catholicism is what was given to us. I think what they're trying to do by saying that Haitians' religion, I think they're trying to colorate voodoo.
Right.
And spiritual practice to Haitians. And that's not exclusive to only Haitians. The practice of voodoo is the practice of ancestors, and that's throughout the Caribbean nations. Some people still do practice it. It's what they call a stemmed religion. So I think that's coming from somewhere very racist, honestly, because most Caribbean communities are Roman Catholic. It's not like we wanted to be Roman Catholics. It was given to us, because we started off as colonies.
More like forced on y'all's.
Forced on you.
Yeah, it was forced.
I could go into hours of the history of that if you'd like.
So you're not first generation American. Okay, so you don't understand basic words. Okay, so you don't speak English, right?
He has a cutoff for when immigration counts. That's cute.
Started here in the 1870s, right? Because where were they before that?
Eating
in the
potatoes.
1920s? Okay.
Eating raw potatoes.
Do you remember America in the 1920s? Were you around back then? Do you remember the huge fucking stock market crash?
But this
and all the Yahtzee towns.
This is what's sad, though. This is literally the rhetoric that
don't matter. Okay, Big Chief.
That Vance and Trump are pushing. Like this is literally what Vance was saying.
Doesn't matter.
Pathetic.
Doesn't. Thank you.
If anything, you're
don't
living
matter.
proof
It
of
don't
how
matter.
immigrants actually raise the average education and intelligence in this country.
Yeah,
So
by the
thank
way,
you. Thank you
Bunny,
for
like,
coming to the table.
I find it funny that they were, you know, and when I say they, I'm referring to these racists that like they're like, oh, they, you know, these people aren't educated. I'm like, they speak like multiple languages. How many Americans do you know like that can speak more than one language fluently? I know it's very little.
So
Yeah.
that's something that always fascinates me because what I'm speaking right now is Limonese, which is Belizean Creole. We speak proper English as well, which is what the British gave us. I also speak Castellano. I also speak Portuguese, and I also speak Italian.
Jesus
I also speak
Christ.
castellano.
Vato,
Sí, soy española.
It intimidates Americans. I'll tell you
España,
that.
España.
It intimidates
Sí,
them.
sí, de España.
Well, I mean, there's that
Im-
story that happened. I
Inmigrante.
think it was like a year ago where they had that family that was in the U.S. and they moved to Russia because they were scared of their kids basically turning gay.
Yeah, they didn't want to be around woke anymore.
Right. And then they got over there and they're like, nobody speaks English. How am I going to supposed to live? And it's
Yeah,
like,
should have learned the English. Should have learned the language, bud.
brother, you moved to Russia. I want to tell you.
You did lie. That has to be a lie.
No,
you
it really
can't
happened.
be that simple.
No, I saw the same story. Yeah, they moved away for wokeness, and they moved right back after they found out they weren't able to survive culturally.
Well, I would like to understand from Big Chief, if he doesn't mind answering this, why is multiculturalism not good for countries?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Why? I would
Let's
like
hear
to
it.
hear a good excuse as to why.
No, you're not,
No,
Chief.
no.
You're a leftist socialist? No.
I love.
I just want to understand why. I hear that a lot, mind you. Chief is not the first person to tell me this. In the 10 years that I have to suffer through Texas, mind you, I don't like the state right here. I'm gonna leave soon here. But I've heard this a lot. Multiculturalism is not good. How does it cause division, though?
Dude,
you're not.
Chief, if you reject people for not being of your culture, you're the one who's causing the division. It's your racism that causes the division, not the multiculturalism. Okay?
We are literally supposed to be the melting pot of the world. That was the idea of America.
It's called nationalism, and we fought a war over it. So just remember that. You're great. This is what I love to tell people like this. I love to tell them. If your great grandparents or grandparents were in World War II, which one and like
Mine were.
four
Yeah, mine were.
was, they literally fought a war over this stuff. They would, if they came back
It
to
is
be
true,
rolling
Chief.
in their grave,
Just because
it's
you
wild.
don't want it to be true doesn't make it not true.
No, when he said that just now, when it caused division, I think what he really wants to say, and I think that I encourage this. If you're going to be racist, no stop halfway, right? I encourage this to people I meet every single day. No, be halfway racist with me. Be fully racist. You hear? Please, because when you see things like that, it's what you really want to see, Big Chief, that you don't like the intermixing of ethnicities with your people. That's what you really want to see. That you don't want that ethnicity to be mixed into your ethnicity. That's what you don't want. Meaning you just don't like brown and black, friend. That's all you're saying. And I would love it if you just say it. No, be halfway there. No, be halfway there. Be fully there. Because it's the gaslighting that people like you do to people like me all the time that's quite frustrating. I'd rather you just tell me you're racist. That way I know to avoid you. You know? But when you beat around the bush and you feel ashamed of it, don't feel ashamed of it, friend. Just say it. Be proud of it.
Right on that.
Say it with your full ass chest. You heard the lady.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Please. I would greatly appreciate it. And people in my community would also greatly appreciate it. Because when people like you try to gaslight us with our children, it feels a funny way. Because it's like you're telling me to stay away, but you don't want to be upfront about it, right? But you just for tell me. Mind you, you tell me you don't want my picnic around your picnic, I'll pick up my picnic and leave. See you less, okay? I will not stick around. But when you beat around the bush, no man, not do that to us. Just say it out loud. Say it proudly too. Not be ashamed of your racism, friend. If that's all you got, that's all you got. You know? That's all you have to do.
Right on, Carrie.
Drop the mic.
It's just frustrated.
Oh,
it
I
really
agree.
is.
I
It really is. I would prefer it bluntly. That's all I'm saying. My preference is bluntly. Here, just tell us.
For sure.
It's
I mean,
always- and
it
it's
definitely, we have so many people come up here, try to pretend that they're not racist while saying like clearly
It happened
racist
tonight.
things.
It happened tonight.
Yeah, it happened tonight, exactly. And it's like it just wastes so much time as we're trying to like wait around the lies. Like if you believe something, like believe it. You know what I mean? Like embody it. If those are your morals, your principles, if that is the standards and the life you live by, then fucking say it with your full chest. You know what I mean? Don't pretend like it isn't.
Bunny, you're
Yeah. It's also that the burden, Lolly, that's something else that Lolly me do out here. The burden of proof lies in the accusation. Okay, if you are the accuser, the burden of proof lies on you. This is the same thing I'm telling to people about with Haitians, with Haitian immigrants eating cats and dogs. Like the burden of proof lies upon you.
That's
like,
what we said earlier. When the guy was here, he was like, you didn't prove that they're not doing it. It was like, my man, we asked you to provide your proof, and every bit of proof that you provided, we told you exactly how it was faked or just like, why it was not actual proof. That is it. Our job is done. We're not the ones arriving here with claims. If you're going to arrive here with a claim, you got to be the one to back it up.
That's true.
Bunny, you said you're in Texas.
Yes, I am currently in Texas.
Are you? How are the vibes there? Do you feel like really?
It's horrible.
What part of Texas?
I'm in East, my friend. I'm in the place where no offense to the white people, yeah, but I'm in the part where the people proudly wear the red hats and they're of the complexion of white.
Are you around Tyler area?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh no. Yeah, you shouldn't be there.
Due to circumstances is how I end up here. My country.
So sorry.
Again, I don't ever expect people to apologize for somebody else, It's like I've come to the consensus that it's not everybody. It's just a good amount of them, that have that belief in this area. It's absolutely not everybody. And I don't expect people to apologize for the ignorance and the blunt racism that these people spew. I don't expect you to apologize because you don't have the same mentality. Again, immigrants come here for different circumstances. My circumstances is that there's femicide taking place in the country due to the politicians that are in place because they're trying to take tribal lands. So they are mostly targeting women and children. So I had no choice but to flee 10 years ago because of that. Our current Prime Minister, Mr. Johnny Briceño, he's not doing anything to stop it. So the numbers have increased throughout the years. A lot of people from Belize and from Honduras, because Honduras borders us, are from tribal ties, so they also be fleeing because of that. It's just why like I said, circumstances landed me here, and now I need to find a way to leave this particular state to a place where I will not experience as much of the xenophobia I have right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, as someone up north, I mean, you're never going to fully escape it. I mean, racist people are everywhere, but, for example, I'm up here in Pittsburgh, and we're kind of we're a melting pot inside of a melting pot. We have, community days where we celebrate all nationalities of all, everybody gets together and eats food from different cultures and stuff like that. So if you can make your way up a little north of the United States, I do think you'll find life to be a little bit more accommodating.
Well, I mean, Kieri, me and God both are in Texas, and I can tell you this, the big cities, I live in one of the bigger cities, and I've lived in all of the big cities in Texas. And I can tell you that the big cities are categorically a different planet, specifically compared to East Texas. East Texas is the death rattle and the coffin nail in the out and out outright clan stake of how Texas was historically. Like that's where it still lives. That's where it's gonna die. Is out there in the east side. So I understand. I wouldn't want to go out there ever for any reason. So I get it.
I am out here and doing what we can to change things, but it's slow.
You guys say this is East Texas you're talking about?
Yeah, East Texas.
East Texas, okay.
Yeah,
it's
basically
really bad.
Everything from the east side, if you go down on the east border of Texas, all the way down to the Gulf. So from that, basically everything touching Louisiana effectively is old red. So like everything there is almost, they treat it like it's almost still sundown town out there.
Oh no.
Actually, there is still a sundown town out here.
Yeah.
It's El Cart. Texas, it's still
Yeah, it's rough. There's a city down a little bit on southeast, and God, maybe you know this city, but there's a city called Vider.
Oh, yeah.
I've heard of that.
I'm not.
Avoid that place.
Yeah, I have to.
Please.
Yeah. I've within the immigrant community, we have a list of places where we do not want to be caught as immigrants.
Yeah.
We have a list of where we should not by any means be found or be seen. Because I am of a lighter complexion.
Yeah.
Right off the bat, you can't tell, but the minute I open my mouth, you could tell I'm not American. So it's a bloody tell, you know. The minute I open my mouth for talk, like you don't know.
Yeah.
She's not from these areas, you know. So yes, we have to be careful. I'm looking to move to a state that has immigration laws where, as an immigrant, I will not be exploited with labor.
For sure.
Because there's another misconception about immigrants. They seem to think that we don't have an education. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. I am a Belizean citizen, and I have 2 associate's degree. One of them is in mortuary science, and the other is in business management. I also have a bachelor's degree in communications and social skills. So I am very well educated. I did not flee my country for economic reasons. I fled because I need my life. I did not want to die, you know. I choose life. So that's why I ran away. You know, especially since they were targeting the tribal people. That's the bigger problem because I'm indigenous to those lands. I am Mopan Maya with Garifuna. So my tribes were more targeted for the deeding title process that the prime minister made to do. So that's why I ran. But I'm tired of my exploited labor out here. I'm tired of the xenophobia and the racism. So I'm looking for a state where immigrants could be employed without a problem. You know,
you're gonna have to go out west or up north. Those are really your 2 options, to be honest. I mean, yeah.
The state of Nevada. State of Nevada. That they have immigrants. That they have immigrants laws there.
Yeah, you're gonna
I've
want.
been told Jersey too. I've been told Jersey. I've been told New York as well.
Oh yeah, I mean that's your bread and butter right there.
Yeah, New York is
New Jersey is a very blue state. They're very well educated. You'll notice also the ignorance. There's a correlation in America between the percentage of Americans that are educated and ignorance. So you know when you come up to places like New Jersey, they're very well educated. There's a lot of immigrants there. There's a lot of different cultures there. They're going to be very much more accommodating in places like that.
Is it cold?
Oh yeah. No, if you come up here, you better bring a big coat.
Any place that's heavy in the entertainment area too. That's why Nevada and like specifically Las Vegas. Any place that's like heavy in the entertainment because they do a lot of hiring.
I was recommended Nevada. I have a lot of friends that are immigrants that moved to Nevada, and I've been told that I have been told by them that they have a good immigrant community rights right now over there. That immigrants can not only get employment, but they could also get temporary driver license. And I know this sounds bizarre, but as an immigrant, as an undocumented immigrant, a driver's license is a big deal to me. The fact that I could hold some sort of documentation in my hand to prevent somebody from hurting me or my child, it is a big deal to me, you know?
For
so
sure.
It may not be a big deal to other people, but to me it is, you know?
Nice. Thank you, Live.
Also, I've been told that Illinois, the state of Illinois also does that in terms of the immigration laws. I could be wrong.
Yeah, they're very liberal in Illinois. Minnesota too, by the way. Minnesota, but again, you're getting cold there. It's Minnesota. Listen, I'm about as white
Illinois
as it gets in Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota's too cold for me, just FYI. So I don't know if you want to have that one on your list.
I want Nick on this. I also wanted to ask one more question before I leave. You were talking, host was talking about a law that was not passed, immigration bill that was not passed. Was that the Dignity Act that you were talking about?
No. What is the Dignity Act?
No, that's a different one.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to know about the Dignity Act because I've heard so much conversation about the Dignity Act, right? But I know that for some reason it wasn't passed, it wasn't moved, nothing may happen with it. You know, it went nowhere. And I know the host is like a beacon of information, so I just wanted to know what.
I'm looking it up now. I'm not actually familiar with the Dignity Act. But I'm looking
It was proposed by a Republican, if I'm not mistaken. It was going to what it was essentially going to do is that certain immigrants would qualify for immunity, would get documentation, but would pay like a higher taxes, if I'm not mistaken. And the money that they would make off of the immigrants would be used to fund the borders, to reinforce the borders or some noise like that. I'm trying to remember it was a woman who proposed it.
Yeah, I have it.
I'm
I
not
have it here. I have it here. HR 3599. It was
Yes.
introduced by a Republican. 2023. Maria Salazar from Florida introduced it.
Yes, that woman right there. Yes, her. I didn't hear anything else about it, and whilst it's a double-edged sword, I would describe it like a double-edged sword, because I'm not comfortable with. I'm fine with paying taxes out of my ass, mind you. I'm already doing that. But I'm not comfortable knowing that the money they would be making off of the immigrants, they would be using it to abuse other immigrants, if that makes sense.
I was going to say, this does not look good. The dignity, because, they always give bills like a different name. They make it sound great, and then it's like horrible. Right. So this whole idea of dignity, no, it's a way of basically forcing. It's basically a form, from what I'm reading, of indentured servitude, where in order to basically like work to have to be like a permanent resident, or I don't know if permanent resident status, is you have to like complete the dignity program and meet various requirements, including basically you have to pay into the U.S. worker fund. It's like they're going to take a large chunk of wages from immigrants in order to like make them eligible for permanent residency. So it's just indentured servitude. It's like forcing people to work off. Yeah. It seems fucked up.
When I read through that act, it reminded me of I don't know if you watch Rick and Morty, when Morty told Rick that it's slavery with extra steps. I don't know why, when I read through it, it reminded me of that statement.
It's indentured servitude. It's like, how back in the olden days they would bring people over, not slaves, but they would bring like basically indentured servitude. They would bring people over to the U.S. and they'd be like, okay, now you have to work off the bill of me bringing you here. So now you have to work for me for 20 years under terrible conditions. And then after that, your bill will be paid.
That was like, Irish people for sure.
Yeah. So that's basically what this is. They're like, okay, so for undocumented immigrants and like for dreamers, who are covered by DACA, you can become eligible for permanent residency if you complete like a program and you pay into the workers fund from your job, like a large extra chunk of taxes into this special fund, from your, so basically we're going to keep you poor and you're going to have to work off that debt until we say you're eligible. Yeah, that seems really...
Of course a Republican wrote that bill.
Of course they did. All roads lead to trafficking. Like I said, all roads lead to trafficking with them.
I guess they just found a different way to exploit us.
Yeah, well, they want They want to exploit all labor, all workers in America, citizens or non. But they will. There's and Brenna and I have talked about this before. There's levels of their disdain for certain people. So immigrants are going to get the worst of that foot. But trust me, they're trying to do things. We talked about this earlier on the live, where they're trying to do things for us regular workers here, us citizens here too, that are under the Republican Party. You'll learn really quick when it comes to labor.
I've been here for 10 years.
Yeah, you've been here for 10 years. You should know the Republicans, when it comes to labor, they are not our friends.
No, I've noticed that. That's why I find it more. I think the proper term is flabbergasted. That people still support that political party in particular, because you see, you have to understand where I'm coming from. I drive past trailer parks that say, and rundown trailers, mind you, they are barely livable by my standards as an immigrant, mind you. And these people still have big banners saying Trump 2024. I find that truly, truly remarkably stupid. That is some next level buffoonery. You are stuck in bloody poverty, but you still support the party that's making you that poor.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's
yeah.
madness. It's bloody madness. So I guess when it comes to immigrant laws at this point in time, I guess I really do have to find somebody for marry me then.
When someone said
also, I would like to point out that you read the bill when most conservatives don't read the bill.
Someone's accusing her of misreading the bill.
Oh, I definitely do. I mean, I'm reading the summary provided by Congress.gov. Yeah, I mean, look, provides a path to permanent resident status to eligible individuals without lawful immigration status who entered the United States as minors, commonly referred to as dreamers, so DACA recipients. Establishes the Dignity Program, which defers the removal of eligible individuals without lawful immigration status who meet various requirements, including paying into a fund to provide training to U.S. workers, and establishes the Redemption Program, which provides a path to permanent resident status to individuals who complete the Dignity Program, which means they work for a set amount of time while paying an extra chunk of money, an extra tax, towards this fund, this like worker fund, and meet various requirements, including making additional payments into the U.S. worker fund. So basically, they will complete a specific fund making payments, but then after that, they have to make additional payments into the U.S. worker fund. Yeah, that's fucking indentured servitude. I read it perfectly.
It's a pay-to-play scheme. It's a way to tax.
It gets even worse. Yeah. It gets even worse when you read through it, love, because it also states where the funds that the immigrants will be paying into, where they plan to use it. Right. So it just adds to the fact that, and I don't like say this because it's demeaning to myself, but I really don't take the see us immigrants as humans at a certain point. They don't see us as humans.
No. All roads lead to trafficking. Yeah, they just want to exploit.
Brenna, did you see that video I sent you about the Texas courts?
Oh, I did. Thank you.
Yeah, about them doing corporate text. They're loading they're doing a corporate court now for like businesses, specifically for like lawsuits for businesses. Yeah. And the judges are judges that have presided over certain corporations' cases before, and they've given them favorable action. So those are going to be the judges in the corporate courts. Yeah, and it's just nutty.
Straight edge. It's funny you say that because I told her about how the Texas federal judge there ruled recently that the National Labor Board is unconstitutional and is trying to get it in front of the Supreme Court. So, like, Texas, everything bad happens in Texas. I swear to God.
Well, I know.
Okay, well, I would like to add something to that. I do agree that Texas is horrible. Okay, I live here. But Florida is also bad because they also passed the SB 17, if I'm not mistaken, where they basically they passed a bill that gave permission to be racist against immigrants, to profile immigrants,
Which one? SB what?
I think it's SB 17. It's a Florida passed it where if you read through that bill, it's bloody vile. I think it's the SB 17, if I'm not mistaken.
Straight edge, I'm going to give you a follow.
It criminalizes Floridians who shelter, support, and provide transportation to undocumented immigrants, including those who have overstayed their visa for decades. So basically, you can't help any undocumented immigrants.
What they essentially did was they cut the lifeline that immigrants have, and I'll tell you how that greatly affected immigrant families, because many immigrants' families lie in mixed status, meaning that the mother could be an immigrant, but the child could be like an American citizen because it was birthed here in America. Does that make sense? So it's separating families in that sense because you have mixed status.
It makes people have to be super wary of helping people who might be immigrants just in case they might be undocumented, and just basically that's how it kind of makes it like basically it's like, oh, just in case you help someone who's undocumented, don't help anyone who might be an immigrant or that you think might be an immigrant. And Americans only think people are immigrants if they're a different color than them. That's it.
That reminds me of a period of time whenever a certain country that I shall not be named started giving out a per diem for people reporting certain people of a different ethnicity. And I don't think it'll bring back great memories. That's not a really good thing to be doing.
That law was very controversial because when they talked to the senator of Florida, he said how that would also imply that a doctor could deny an immigrant, an undocumented immigrant, help at a hospital because even they could be persecuted.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, that's on the same bill.
Okay, can I ask a question, please? I'm sorry, just a quick question. In my local community, they're trying to implement rent control because there's a lot of Airbnbs and short-term rentals.
Rent control has nothing to do with short-term rentals.
I believe you were from Hawaii, yeah, AC?
Yeah, so like the fire.
I think it's a good idea.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Because it will keep the tourists from taking housing and stuff from the natives there.
Well,
I'm not real up to date because I just started reading about that the other day and I haven't finished it.
Well, I'm just curious. I don't know what rent control just means they're going to cap how much someone can raise the rent, like year after year and stuff. That's what rent control is. Which
there's a little bit more to that because there's a lot of people who don't live there, like corporations and stuff, who own apartments and houses and the Airbnbs, and then that kind of raises the rent for people who live there, and the people who live on the Hawaiian Island chain area, they don't make that much money.
No, I understand.
It kind of puts them homeless.
I understand, but rent control would actually just make it easier for Airbnb people to Airbnb like that. You know what I mean? Like if you want to make it illegal for people to Airbnb.
I don't think they're doing a rent control. I think they're doing a mass purchase control. So they can't do what like with Zillow did, where they can't go in and buy a whole bunch of property. It's got to have like a year ratio. That's what they did in Texas. That's what they did in certain parts of Texas, where they said, hey, look, you corporations can't come into like new developments and buy everything up and then resell it at a profit, hold on to it for 2 years and then resell it at a profit as a full development.
What level of government is that? Like state
that's part of it, but it's more in depth. Like I said, I didn't finish reading the thing.
I'm just saying that rent control just means that like rent is like kept low, which actually makes it easier for people to then Airbnb apartments if they're so like that's what happened in New York basically, where you don't even have to own the apartment. If you rent it, if basically you sign a lease as like a long-term tenant, rent control means they can only raise it a certain amount year after year on you, like by a certain percentage, like 2 to 5% or whatever. And that means that you can Airbnb that out and have a reliable like range of how much it's going to cost you from there on out. And even if the rents around you raise, you're going to be able to just charge more on Airbnb, but you will not be paying any more rent on your apartment.
You're subleasing. You're saying because people would sublease if they got rent control?
Yes.
Is there a way
I mean, but here's the thing, rent control, I'm just saying rent control is great. Rent control is very, very good. I'm just saying that if they're trying to if the thing that they're trying to control for is Airbnb, rent control like alone is not going to fix that. If anything, it'll make it hard.
I think it's more to make it more affordable for local families, but I'm not too sure how we can just
There's supposed to be a thing in that bill. Sorry, AC. There's supposed to be a thing in that makes it to where Native families have first choice over those available places also.
That's cool.
So as they don't have to leave.
So we did.
I don't know if it's passed yet or not. I've been trying to read on it, but I've been busy. But that's supposed to be part of it whenever they get done with it.
We did one of those in Texas where you had to be a resident. They would only like for certain developments in certain areas, they would only sell to people that were residents for a certain period of time, and then they couldn't do like a mass buyout for like 5 years unless it's sold. That way they could get people into it. And once they get people into it, like into development, it's almost impossible to do a mass buy because not everybody will leave at the same time, so it's almost impossible.
And there's also supposed to put in there a like no short term. It has to be longer term leases.
Yeah. But that's on the developers because the developers
in Hawaii.
Because developers nowadays, what they're doing is because people aren't. One of my business partners is in real estate development, and I figured we were talking about this the other day. What they're doing is developers, because nobody can afford a house. What they're doing is they're doing these build outs, and then they're leasing them or doing lease to own at a higher percentage point. so that way they can get their profits out of it and bleed it
Right.
dry. And then what they'll do is they'll sell it to them once they've actually fixed their own credit. So it turns into a complete nightmare.
Can I ask you this? Is there a way for the county or local government to write bills or something, or a policy that would incentivize or like reduce the cost? Like maybe say, I don't know, have infrastructure already in place, like water or sewage, and that would make the price of the lots cheaper, so there would be more competition for developers, like land developers versus builders.
Well, it depends on what your objective is, right? So if your objective is to get it completely developed before you start selling it so they don't piecewise it, absolutely. But if it's a situation where you want to do like what I'm talking about, where they do a developmental buyout, where say, for example, a developer comes in and they build 50 homes, and then like Zillow or somebody like that comes over and they buy all of it, and then they flip it, hold on to it for 6 months or a year for the market to change, and then they flip it. That's kind of what this regulation is designed to not let happen. Like it depended upon the developers, kind of how they set the price points. What you don't want is corporate coming in and saying, hey, we're going to buy everything, sit on it until the market changes, or interfere with the market and make it raise so they can get a higher percentage point on their sales. That's kind of what you don't want.
As a positive thing in your community, like have you seen like positive changes since the policy that you were talking about was implemented? Like,
yeah, it's in small towns, so because the major cities don't really, I mean, there's not enough fluctuation. It's already, obviously the major cities have been built in. It's on like the outskirts suburban developments. I've seen enough of a change because they implemented it post-COVID after the real estate hike post-COVID. I've seen enough of a change where people have the opportunity to buy it. Now, not discounting like the problem with, other stuff, ways and stuff.
Straight, you're talking about what they do in Crockett and out in Crockett, out in Lufkin and Longview, where they didn't allow just anybody to purchase the properties anymore, to regulate it. I do recall that happening right after COVID.
It's helping in certain areas. Obviously, if you get sympathetic lawmakers in other areas, they can find ways around it. But it definitely does help in certain areas. It helps it a little bit in certain areas where you need it to help. Just put it that way.
Thank you for your answer, bro. Appreciate it.
Population-wise, because it worked in Crockett, but I noticed that it didn't really benefit out in a Longview.
Yeah, it depends on the market. The market's really going to tell what's going to happen, because what happens is sometimes with that is you end up doing that and then you still have nobody buying. And so then you have to kind of double back on yourself and say, okay, well, in this zip code or this area, there's an exception. And, you can never mind, we can bring in corporate buying again in this area.
What do you think about like using taxpayer money as a way to like subsidize companies and developers? You know what I mean?
That's basically what HUD is. I mean, that's effectively what HUD, or at least what HUD used to be. So
what is HUD again?
Yeah. It depends on your local constabulation, and it also depends on your state.
AC, HUD is the housing urban development. It's basically a program that was invented to help people on the minorities and people that were also on the lower end financially be able to own a home. So they would help with things like down payment. The credit score in order to qualify for the home would be lower than your typical private bank loan. So that was something that was created to help people become.
They're basically like a government co-signer for certain houses, effectively.
And the banks are like, if the government's basically how it worked is that the government's gonna guarantee the loan, the bank's gonna go ahead and give it to you, even if you typically wouldn't qualify for a home loan.
So we have this system, right, that helps us. Why is it so hard then still to be able to get a home?
Because after the 2008 crash, regulation went crazy for a little while. And then inflation hit, and COVID, they tried to play catch up economics after COVID, which is why you saw really big rise in real estate. And we haven't caught up to that. Now, today, the Fed cut interest rates, I think, by 0.5%. So, yeah.
Hawaii is such a different animal, though. Like, in my opinion, I think there definitely needs to be maybe some kind of federal protection for the natives and native people in Hawaii, where they maybe have some type of clause where they're allowed to try to qualify for a home before anybody out that is not a native to Hawaii. I don't know how you would enforce that, but something along those lines.
Well, I mean, you do it just like you would any kind of res. It would just be like a juxtaposition of a res. You'd basically just say, hey, look, this area or these types of houses or these developers only work with this type of situation. You can regulate it in such a way.
Right, we do. Yeah, I guess you're saying you meant res, so you mean like the Native Americans here. Yeah, so I got you. Yeah. No, like I said, Hawaii, that's such a different animal. I love Hawaii because you guys are very pro-union out there. So shout out to Hawaii.
What's crazy about Hawaii is my brother-in-law's military, and he was out there a few years ago. And when I went up there to go visit them, I was just shocked by like how expensive everything was. Like it was crazy. It's because you're an island. Everything takes ships and a lot of logistics to get there. So the cost is higher. But yeah, I agree. I think there should be some sort of protections in place for natives over there in Hawaii. I agree.
They see the reason they're not going to do that stuff is the reason why they don't do the stuff all over the place, and it's because of money. It's because they don't, the politicians and these banks and corporations don't want to. The almighty dollar is the reason why anything happens in America.
Well, you guys know because of how Lahaina got burned down, right? And there's like a ton of homes that disappeared. So now there's demand for carpenters. And I'm taking this pre-apprenticeship program to become a carpenter, and I'm gonna be an apprentice. And I feel like when I think about it, I'm like, okay, so people can be in the union, right? And they can make a certain amount plus benefits. But when you're a contractor, you can choose what price you want to set, right? And most people are setting a price of 900 square feet for people that are rebuilding Lahaina. I don't know if you know what like 900 square feet is like, but it's like times 7,000 by 900. I don't know. That's like 1.3 million. Okay, that's just a number. I'm not too sure. You can check my math. But the thing is like they can choose, right, to make like $1,000 in 2 days versus making like $300 or making $1,500 for the whole.
Are you talking about union jobs? Quoting that?
Yeah, union versus private.
Private contractors is going to pay more right now, but you would be better off joining a union for the long run.
I agree.
I feel the same way. But I'm trying to bring up the point is that like there's people who are doing like the whole capitalism thing right now and charging $900 to people who just got their homes burnt down and don't really know anything about construction.
Oh, I got what you're saying. I got what you're saying.
And they have the insurance money, but they're still short. So that's why they need the gap, right, to cover that.
Yeah.
But it's still not enough, So, and like I don't know how to feel about that. I'm conflicted because these are people that I know and that live here on Maui who are doing private contracting work to get money to get ahead in life.
So
it's like
the reason that happened, and this is not an excusable reason. I'm just going to give you like the numbers of why that happened. The reason why that happened is because let's say I build a house in the year 2000, okay, and it's valued at $250,000, right? Well, I live in that house from 2000 to 2024, okay, and then it burns down, right? Well, now what's going to happen? Let's say the whole neighborhood gets burned down. Well, now what happens is the insurance companies come in and they value that property with equity higher at like 700,000 or whatever, however it would be now. And then so the insurance values that, but they don't do the payouts. So they talk with the contractor and the contractor says, well, hey, this is worth $700,000. So that's what I'm paying. But the insurance only pays you out for your insurance $500,000. So that's how that happens. And it's not like a nice thing, but that's unfortunately the numbers of why that happens that way.
That's just what capitalism. There's no policies that we
capitalism,
could put
baby.
Change it. Is there any policies that we could put that would be legal under the Constitution that could change that? I don't know.
Because then you get into anti-capitalistic laws, and no American senator, I don't care how left they are going to pass that because it wouldn't go.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
damn, bro, damn.
And in my world, I would say, yeah, but and that's Congress. I mean, my lord, you're talking about people that don't want to provide lunches to school kids in this guy. We have to fight for things like that. Yeah,
I can tell you this, AC. I can tell you this. I own a company. and this is kind of how I operate, right? Is I set what I think are fair prices for my services and to make sure that my employees get paid. And of course, to make a profit. That's what I do. But I never worry about what the dude next to me is doing, because there are companies that will like literally like do bait and switch tactics where they'll say, I'm going to charge X amount of money, and then they'll switch it up on the next stuff, and it gets real nasty. So if you want to do carpentry and you feel like it's in your best interest to not charge $900 a square foot and you're not union yet, I mean, do it. Obviously, if you go to union, it's a different set of qualifications, so be it. But kind of use the capitalistic model to your advantage more from a moral perspective and say, hey, I'll do it. I'll do 1,000, I'll do 2,000 square feet for 1,200 or whatever, to kind of give people an opportunity. That's kind of how I would operate.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. I appreciate you.
I feel like Brenna's checking my work and is going to come in here and school me on it in a second, or find out who I am and dox me.
Brenna
Don't dox me if you find me there.
Brenna, you do give teacher vibes.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's a compliment.
But AC, I just remember, man, that like passion over profit. And trust me, from somebody who's been in business for over 20 years, passion over profit does work in certain situations. Don't let everybody tell you it's all about the money, because sometimes you got to take the project over the money. And if it's worth it to you and you're not starving and you feel like it's a good investment, do it.
Straight edge. Can I just say that it feels good to have a business owner in here that isn't sitting here spending their time shitting on unions and labor laws for once? Because that's I'm a shop steward for the Teamsters, and a lot of the lives I go into, they're like, every time I meet a small business owner, they're like, I don't want my employees to unionize. And I'm like, you understand when we talk about unions, we're mostly talking about like big corporations and stuff.
Yeah, dude, anytime I hear a small business person say, I'm scared of unions, I say, are you trying to compete with UPS, FedEx, or like any other, like the train workers or welders? What are you trying to do? Like, because if you're trying to do anything like that, first off, you're not big enough to worry about it. Second off, this is what I always tell people, especially when it comes to any kind of wage argument, when they start talking about wage hikes and like paying people or whatever, I say, if you're a good business person, it won't matter. You'll make money. If you're a bad business person, then you'll get the low hanging fruit and you get what you get because you try to be shady. But just be good at business, bro.
If your business doesn't work, if your business model doesn't work,
that's capitalism, bro.
It's your fucking fault.
Yeah, dude, I tell people all the time, because especially in the last 4 years, they've been like, oh, these people don't want to work. And I'm like, how much are you offering them to pay? And they're like, $14 an hour. And I'm like, for high school kids, or are you talking to like, you need a person to like feed their family on that? And they're like, well, I mean, they're got to be qualified. And I'm like, you're an idiot.
They'll call them a low skilled worker. And I'm like, dude, I load trucks for a living, but if you saw my paycheck, you wouldn't know that I load trucks for a living.
Nah, dude. I tell
that's the same thing to immigrants, though, don't they? They also they say that immigrants don't have skills. They don't have a skill set, right? So that's why they could exploit their labor. That's the main thing that they argue, that immigrants do the jobs that no one else wants to do, as if that is the only option that is being regulated.
So stupid, yeah.
This is the thing I like to tell everybody. Like, if you can go to sleep at night paying somebody $9 an hour, then I mean, cool, but that's not me. You know what I mean? Like,
it's not cool though. That would be a
I know it's not, but I mean, like, you're just a terrible person. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna pay my guys. Like, I got a 20-year-old on my payroll that makes more than most people, but I didn't make the idea to hire him until I could afford to hire him.
Hey, guess how much a studio is here, bro? It's a $1,500, bro.
That's the same thing here.
I hear you.
That's the same thing. I mean, I have to hold down 3 jobs just to get by because
that shouldn't happen.
You got your car insurance and your car payment, and then you gotta I gotta go to the dentist. Fuck, bro. I don't know.
That shouldn't happen.
It's exhausting. Yeah. It's exhausting talking to conservatives about like wages and stuff, because obviously like the auto workers are talking about going on strike again, and then you read the comments and they're like, how much money do these people need? And I'm like, Well, how come you never say that when a CEO is like, "I'm going to give myself a $30 million salary," and you're like, oh, "I got."
Do you guys know about the?
I think right now that's insane to see how much money do you need, being that just groceries alone is an entire bloody eyeball right now.
Do you guys know about the Gravity Payments company up in? I think they're in Seattle.
Yeah, I've heard of them.
What's that?
Basically, the CEO was making, I don't know, like $10 million a year. I think he had like 40 or 50 employees. They're a merchandising company, which means in my business, which means they're like a pay capture system. They're like Stripe or like Square. They do like payment captures. So
They're
like
a third party.
They're a
third party payment processor.
They're payment processor, right? So anyway, so the guy was making like 10 or something $1 million a year. I can't remember. Somebody's gonna fact check me, but it was a lot of money. And he said, I'm really annoyed that I can't pay my people a living wage. So he cut his salary by $1 million a year. And now every single person there makes over $70,000 a year minimum. And they all have health care. And all he did was cut his salary by $1 million. So it's like, I tell these people all the time, like even my employees, when I have my, like Christmas time comes around, I said, look, I can't guarantee I can give everybody bonuses, you know what I mean? But I can guarantee you if y'all don't get a bonus, I'm not going to get a bonus. You know what I mean? Like, it's real simple.
Yeah, and for the people that out there that say, for one thing, if you look it up online, the whole phrase "no one wants to work," that is a phrase that goes back centuries.
Yeah, exactly.
They've always been saying that. But like, I work for UPS, dude. We have a literal wait list for full-time employment here.
Oh, I know y'all do. I tried to work there when I was in high school.
So like that's why once you're in there and you get for anyone that doesn't know, you get hired part-time no matter if you're a driver or a worker, and then if you get past your probation period, you're in the Teamsters, you're a union. If you mess up at that point, they put you on a no rehire list because you're not coming back. It doesn't matter if you quit or whatever. I mean, you might get lucky, but like they will not rehire you if you get into the union and you leave on bad terms. You're not coming back. You're done. So they put you on a blacklist.
Yeah, it can get real weird with money.
There's nurses on Oahu. Okay, they're on strike right now because they feel as if they know that they don't have enough nurses on shift, right, to properly care for their patients. But because they went on a 1-day strike, now the hospital that they did the strike against, they did a lockout. They locked them out, and I feel like it's retaliatory. But I don't know, it's going to the court, I guess, or whatever, right? I don't know.
Well, what they're trying to do is they're trying to say, okay, so this is actually very interesting. Honestly, like it's very nuanced. What you just said is very, very interesting because people don't really realize exactly what that's almost a tell on themselves. And I'll tell you why. So if you have a company, hospital, doesn't matter, any corporation, and the workers go on strike, union or not, right? And the workers go on strike, you have to have an exorbitant amount of liquidity to be able to say, we're going to lock you out and basically not function as a business for X amount of period of time. Like you have to have so much money.
They hire travel nurses.
Yeah, most companies, if they have any like small businesses or appropriately sized mid-sized businesses, if they get a strike, I mean, it's trying to get settled as quick as possible so that they can try and get the workers back in because they're losing liquidity. They can't function anymore. So if you have anybody that does a lockout, they're basically saying it's basically like a siege in like the old medieval times. They're basically saying we got enough food and water for 2 years, brother. Like we're fine. And that is more of an indictment on them just being petty instead of paying the wages.
Right? That's so fucked up.
Yeah.
I mean, that's messed up. That's messed up, bro.
It's a tell on themselves.
They're using travel nurses, right? And I don't blame the travel nurses. It's good money, right? They come here because they like the money. Like, I don't blame them, whatever. But they're locking out local families and wives and husbands that are nurses. And they use that money to provide for their family. And they're locking them out because they feel as if there's not enough nurses on the floor to watch the patients properly. And that's what they're standing up for. But they're making it seem like they want just the money. And that's fucked up. I don't know. Thank you.
That's why when you go to the hospital, get a line item for everything you get. Because trust me, the Band-Aid isn't going to be $700 on the real world.
Yeah, the problem is everybody in America seems, at least on the conservative side, seems to think that they're going to be a future. They're all future millionaires and billionaires, so they always look at these strikes, as at the perspective of the owner's point of view. Like, how dare these people,
which is bizarre.
demand? Yeah, it's so backwards. And as Bunny said, especially right now with the cost of living, yeah, workers are going to demand more money. Like, I saw Mark Cuban said basically, if you don't get an 8% raise, you basically like next year, if you don't get an 8% raise, you've essentially got a demotion. Like you're actually losing money based on of inflation and cost of living.
You took a pay cut.
Yep.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You know,
okay, y'all, I got to dip. Good talking to y'all.
Cheers, bro.
Thanks for stopping by, Pizza
Later.
Steve.
Bye, Brenna. Bye. Good night, guys.
Wait, bye.
Bye.
I was also going to drop because it's late and I have like 1 or 3 dogs, you know.
All right.
So thank you for having
You also.
me.
Thank you for joining today, Carrie.
Yeah, Bunny, thanks.
Yeah, no, take care of yourself, okay? Good
Likewise.
night.
Good night.
You too.
Yeah, I told myself I would end tonight earlier. I'm making ramen right now, but once I finish that, I'll probably cut the live.
No burrito again.
No, just ramen. Man, I ordered from that same place again the next night.
Where was it?
So good.
Is it a local place or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's called like Taco Bees, which I don't know if that's like a chain or something. But it was like under a different name on Seamless for some shady reason.
I will say in Pittsburgh, we don't really, that's one thing we don't have is we don't really have a whole bunch of authentic Mexican food. It's a lot of chains and stuff.
To be, I Philippe, yeah, ramen, but like the cheap kind of ramen. I don't know how authentic this was, but it was.
So it was
good.
more like Qdoba or whatever.
Yeah, something like that. I think. Yeah.
That was a good conversation though. That bunny person was awesome to bring up.
Yeah. I'm glad. It's always great to have someone come up who's like actually from an affected community, or at least like more
And then
adjacent
AC's
to the
from
affected.
Hawaii. Is that the first person from Hawaii you've ever had on here?
No, I don't
AC?
think so.
No, really? No.
And also,
there's been
AC's
others.
been up here before, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, lots.
But it's always good. It's always good because it always feels very like distant when you're talking about things that affect communities and people, and like there's no one around, no one who's like having the conversation is from the affected communities and stuff. It always feels like a little bit like, I don't know, distant, and I don't know. But
I don't know
it's
how
always
you
good to
don't.
have people.
I don't know how like a conservative doesn't, like a Trump supporter doesn't hear someone like that and then at least try to start to rethink maybe some of the things that they're supporting and being like, oh, this has real effects on real people, and like I'm a monster.
I mean, I think it depends, right? There's a lot of them. They lack empathy. I think at its core, it a lot of it stems from insecurity and defensiveness, right? Like, which is why like you often see the guys up here when we start talking about fact, and even when I just ask a question, like you saw Lolly, the weird thing was like what first triggered him was when I asked him like if he worked in corporate America or had any experience trading stocks. Like it was a simple question. I genuinely didn't mean it as a trigger, but that triggered him. And it's like, and I feel like, and that's when he got really, really defensive. And I feel like it all comes from insecurity and whatnot. And if it hadn't been that, it would have been something else. And the whole time he was like gearing up a defense. And
Do you think it comes from them wanting or needing to feeling the need to feel superior? Then at the same time.
Well,
Okay.
at least I think yes, feeling superior as a weird way of them dealing with them feeling inferior, right? Like mainly the actual core thing is they want to feel less inferior. And so the like quick kind of way to do that is to make yourself feel superior to other people around you. It's like, I mean, it's why that it's such a cliche to say hurt people, right? Like people who feel inferior want to make others around them feel inferior so that they themselves can feel less inferior. and also because they don't want to be the only, you know, misery loves company and stuff.
Right.
And I think there's a lot of defensiveness that is just born of that, even if it's not like a direct, like clear. Yeah, Nas is asking, why did he get mad about stocks? I didn't get that. I didn't either, Nas. I genuinely asked him like if he worked in corporate America or had any experience trading stocks, and he got really fucking defensive and thought I was insulting him. And it just, for some reason, it triggered something. And it's that, to me, tells me, you know, I touched some sort of like nerve there of his inferiority complex and his insecurity about his job and like what he does or doesn't know. I don't fucking know what it was, but yeah. And so I think a lot of them, when they hear someone like Bunny, you know, talk and stuff, they're not necessarily going to tap into that empathy. They're just going to get defensive, right? They're going to get defensive, and they don't want to admit that they got something wrong, because that's just going to confirm their inferiority complex. They already feel inferior. Like, the reason they support someone like Trump is because they're inferior, but they also feel inferior because they know that everyone treats them as inferior. And it's like, you know, in terms of like, we treat them as fucking deplorables and stuff.
Right.
Because I think deep down they kind of are. Yeah. But I think that just, they don't want to like give us, they don't want to acknowledge that we might be right, or that like they might be targeting like humans that they shouldn't be targeting, and that they're going to get fucking defensive about that because they don't want to believe that they're shitty people and that they're like insecure little fucking monsters that are out here being hateful bigots and shit. Like,
that's why they're so desperate to prove they're still doubling down on like the dog stuff. And it's like, why at this point, why wouldn't you just go, okay, so he was wrong about that, I still support him? Like, how hard is that? Instead of like living in a state of denial.
Because they don't want to let go. They tie their identity so much to it that they don't want, you know.
Like, why people celebrate the Confederacy still? Like, it's still going. It's 2024. Like, how the fuck? How much longer is that ideology going to be?
Well, and also like, when you cling to an ideology of hate like that, again, it's to make yourself feel superior. But also, when you cling to someone like Trump, it's because he has fake strength, and to let go of that, if that's all the like sort of, if that is your source of any level of confidence and strength, feelings of strength that you have, and they're tied to that man and your hate, it's going to be really, really fucking hard to let go of those things, because the reason you latched onto them in the first place was because you had nothing else in your life that made you feel
right.
You know,
is it because you were raised that way? Is it because you were raised that way, or can we teach you?
I mean,
I believe it is.
I'll say that.
I don't think, but yes, I don't think it always has to be because of you're raised that way. Because obviously, some people are raised differently, and there is like an alt-right pipeline, right? That people go down.
I talk about it all the time. I had racists in my family, and I was at one point red pilled through Christianity. I was pretty red pilled and stuff like that, and it had the reverse effect on me because I grew up in Pittsburgh, and it's pretty multicultural here. So I had a lot of friends that were different races, different religions. And so when I had relatives telling me that, you know, I don't like other people of other races, I was like, well, I don't know, man. These seem pretty cool to me. And so it had like a reverse effect on me. But yeah, no, I mean, a lot of the people are definitely indoctrinated with, which is so funny because the right tries to claim that the left is indoctrinated, but what happens a lot of times is, you know, they try to raise their kids in a right-wing bubble, a right-wing Christian bubble, and then maybe their kid goes off to another city or to a college, and they meet other people from other backgrounds, and they learn that maybe their parents didn't give them the total picture of humanity growing up.
But also, I do want to say, like, red pilling. I love that you mentioned that, because that's the perfect example, right? Like, red pilling, just like so many other pipelines like this, basically draw in people who are insecure and like lead them through their insecurities, right? Like in red pill case, usually like insecure young men who feel inadequate. Oh, you can't hear what I'm saying? Sorry, can you guys hear what I'm saying?
Now we can. You stepped away for a second. It was shoddy for a second. You're good now.
Oh, sorry. I'm saying, like, you know, when you talk red pill, it, like so many other pipelines, are basically targeting groups of people who are going to be insecure, right? Like red pilling targets young men, usually young men, or just men who feel inadequate and insecure, and it uses those insecurities to lead them into the mentality of hate. It's like promising you, it's basically
It's evil, bro.
validating all of those insecurities, and like validating that it's like someone else's fault, and it's like scapegoating the fault, those insecurities of like, yeah, you know, women don't like you not because of you, but women don't like you because women are the problem.
Feminism.
And, yeah, feminism is the problem. Instead of being like, yeah, maybe you could work on yourself, because that would acknowledge being needing work. It's about putting the blame on someone else, and in order to feel superior and stuff. You know what I mean?
The harm that Andrew Tate is doing to young men in this country is crazy. Like,
women want to be with a bear in the woods instead of a man in the woods. They would rather be with a bear in the woods.
And men fucking hate that. That whole question drove men crazy, which is like, wow.
yeah, if you're an incel and you got right wing pundits telling you that it's you can't get laid because feminism and wokeness, then that gives you an out. Yeah, I can't get laid because it's the woke feminist. I can't get laid, and it's like, dude,
you don't have to acknowledge your own faults. You just have to. You get to blame someone else for it.
It's so easy, bro. Why is it so easy to fall down that? But is it really that easy? I don't
it's
know.
very, and right now it's easy and alarming. Yeah,
for young people especially young men.
Formula. Someone developed the formula to do that, and that's fucked up. We gotta be aware. People are making formulas that will turn young men down the alt-right pipeline, which will lead to more increased violence. Why?
I mean, I think it's typical though, right? Like that's how cults get to a lot of people. That's how a lot of, like, this isn't a new thing, right? That's how schmazzies worked way back when. They appealed to a generation of men who were feeling inadequate and insecure with their job prospects and their, you know what I mean? Like, and was able to be like, oh, your problems. And they were also like, many of them were shell shocked and like having trouble after World War I and stuff. And it spoke to a generation of men that were struggling and being like, oh, none of your struggles are your fault, nor are they ours, the government's, for like making you go to war and stuff.
Right.
Your struggles can actually be blamed on these other people who are below you. And that sense of superiority is like, it's like a
is that what's happening in Gaza?
What's that?
Is that what's happening in Gaza then? That's
in
it?
Gaza? No, I mean, I think that's slightly different. Well, I guess, no, I think that actually, you might be right? Like, I think actually has very successfully told all of its constituents, right, that they are superior, that they are entitled to the land, that they are the chosen people, that they are whatever. And that way you can get them to, I mean, yeah, people will fucking do anything, especially men, will do anything to pursue a sense of superiority.
So Brenna, like,
I would like to say a few things because we were talking about the this problem in the South here, and as someone raised down here, and you heard straight edge earlier, so you know I'm not making it up. It's much worse. It is raised in it. I mean, it is taught from birth.
Right.
I mean, I'm not saying that they're any less guilty. Somehow I found a way through it, being where I grew up. But the vast majority are much worse than what the rest of the United States of the world would like to believe.
How do you see a path that could branch off of that? And,
education.
Education. Yeah. People have to start raising their children different than what they did before.
And also stuff like this, believe it or not, stuff like this helps when you have someone like yourself from Hawaii who gives us a point of view from someone. It's easy for someone like myself here in Pennsylvania to be like, yeah, what's going on over in Hawaii? Like, I have no idea what the hell I'm actually talking about. But also, like, Bunny coming up on Brenna's live and giving us their point of view, there is a chance that the right person might hear that and go, okay, so, right, like, there are ways to combat it. The problem is, again, as someone that was red pilled, the right wing propaganda machine, it's so much more effective than the left wing, because the left wing side, because talking about negative things. That's why the news talks about negative things more often, right? If it bleeds, it leads. That's what the whole thing saying is. So if you're on YouTube, if you're having you're a lonely 18-year-old guy, and I'm not excusing these guys, but you're a lonely 18-year-old guy. You don't, you play video games all day. You can't get laid. Like, you feel like you can't get laid. You can't get a girlfriend. You can do two options. One is you can try to change your life for the better, maybe join a club or something and be more social and do something like that. Or you can sit there and have Andrew Tate and Matt Walsh tell you that no, it's not. You have no faults, young man. It's woke's fault. It's minorities' fault. It's feminists' fault that you can't have a relationship with a woman.
I also, sorry,
Yeah.
Matt.
No, you're good.
You mentioned something quickly that I want to jump in, because I think it's a really good point, where the fear mongering is way more effective. Fear is just like really, really effective to get people to get it, like, more and more like heightened, and to like fuel hate, because like, biologically speaking, as a survival mechanism, like, our brain is designed to focus on dangers first and foremost, right? Like, our brain, if our brain is given the choice between like, oh, food, and oh, like, get away from danger, our brain is literally gonna like forget about the food and be like, the most important thing right now that I have to focus on is getting away from the danger. And it will ignore all other needs in order to get you out of danger's way. And that's true for like most, biological beings that have any sort of like processing like that.
Yeah.
The brain will prioritize getting out of danger. And so
How do
why
How do we use that to our advantage?
Well, I mean, I don't know that
you kind of
the best you can do is point. Yeah, it's hard to do that, because that's why the right is so dangerous, right? Because their entire sort of view is like is finding othering groups of people, whether it's trans people, whether it's LGBTQ people, whether it's immigrants, whether it's women, whether it's whatever, or feminism rather. They will otherism. They will, like, because they can make you hate something that is like around you, they can make you like afraid, and they can make you act out of the fear that they're instilling. And it's like this like cycle, right? It's a vicious cycle. That's why it's like a pipeline, and people rarely come out of it. They tend to go deeper. But on the left, when it's more like, hey, don't be afraid of people. Like, hey, just because someone's different from you doesn't mean that they're evil, bad, gonna hurt you, whatever. And like, hey, like, peace, love, and harmony. It's a lot harder to get people to have that like alarm, in their heads. Best you can do is be like, hey, the right's fucking crazy, and they're putting all of us in danger. But like, you also, there's like diminishing returns on that, because then people are like, oh, everything's like alarmist, blah blah blah.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
I'd also like to just jump in and say, like, the right-wing pipeline can sell you a more like sensationalist worldview, where they can say like things are grander, like George Soros is shipping immigrants across the border, and like everything seems so crazy and like so insane, where the right wing's over, or the left wing is over there like, actually our sources are saying this is untrue. Bill Gates is not trying to force feed you crickets. And,
What the hell's up with that? What the hell's up with that? How come that works for them, but that doesn't work for us?
Because we try to live in reality.
because
Right.
we're trying to live in reality. Yeah.
AC,
exactly.
I'm not sure if you were here when Lolly was talking to Brenna, but
No, I wasn't.
they were talking about the jobs report, and instead, Brenna's like explaining how jobs report works and how it's a forecast and an estimate. And instead of doing any kind of critical thinking and being like, okay, that makes sense, it has to be some mastermind conspiracy by the liberal Dems to overtake, that's why I kept saying like, oh, it's the Illuminati. Like,
They don't like to work in the system. Is that what it is? They don't think in the system we can work through it and create change.
And here's a big thing. The biggest problem also is they love what's called confirmation bias. So they see one thing and that confirms their bias. And the case in point is the biggest talking point tonight was the dogs and eating the dogs in Springfield. That
Sorry, just to be clear,
yeah.
confirmation bias isn't something that happens by choice. That's a real thing that everyone's brain does. That both the right and the left. That is a human psychological phenomenon.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I maybe that is my bias saying that I see it happen. I see confirmation bias on the right more than the left.
No,
so,
I agree.
Yeah.
Can you learn to identify your confirmation bias and then from there?
Yeah, checking sources, critical thinking. Yeah.
So confirmation bias, it's just easier. Listen, confirmation bias, you can never like fully let go of it because it's just like how your brain works. It's not like, it's not something that you can undo. It's just how your brain works. But you can be aware of it, and by being aware of it, you can keep an eye out for it and try to keep it in check. But confirmation bias is just that our brain is more likely to focus on, notice, and remember information that confirms our like bias or conclusion or thought or belief.
Is it like when people have a sense of like, okay, is this person beautiful, and then they like look at them and they evaluate? Is that confirmation bias because everybody has a different perspective of
no,
beauty,
it's more like, okay, if I believe that Santa is real, and I see, and at night, like I'm a kid, right, and I hear my parents kind of talking in the middle of the night, maybe like, and some rustling of like presents and stuff. I might be aware of it, but then later, if I like go downstairs and I see the gifts and I see the, whatever, cookies and like the soot on the thing, the footsteps, whatever the parents do. My confirmation bias is that my brain is going to be more ready to and more likely to basically remember all the details that confirm my belief in Santa Claus, and it's less likely to remember and hold on to and notice the details that maybe challenge that belief.
Right. So, and if I saw Brenna the next day and said Santa's not even real, and she was like, "Yeah, he ate the cookies I left out for him."
Right.
Like,
yeah. But that's the thing. It's like confirmation bias is just like about how our brain works. It's more likely.
Okay, so it's not like if you believe if the moon landing was real or not, right? That's not confirmation bias, right?
No, confirmation bias is that if you don't believe it's real, you are more likely to remember and not just remember, but like really see, notice, remember, store any information that confirms your belief.
Like a YouTube video.
Yes.
Okay, I think I get it now.
Yeah, you're less likely, and it's not purposeful. It really isn't. You're just bad at remembering information that challenges your belief. So when we're trying to when someone's like, oh, they're eating cats and dogs, and we're like, no, here's all the evidence that they're not, and they're like, oh, but I saw all this evidence that, their brain is more likely to remember and hold on to all the evidence that confirms their belief. It doesn't mean that it's impossible for them to be challenged and stuff. It's just that their brain is more likely to remember all the bits of evidence that confirm their belief.
Thank you.
I love talking about that stuff, by the way.
Yeah. It explains so much.
It's so interesting, bro. Like I want to be able to talk to people who are of opposing views or don't think the same but similar or whatever, and still be able to communicate and have them understand what I'm saying, and maybe they could explain it back to me so I truly know if they're on the same plane or not even level. No, that's not even that, but the same vibe or not, and still be able to have dialogue and fucking have something that I can find. I try to find something that I agree with in the individual, no matter what, or come to some kind of understanding. And I've done that more recently, and I feel like if everybody could do that in their community, but I know there's things like social anxiety and stuff like that that prevents people from doing that.
Well, it's also, sometimes it's possible and sometimes it isn't, right? We have had really, really polite and understanding and calm discussions here with people that I'm completely on the opposite side of, because everyone is engaging in good faith, right? But then if lately they have not, and I think that's because they're getting worried that Trump might lose, and so they're a lot less likely to engage in good faith when they're feeling insecure about that. Back to that same insecurity thing. But I can't if someone's not going to engage with me in good faith, like Lolly earlier, like I explained everything, like I was engaging in total good faith. He was asking questions and I was answering the questions. And like when he said something that wasn't untrue, I was explaining to him, you know, the thing. But then it very clearly became clear at a certain point when he was trying to make a point using numbers by like kind of falsely representing them. And I was explaining to him how they were being falsely represented, and he was just like ignoring everything I was saying and insisting on using like his false proof to do it. Like it was clear he wasn't engaging in good faith, and no amount of like sitting here and being understanding and like hearing him out is going to make him engage in good faith if he's not mature enough to do so.
Yeah.
So I guess I have one more question, guys. How do you identify when someone is?
Yes, Robin. Sorry, AC. Everyone, make sure you are registered to vote.
I'm gonna vote like 80 times for Harris, honestly.
Dude, don't say that because you know that they will literally think you're being.
That's proof, right? That's confirmation bias, right
there. They literally will take it seriously. They're that fucking stupid. Yeah. Sorry,
Can't
go ahead.
be sarcastic nowadays.
I just had a question about how, when you're in a conversation with somebody, how can you identify, like even through just writing or comments, how do you identify when someone is acting in good faith or when they are just, or when they're not, like when they stop acting in good faith? Like, what kind of, like...
I mean, I think it's clear, like when... it's like easy, obviously, like I don't think there's like a hard line, and it's always obvious, it's always easy to accuse someone of not acting in good faith if you're the one who's acting in bad faith. But like I feel like it's clear when someone, if you have proven that, like, you know, if they're giving you evidence and you're like, okay, but here's the actual context of all this evidence, or like, hey, this evidence that you used is like false and stuff, and it's not just like a matter of opinion, but you're talking about factual stuff, and they're just like refusing to hear you, refusing to see you. If they repeatedly try to misconstrue what you're saying, like you can just tell, like when they're not there to have a conversation, they're just there to say, like, you know, say their side, spread their opinion, which is fine. You can have a different opinion, but like as part of it, like not hear yours and complete and like spread misinformation and stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's hard to.
Yeah. So usually they don't come from like a principled moral position. It's usually just like, I'm going to support Trump, and then everything comes after and I find the reason. So even if you can tear down this reason and prove it beyond a great doubt, like, hey, this thing you said was false, you don't actually believe this, the other person would be better for this, and you can recognize this, they don't care because it's not coming from a position of, I care about this belief, so I support the guy. It's, I support the guy, so this belief supports him. Like,
yeah,
that's a way better point.
There's a lot of telltale signs to, you know, what about, you know, you'll get a lot of what about this person? If you're talking about this topic, well, what about this topic? They're going to move goalposts, gaslighting. You know, yeah, and like someone in the comments said, a lot of it is just, you know, you can kind of tell by someone's tone. Lolly clearly made it obvious that he had no intention of engaging in a good faith debate and argument with Brenna, because the way that he was phrasing his questions and his, also you can tell by their answers. So she gave a very very informative answer to one of his questions, and instead of giving a rebuttal, like an intelligent rebuttal to that, he quickly tried to ask another question or tried to make a snide comment. So you can tell by their answers to your questions or by their, you know, how they respond to your answer to their questions, I would say.
Thank you for that.
Usually,
Makes a lot of sense.
Usually the easiest way to catch it is when they're contradicting themselves a lot. Like when you can point out multiple contradictions and it's like, hey, these things like do not correlate with each other. They are like quite opposites, and they're still trying to play with both. It's like they're not coming from a principled position.
Yeah.
One of my favorite pundits is oh my god, I'm saying this, he's my favorite pundit, and now I can't remember his last name. On the Majority Report, Sam. Do you guys watch him, Sam?
Cedar.
Sam Cedar. But the one thing I do like about the way that he does go about these things with certain people is he doesn't allow people to move goalposts. So if you ask him like, why did you say Joe Biden wasn't a bad president? And if they bring up Trump, he'll say, are we here to talk about Biden or are we here to talk about Trump? That's what I've noticed a lot of people on the right will do is they'll try to get you with a gotcha, on a lot of these topics, like, hey, oh, you supported Biden. And then if you say something like the reason why you might have supported Biden, they'll say, well, what about when Trump did something like this? And you're like, are we here to talk about Joe Biden or are we here to talk about Donald Trump? So that's kind of why I like him. But I just pointed him out for example.
Did you know?
Yeah, that's
Sam
called
Cedar
they'll
was
just
on
pivot
Bob's
to
Burgers?
something else.
Right. I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you said.
Sam Cedar, he was on Bob's Burgers. He was one of the voices. I
didn't know that. I love Bob's Burgers.
He was Hugo.
Oh my god, I did not know that.
Yeah.
That show is so funny. Ugh.
Yeah, it was good.
Oh man.
Yeah. Yeah. People are great, aren't they?
Yeah, you get some characters in here, I'll say that.
We used to get like way more MAGA, but
I think the favorite I've had was I had a person tell me the McChicken
I just want to own a house.
89 under Trump, and it was 450.
I want to be able to own a house
so he's voting
and have
aye.
a farm.
wait, hold on.
And grow my own
Sorry, I'm trying to
vegetables.
hear asinine.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't hear.
I had someone one time who said they're voting Trump because the McChicken was $1.89 under Trump, and under Joe Biden it went up to $4.50.
Wow.
I mean, the McChicken is outrageously expensive, but that's not Joe Biden's fault. But by the way, McDonald's, for anyone that doesn't know, they came out a few years ago and said that they were going to raise their prices to a point to see where, like, they were testing where the breaking point was, basically. And you can look this up to fact check me. They put out a public statement basically saying we're going to raise our prices to try to see like what would be the breaking point for them to start losing profits to try to test the market. And a lot of these fast food restaurants, for what it's worth, have started this. They probably started losing some business. I know Wendy's just announced recently that they were going to do like a bring back like the $4 meal and stuff like that or whatever because. Yeah, as someone that has a kid, if it's going to cost me like $25 to go get a quick meal, I can just go to the Aldi and get some groceries for $25 and cook and have multiple meals for that. So
Yeah. Especially like at that quality.
Right. It's supposed to be. We just had soccer practice. I don't feel like cooking. We're going to stop and get a quick meal. But at $25 for two of us to eat, it's not even worth it at that point. So. It's corporate greed. Again, not saying the government had nothing to do with it, but at the end of the day, it all points back to corporate greed.
I'm sorry, but I missed after I said that I wanted to have a house. What did you guys say? I'm sorry, I missed that because I couldn't hear you guys for some reason.
Oh. No, we were just talking about McDonald's.
Asinine Frog said that someone said that they were gonna vote for Trump because he said that what was it?
The McChicken was $1.89 under Trump and $4.50 under Joe Biden.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good reason, right?
Make McChickens great again.
Make McChickens cheap. Yeah.
I'll be honest. I think I had a McChicken for the first time like this year because Philippe brought me one. They're pretty fucking good.
Yeah. It's the only thing I'll eat from there.
It's like $15 now.
Is it really? Oh Jesus!
If you want to get like a meal, like you know what I mean, and high, it's really high. It's like you can go get a plate lunch from a local food truck for like $5 more or something. It'd be $20, but at least you're supporting a local business instead of going to McDonald's. You're paying $15 for a fucking large Sprite, fucking large fries, and whatever kind of fucking sandwich you like. But like. Or you could go down the street to a food court outside and support a local family. I don't know if you guys have food trucks over there in your place.
Oh yeah, we have food trucks. The funny thing about the right wing is
I don't know if it is.
They claim to be like, oh, I know economics. And I'm like, the only way the McChicken would ever really go down in price is if people stopped buying it. That's the only real way, right? Other than like deflation, which would be horrible for the economy. Like if you're a McDonald's executive, and I hate that I'm defending McDonald's, but if you're like, yo, we raised the price to $5, but like they're still buying it.
Yeah.
Well, why the hell would you lower the price?
Supply and demand, right? Supply and demand. Or are companies just greedy, right?
Yeah, so like the hardcore capitalist conservatives tend to like in their values actually be like very anti-capitalist with the way they talk about like BlackRock and investment like groups and like they are so anti-capitalist in like their principles, but then they will defend capitalism to its
Right. Kamala Harris should come out tomorrow and be like, we're gonna price cap McChickens. $2.99 McDonald's. That's it. You can't sell them for any more than that. No, that's communism.
The dollar
price caps would have been a good conversation to have with Lolly too. I would have loved to get his thoughts on price caps.
Well, all they do is yell communism.
Can I ask?
It's fucking dumb.
This is something that's recently happened. So Hawaiian Airlines and Alaska Airlines are merging, right? And they signed a 6-year contract with each other so that they could keep routes open. Because otherwise, Southwest would become a monopoly and like eat up Hawaiian Airlines, and they would become like a really big company, right? So to avoid that, they did this thing, right? So to avoid monopolies, but it's still kind of like a monopoly because over time they're gonna fucking merge together and become one company. So it'd just be like Alaska Airlines versus Southwest. But there's something else that I realized is that Alaska Airlines, they let people bring 50 pounds of ammunition with them. 50 pounds. And then Hawaiian Airlines, they let people bring only 11 pounds of ammunition. And there's been a recent rise in gun violence on Oahu, which is the most populous island, okay? There's been a lot of people being shot. And it hasn't happened like that before. It's an increase of gun violence in Hawaii.
Careful with the G word.
Oh, I'm sorry. But I don't know, like, how is that even... That's probably going to affect the they're probably going to affect the violence, right?
Yeah.
Because there's going to be people who are going to try to make a profit, right? They're going to go to a state that isn't California, buy as much as they can, come back here and sell it. Or I don't know, because ammunition is cheap, people are going to be like, oh, maybe I can afford to have a pew-pew.
Yeah.
And it'll increase the rate of people owning. And then that'll increase incidents with people who just have their pew-pews in their car and they get stolen. And there's going to be more guns on the street. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry.
No, that is a good point. I hope not, but yeah.
As for monopolies, we basically have monopolies in America. We've legalized it basically. I mean, if you go down to like a grocery store and you look down like an aisle, there's only like 4 actual different companies that make like the entire products, all the product that you're seeing on the shelf.
Careful, you know that dude.
Yeah, I know.
His clothing company. He's an alt-right.
Yeah, I'm not trying to go the alt-right. I mean, they're broken.
I know. I'm just.
Right.
I know. I know. Yeah. Yes, fully. I'm just saying that description. Yes.
Yeah.
I had a bunch of people asking me to make videos about him as like an alt-right pipeline dude. I haven't.
Oh yeah.
Maybe I should, but yeah.
I mean, there's things that we should be on the same page with,
Sure.
Unfortunately, it's like he's like, hey, yeah, you should, do this super insane diet and buy my, protein drinks or whatever the hell he's selling or whatever.
Well, and
it's
also peddling like Jewish conspiracy shit.
Right. Yeah. That's another one. The fitness to alt-right pipeline is definitely real too.
Yeah.
Why is that? Why? That's crazy. It's self-improvement, right? And you can see when you put in work.
Self-improvement, yeah, but it's like that. I think it speaks to that insecurity, right? It's like the self-improvement, insecurity.
Oh,
you know, maximize your potential, and other people are not, are inferior to you. And if you don't succeed when you're, optimized, then that it means it's someone else's problem, it's someone else's fault, and so on and so forth.
Right.
But
Yeah.
okay, I sense like another like long, good topic for a long chat. But like I said, I am going to hop off now that I have finished my
Thank you.
ramen.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, good talk.
Thank you guys so much. It has been an absolute pleasure having you guys up. And please come back again soon. Hopefully, if I can keep my sleep schedule halfway decent while doing this, maybe I can keep doing this more,
Awesome.
Yeah,
Have a good night.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you, God, for helping me with my
great night.
HVAC.
Oh, Robin. Hey, Robin. Good night, Robin.
Good night, Robin. Good night, God. Good night, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
night.
Thank you, chat. Thank you for everyone who contributed to the goal. Thank you, Twitch. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, everyone, for the comments, for the chat, everything. I am Andrew. Yeah, I'm trying to get off at a decent hour, 2 a.m. It's like decent, right? I'm hopping off, dude. Don't fucking touch me. It's 2 a.m. Yeah, I'm gonna get off. I got shit to do. Even if I'm awake, I got shit to do. All right. I'll see you soon. Go live, Andrew. You should go live with your music.